Appreciate it. Thank you for watching. And we're on. Great to have you on board, everybody. Good show tonight. Very, very important show. Very big show for us. And we're really happy to have you tonight. 702-586-7857. Got a question about the Supercross series, the Motocross series, or whatever it is. Give us a call, man. We will we'll talk about that and more tonight on the show. Again, 702-586-7857. James Stewart will be on tonight. Yes, JS7 will be calling in. His first appearance on the show since April 2016. Really looking forward to talking to Stu. He's got his Bubba's World podcast out. He's got a bunch of things going on, and really happy to have James Stewart on the show tonight. Levi Kitchen will be on. The Chef, Star Racing Monster Energy Yamaha rider, will be on. Sebastien Tortelli as well, world champion. And also a big part of that R&D department at the Stark motorcycle department. So looking forward to Seb talking about the Stark and everything else. We'll take your phone calls. We got a lot to talk about when it comes to the sport right now. And again, welcome on board, man. Lots of things are going on. Thank you to motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Vortex Racing, Racetech Suspension and Engines, Vertex Pistons, X-Brand Goggles, the Michelin Guys, Maxima USA, ORW, Scos, Acherbys, Pro Filter, Firepower Batteries and Chains, FMF, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, OGO Power Sports, Art of Sport, Get Data, Guts Racing, WUSA, Ride Engineering, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, all on board with us tonight. We have the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. We got the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment. And we have the Race Tech Rant coming up tonight on the show. And I got a couple of my good friends in studio with me to co-host tonight, and I am sure at some point we'll break out into a massive argument about something tonight. But before we get into that, let's welcome them both in. First up from Racer X and Fly Racing, and former top privateer in the sport, and also German Supercross champion, Montreal Supercross winner. He's calls in every Monday night, but now he's in studio. Jason Thomas, what's up, JT?
Not much. I'm very excited to have Weech here.
Yep.
We're doing our Racer X Supercross preview videos tomorrow, but I think this is the first time I've ever done the actual PulpMX show with Weech in studio.
Really?
I think so.
Because I feel like we've done the videos and then we've done the Pulp show the day before. No? It's never worked like that?
I feel like Steve usually gets his money's worth out of the visit.
I try to.
Okay.
But
these are epic holiday editions of Pulp.
We could probably have someone check on that for us.
I feel like it's the first time.
Right.
How about that?
Okay, all right.
Feels like the first time.
Yep.
And that voice is the RacerX online editor and the voice of the motocross series, the voice of Dirt Track, the voice of GNCC Quad Racing, the voice of GNCC a while ago, the voice of ATV Motocross, the voice of Geneva Supercross for a few years, the voice of flat tracking.
The Amateur Moto Combine show coming in January to MAV TV.
Amateur Moto Combine.
Yeah, the Ironman. And
I'll
you didn't watch those in person?
I'll be tuned in
I'm
for
sure
those.
you're
Yeah.
Mark it down, Steve.
Yeah.
Geneva
Mark it
Supercross.
We mentioned Geneva. We have
Jason
Loretta's on TV. Yeah. All right. It's the holiday tradition. We get to come here and do the Pulp show because we will do our Monster Energy preview shows for Supercross tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right here are the same square footage.
No.
It's the first time I've been to the house.
Basically, same square footage. Basically, same square footage.
Basically.
Yep.
Okay. When we do the preview shows tomorrow, we roll out stats and predictions. Let's just throw in a lot of basicallys.
Right.
To really hedge our bets and cover ourselves.
Did you see the pool area?
Basically. I saw the pool area.
Yeah.
I saw the 3-story foyer when I walked in the house.
Did you see the honeymooner suite? Are you staying in the mother-in-law suite over there?
No, I'm in the separate. There's a gym with a bathroom.
No, he's staying in there.
Am I staying in that? I don't know what these things are
Yeah,
called.
you're staying in the mother-in-law suite.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I've actually seen my bedroom yet. We haven't. The tour wasn't long enough to get to all.
You didn't
the
take him
rooms.
over there?
I did, but I don't want to get into it.
Okay.
Like it's useless for me to sit here and try to refute you guys and your fake news. We got
Basically.
we got shows to do here.
Basically. Anyway, really fun to be here. Really happy. Probably should do this more often.
Yeah.
And with JT, this is going to be awesome.
And a taser ride today. Took you out on the intense taser ride.
Yep. We've done that. I thought it was the third time I did it. You're saying
I
it
don't
could be
know.
4 or
It
5.
seems like there's been a lot.
Yeah.
Yep. So taser
I took a nice walk.
You did. Yeah.
No taser for me. I took a nice walk.
Yep.
Hey, you said you were meeting Connor at the gym. I'm like, who the heck's Connor? The Connor. The Olympic gold medalist, Connor Fields.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm like, we're just hanging out in a parking lot, random parking lot. We're just broing down, everybody.
Yeah, Connor Fields, friend of the show,
Sure.
and gold medal winner. An
Yes,
American
unbelievable.
hero. Right.
Unbelievable.
Stu's on the night.
I am not sold that Stu is on tonight until I hear his voice on, and then there's some sort of Mark's run some sort of diagnostics to make sure it's him.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
I have my doubts because, as we know, Stu does what Stu wants.
Yeah.
And if Stu decides in 15 minutes that he doesn't want to come on, he's not coming on, and there's nothing you can do.
I can't call that opinion out there. I can't refute that.
I do think he's coming on.
I think he's coming on. I do. So James Stewart will be on the night. Bubba's World podcast, of course. We'll talk about that. And he said, "How long am I on for?" And I said, "How long you got?" And he said, "Whatever you need." So maybe just 5 to 10 o'clock.
Maybe the whole show.
Yeah,
the whole show.
Right.
I'll put the headset down, JT. We can walk off, and you and Stu just have at it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whole show, Stu.
So lots to get into tonight. Let's not. I want to talk about World Supercross. I want to talk to Stark. I want to talk about Club MX
Tony
trip.
Stark?
Tony Stark and Stark Motorcycles.
got it. Yep.
I was at Club MX for a couple of days. We have some great stories, so we'll talk about that. I don't want to step on the Racer X preview shows is what I'm kind of getting at. Like, we'll talk Supercross tonight a little bit. I do have some questions, and I have some things to talk about. But listen, we're doing a preview show for Racer X videos, and it'll be a podcast form also.
Yeah, we usually do take all the audio and turn it into a pod.
So,
yeah.
just I don't want to step
And
on
we'll be
that.
rolling them out. We'll shoot the shows tomorrow. We probably will have episode 1 up Christmas Eve-ish.
Yeah.
And then basically that week between Christmas and New Year's, and then the other week, January 8th, I think is Anaheim.
Yeah.
We'll roll out 5 total shows.
Right.
So do me a favor, everybody. When the first show doesn't have Malcolm Stewart in it, trust us. We will get to Malcolm.
They're still going to do it.
Yeah.
YouTube Nation loves Malcolm. I get it.
Right.
But we're probably going to talk about Cooper
How
Webb
could you
first.
leave him out?
Cooper Webb has earned the right to be talked about first.
Speaking of YouTube, the man over there running the YouTube cameras and working on stuff and basically just coding away over there, working on the app probably as we speak. The PulpMX app, that's coming out real soon. Look, we've heard you Droid people. We know that there's an issue with the Droid and the app right now. Not much we can do. It'll come up. But Travis Marks, what's up, man?
Hello.
How are you?
Hi. There's an app?
Yeah, you're working on it.
Yeah, I am. Listen, for real, the Android people, I understand it's not working. I told Steve I will make a heavy push to work on the app after
push.
A1.
Yeah.
No apologies.
No. Thank you, Randy.
So what's up, Marks? Everything good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, are you ready? Are you ready for Supercross?
No.
Hey, we're 2 weeks away from race week.
No, yeah, from race week. So I looked at the phone today, and I looked at pull up that calendar app, and I'm like, 2 weeks before it's fucking go time because race week is wide open.
Yeah.
So
full schedule,
I'm like,
work every day.
Yeah. So I'm like two weeks now to enjoy the final time off.
I'm looking forward to it, man. I got on the plane to come here today. I'm like, this is it. This is what it feels like. I'm stoked.
I always forget how much goes on, though.
Yeah.
Like, there are no days off. It's like playing for the Patriots. There are no days off anymore.
No.
It's
Do your
just
job.
every day there's something happening. A podcast, an article due, a show. We're flying to the race. We're at the race. Like, it just keeps coming.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to some of it for sure. Triple Crowns are back. I like Triple Crowns. Looking forward to that.
Glendale, first one?
I think Glen. Is it? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, looking forward to that. Marks and PulpMX Fantasy News coming later.
Yes,
show. Yep.
later.
So stay tuned for that, people. We'll talk about that, touch on that. We got some stuff to talk about when it comes to PulpMX Fantasy. Taking your phone calls over there, hanging out, working the phones, and also very much into off-road life. Tallon Taylor, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
He's going to still come down from the high of Andrew Short coming in studio and saying to him, hey, man, you were pretty fast. Off-road guy. Yes. Right?
Whoa.
Is that what he said?
He said he heard I was fast or something. All I know is Shorty said I was fast.
Shorty,
great. The best of us, right? Human-wise. So that does not surprise me.
you should have saw him light up,
Right.
though.
That's what Shorty does.
Right.
That's
right.
what Shorty does.
Yeah, it was amazing. So Shorty was complimenting Tallon Taylor on his works off-road speed over there.
He
So,
finds whatever button is going to delight you, and he presses that button.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
game plans.
I mean,
He finds your strengths. He doesn't
Yep.
find your weaknesses. He finds your strengths.
Notice that Tallon didn't stand up for the rest of the show.
no, absolutely. So we got lots to talk about when it comes to tonight. And again, thank you for people for using that Amazon link on PulpMX.com. Little Amazon widget. Click on that. It takes you to Amazon. We get a small slice of that. Really appreciate it. And again, the PulpMX app, quote unquote, heavy push coming in January on that. So stay tuned.
Heavy flow.
We'll look into that. And again, happy holidays, everybody, for everything that's been going on. It's tough out there for some people, but Happy holidays. Okay, so Taser Ride today was fun. I was wearing my Justin Brayton 10 Cycles shirt and my 10 Cycles socks. You were not supporting anything for JB, so...
He had a bunch of fire racing stuff on.
He didn't give me any kit, the cycling side. I was afraid because
your kit was a complete disaster, is what it was.
What it goes on with you?
What do you mean?
Like your helmet, you have a road biking helmet for mountain biking, and the MIPS is broken.
Yes.
And there's a huge dent in it from a bad crash you took.
That I took the week before Red Bud Motocross of Nations. That was 2018.
Yep.
Okay, so 3+ years ago, I had a crash in that helmet so bad that you should ostensibly, it's done. Throw it out. Throw that helmet out.
I said to him, "Did you bring glasses?" He's like, "I never wear glasses when I ride."
No.
So he's got a helmet, a road biking helmet on a mountain bike.
But I got the helmet for free
with no glasses, so he just gets branches in the eyes and leaves.
What if it's sunny?
Like I don't know.
I don't know. I don't really wear sunglasses normally. I mean, do you really think I'm gonna have sunglasses and not lose them instantly?
His fly racing kit is 6 to 7 years old. JT,
it was bad.
I can tell you where that kit dates back to. So when I got that helmet was when our buddy John Knowles from Scott brought us all out to Utah to debut their goggle at the time, the Prospect goggle. They also gave us some mountain bike swag. And I was riding in a 2001 GNCC Series jersey. And JT, you were appalled and disgusted. So you then sent me stuff, and that's still the kit I'm wearing to this day. So it's probably, was that 6 years ago?
But you came out in the largest jersey that we make.
Well, that was not my fault. That was Steve
he said that
saying,
was only a XX.
But Steve was saying,
thing is gigantic
it's cold,
on you.
You need a jersey. It's long sleeves. Pick something from the rack.
You looked like Gandalf.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, but
anyway, my kit.
Your kit is.
It was solid.
He said he's got clips, but lost them at Utah, so now he's on flats.
Yeah, I had fly racing shoes with clips, but I lost them.
Yeah.
So I had to switch to flats.
You are a complete mess.
Yes.
Then you had a jersey on, but then you had some sort of khaki jersey on underneath that.
Because Steve said wear long sleeves because it's cold today. So I put a jersey. I picked the white jersey that would have matched with my cycling kit, but then you said it was too large. So then the only one that fit was brown. So I had red, white, and brown.
Fuck my ass.
That's kind of what it looked like.
Yeah.
I mean, it was that combination between like the brown and the red.
You're a mess. By the way, before we get too far into this, Firepower, folks. So Firepower, JT, they're a WPS company. They're a title sponsor for Jordan Smith and Fry and Marty, who is training / manager?
Maybe he's the team manager. He's a team manager.
Yeah, seems like he's doing a lot over there though. He's kind of the Larry Brooks type, where he's part of the program too.
MTF,
I
a big push for that. So Firepower is title
kind of guy.
So Firepower's title of that team. Big things for those guys.
That's a big
I talked to Chiz the other day. Firepower's stepping up their program with Chiz. He's using the oil now, and they're going to title him for a couple races.
Cool.
Firepowerparts.com, whether it's the chains made in Japan or the batteries are the Featherlight lithium batteries. You had some Firepower parts.
Thanks to JT. Yes, I do run a Firepower battery in my KTM.
But then you killed it, and then you got another one?
I've had to have 2 batteries, but I can't really blame the battery.
No.
When the bike just sits for 6 months.
Right.
Tough for any battery to withstand that.
So
now I got a battery tender, but I don't know how it works, so this is where we're at.
Okay. So firepowerparts.com, go to your local dealer, check those guys out. They're stepping up the racing. Looking forward to seeing Smith and Fry and Marty. Can Marty ride 250 Supercross? He's been gone for a year. You're good, right? Is it just 1 year?
So now you want him to go back to 250 Supercross?
No, I'm just wondering for the team. Like, can he step in?
What's your definition of gone for a year?
What do you mean?
What do you mean he's been gone for a year? He raced 450 Supercross last year.
He raced in 2021?
Yes!
So he can't then. He's out because he finished top 20.
Remember Marty
You don't remember in
crashed?
Atlanta?
Yeah.
Was that
He
this
crashed
year?
in the
I don't know.
whoops.
This fucking all
Yeah,
blended.
it's the first time we've ever been to the Speedway. He crashed in the whoops 7 times in one race.
He did. And then he announced his retirement after like a press day crash.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
So
Yeah.
Marty can't race 250s because he's still in top 20.
That heat race was one of the greatest things I've ever witnessed.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
But the team did say that there is a chance that
Hold
this
on.
team...
Is he in on the camera? Is he like he's got to?
Oh, I can't go this far back? Which camera's mine? I got 7 cameras here.
You got this one
just
that goes
stay
that
in
way
camera
and that one
view.
that
So
Okay.
don't push yourself back.
I mean, I had things to say. And
Okay.
It was
He's trying to
needed
be
some
relaxed.
So
Firepowerparts.com, great company, great guys.
the Firepower team
Yeah.
said that there is a chance that this team will also race the Australian Supercross Championships, including Davalos. They put that out there.
Okay.
They put that out there.
Yeah, because your Reeve is the owner.
Yes.
Who had Muck-Off last year.
Yes,
Right.
it is an Australian team. So the fact that the team would be racing Australian Supercross, not surprising. But the fact that the American riders might be the guys to do it, including Marty, Could be very interesting.
Fantastic.
You
Jason,
you could see them very quickly transitioning to this World Supercross thing too, right?
well, we're
Oh.
going to get into that. But first,
Or yes.
Jason Weigandt, brought to you by a Cherby's. Lone Wolf?
Hey, love a Cherubies, love Lone Wolf, and I also love that when I brought my motorcycle to get worked on by Duff, Justin Brayton's old mechanic, I had a box of parts. He took the old parts, put them in the box, and then a set of a Cherubies handguards magically appeared in this box. They were not mine. He must have thought they were mine. So I got a free set of handguards. I put them on my kid's bike. Love a Cherubies.
A Cherubies industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories. They got AC, they got Barsha, they got Anderson, they got Cooper Webb, and many others along the way. A Cherubies has fine-tuned its products to offer the highest level of performance and protection in the industry. Bring your bike back to life with their full line of replacement replica plastic. Check out the latest products by visiting them at Cherubies.com, CherubysUSA.com. I love a Cherubies plastic because, unlike a lot of other plastics, it literally, for 100 years now, it bolts right up. The bolts are perfect. There's always a little bit of filing, a little bit of hacking for
he
aftermarket
needs
plastic.
that.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know.
He needs that. He needs
So-
everything to be just right.
Jason Weigandt, brought to you by a Cherubies. All right, getting into that, the World Supercross. So this is something we're going to learn more into January, they said. But basically, Adam Bailey and the guys that promote the Australian, as your guys,
Yeah, I
the
love those
AUS-X
guys.
Open,
Yep,
they
AUS-X
paid you
Open.
a ton of money.
Oh, yeah.
Still cost you a bunch of money.
Not enough to offset a family of 4 in Australia for 3 weeks, but I still was paid handsomely.
Yeah, you were paid handsomely,
Yeah.
but still upset, though. Still angry.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
there's still many
So-
corners I should have cut and could have cut.
So though Adam Bailey and the guys announced that they, of course, Feld and the FIM parted ways for the sanctioning body. FIM came in and said, we are looking for new partners. I laughed and laughed and laughed because who would do that? But Adam Bailey and the Australian guys are going to do it. So I've heard from people close to the situation that they want to get Paris involved. I heard they want to go to Japan, which makes perfect sense. Obviously, they'll do Sydney and the AUS-X guys. But JT, what's your thoughts on this? What are you thinking?
Well, right now I think we all have more questions than answers.
Yeah.
To me there are two big hurdles. One, getting high level of competition to show up, which you're gonna have to convince teams and then convince riders, which all those things cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Even if they want to do it, you're going to have to pay them lots of money to do that. So that leads into the second hurdle. How are you going to financially make this viable? If they can overcome those two things where they get people on board and they can find enough, whether it's government subsidies or corporate sponsorship or whatever, I don't care where they get the money from. If they can overcome those two things, it'll be successful. If they can't, it won't.
Now you're both old enough to remember that there was a World Supercross series year after year after year. I'm not even talking Heath Voss. I mean, pre-Feld guys.
Yeah.
Huffman won
raced
it. Renard won it.
Yeah.
Fro won it. It was like a 6-race series. It kind of went all over the place.
I raced some of them.
Yeah. You raced some of them. Can they do that? Could they have a random 6-race series, Australia, Paris, in the fall with, I don't want to say B-level riders, because look, they're not getting Roxon and Tomac and those. They're not getting that. That's not going to happen. Those OEMs,
not without paying $200,000.
I don't even think with paying that money, the OEMs aren't going to let these guys go. You know what I mean? Like they don't.
Maybe.
So they don't. Trust me. I talked to the guys at Paris. It's harder and harder to get these OEMs to send the big guys over. And nowadays, McGrath got paid $100K. That's a ton of money. $100K to Roxon or Tomac. What do they care?
That's why I said 200.
Yeah.
Like,
well, even 200, whatever.
But I think those guys. The problem is, like you said, there are more hurdles than ever. Not to mention just they don't want their guys going over there, but think about the risks that COVID have.
Right.
What if you test positive while you're in country
So
and
much
you're stuck
stuff, right.
there for there are so many reasons to not go.
But I think so. Getting back to my original question, it can work, Weege, if they do 5 or 6 rounds, just what JT used to race and what we remember with I don't want to say B-level riders, but
Was
maybe
that
B-level
successful
riders.
though?
That's the
my
problem.
question.
They had A-level riders.
Yeah.
They had all the top guys.
No,
they even
they
had a
didn't.
race.
They didn't
McGrath
have-
raced it.
Yeah,
Emmett
but
raced
he-
it.
they
What
were-
more do you want?
They had
Well,
some pretty big names.
they
dude.
didn't have,
Morocco's and
you know,
Villemans. They had
I don't
Lust,
feel like they
had
did
big
all the
names.
races. Villeman
They
did.
didn't do all of them.
Yeah,
They didn't do all of
I
them.
meant someone to do all of them.
They had the huge names at the majority of the rounds. They even held one in the United States one time. Rose Bowl. Did you race that?
I did not.
99?
I did not.
Okay. They had a race in the Rose Bowl, so they even had a U.S. version of it. To me, it had every ingredient it needed, and for some reason, it still fizzled.
That's what I'm saying. Was it successful?
I guess it wasn't. So it seems like a perfect model. There's a couple of these races that already exist. You add in 2 or 3 more. You get enough guys to do it. These guys are very competent at producing races. What's not to love? But it has already been done, and it wasn't successful then.
Can you do it with we just came back from Bercy, Paris, and
Yeah.
Brayton and Troll and Bogle. Can you do a series with that type of rider?
But didn't you say you don't think they made any money?
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's a different deal. They only had one night. You know what I mean?
No, I know,
Like,
but I'm saying
yeah.
but that's the model. Like, and that was part of my for Plan A to happen, you have to have all these things. Like for it to work, it's got to be profitable. Like this is a for-profit thing.
Yeah.
The FIM licensing is crazy expensive. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Obviously, these guys, Adam and these guys are much smarter than me, and they have experience with this. To me, the biggest question, because they will get riders. Are they going to get Tomac? No, but they will get riders.
But can that level of riders make it successful?
That's
I feel like
the
it will.
question.
I feel like if you're in these other countries, it can be successful.
But that's the question. Financially, can they make that work? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I would not use Paris's lineup this year as your example. This was the all-time.
But I just
the fact
mean-
that Paris even happened
But
alone.
I just mean riders like that.
Well, I
'Cause
think
you're
what
not
you
getting the elite.
No, I agree. But I think what you normally get when you go to Paris,
Yeah.
and what you normally get at the Ossex Open, I think that is
That-
good enough.
that level-
Yes.
that level
I
would
mean,
work.
this year we joked that between Brayton and Marvin, they were the only full-time, non-retired Supercross riders in the.
Are you shitting on Troll?
Oh, Troll is a 450 guy
shitting
now.
on Bogle?
You're right.
Shitting on Bogle?
Bogle was there. You're right. Yes. Troll was not a 450 guy. He will be now. But otherwise, your field was retired guys. That's not typical Paris.
Yeah.
Paris is normally at least
So-
full-time guys. Even with that field, I think it could work.
Couple
I think
things
good.
I heard from
Yeah.
somebody close to the situation. FIM wants 100K a race, which seems high.
So if you do a 10-round series, you have to pay them $1 million.
Another thing I heard was they thought about or thinking about running it next to the Nationals.
Yeah, summertime.
Summertime.
Heard that rumor too, yeah.
Right, which is
Well,
I mean,
yeah, I don't know. I think this is a much longer-term play.
your guy
than we're thinking
JB10
of.
is available.
Yeah. Oh, Brayton, I'm already
Yeah.
I'm going to the last round. I want to be there when he wins the title.
Yeah.
I'm very
Yeah,
excited.
yeah.
Maybe I can announce it.
Right.
I think, okay, you look at that and you're like, well, now for sure they're not getting Tomac and Roxon or anybody like that. I have a feeling this is a long-term thing. This thing only went up for sale maybe one time ever. You gotta strike.
Yeah.
And if in the first 3 years, 4 years, you don't get those guys, you just got to get the damn rights first.
Yeah.
And then the rest will play itself out.
Do you think, JT, that Weege here has worked well with the Ozax guys? They like him. He's a great announcer, right? He's a great announcer. Ralph's better, but he's good. What if they try to woo him away from the Nationals with a huge dollar contract?
I
to,
don't believe
to do
that
the
would
world
happen.
to do the World Supercross.
I
rounds.
don't believe that would happen.
The Nationals pay is pretty good. So I'm going to say, I mean, if I can play two sides against each other, that'd be a lot of money.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's
Okay,
going to
all
happen.
right. I just
I don't think it'll be that much.
I'm here for those
Yeah.
negotiations. Speaking of negotiations, John's on 3. He's got a question for Weege. John, what's your question for Weigandt?
Well, it's for you too.
Okay.
Who do y'all think will do better, A1 and then for the overall series?
Brayton.
Troll or Brayton?
Who?
Troll or
Troll or
Brayton?
Brayton?
Troll or Brayton? Well, look,
Troll.
Steve already lost $100 on this. We bet in Paris. However, we will get into this, John, right? We will get into this. We had some nerves. We, meaning Brayton and I, because Steve came to PulpMX last week to watch Troll versus Brayton, and Brayton was unable to ride. And we were worried that maybe Brayton was scared, and he didn't want Steve to see that he couldn't match Troll's pace. Correct, Steve? Were we worried about that?
JT can vouch for this.
Yeah.
I've made some bad bets
Yeah.
in my life.
Okay.
I made some bad bets.
Yes.
That's a top 3 bad bet.
Troll in Paris?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's a bad bet.
You are not riding that in the double or nothing for the season. There's no way you would do that.
You got to believe in your man. You got to believe.
I
in
mean,
your
I've
man.
already
He's
invested the
got to
money.
go double or nothing. He's got to. It's Troll.
I've already invested the money, as we spoke about on the
Yeah,
show a couple of weeks
yeah,
ago.
yeah.
It's not doing so well right now,
Right.
but we got a long way to
listen, Troll, we made a big suspension change. I was at Club MX. We made a big suspension change. We were way happier. We had Brayton covered on
go. That
some
was the rumor.
sort of.
There was one lap.
There was one lap. He had Brayton speed.
Yep.
So
0.3 seconds in a qualifying lap
Yeah.
at Club
Yeah.
on Monday morning or
yeah,
something like that.
yeah.
0.3 faster?
0.3 faster. Now, supposedly, Brayton says in the actual moto, no problem. But there was one lap of glory.
We
But
can
as
work
you
with
say,
speed. We can
Troll
work with
is
speed.
known for, that's what Troll's known for,
Yeah. No, absolutely.
the one lap pace.
We're coming up with Stu here. After Stu, who's known for that?
Troll. Yes.
Right.
Troll.
So,
Naturally.
yeah. Thanks, John. Thanks, man.
Yeah, man. Thank y'all.
Yeah. So
I'm going to put my money on Brayton.
you are
Yeah. I'm going to put my money
okay. All right. Well,
again.
Troll is, it's troll train. And what do trains do?
Go off the tracks?
No.
No. Okay.
They start slow
Okay.
and they gain speed as it goes on.
Okay. So he's in this for the long haul.
Yeah.
Okay.
The long haul. By round 15, 16, he's a bullet train.
Oh.
A bullet train.
Well, they're known for going fast. They start slow? Do bullet trains start slow?
I don't know. I've never
I
been
think
on
they
a
take
bullet
off
train. I
probably
don't know if
halfway.
the bullet
I
train
rode
start.
one in Japan.
Yeah, I don't know. Do they really
got
start
to as
fast?
well.
I don't know.
I'm sure they do.
No, they don't. I mean, they
Okay.
get
Bottom
up to
line
speed
is-
pretty
Anyways,
quickly.
now we're debating
Yeah.
bullet train speed.
Put your money on the World Supercross champion coming soon.
Yeah.
Justin Brayton.
We don't know. They're going to tell us more about the World Supercross series, and it'll be interesting. I don't think none of us here at this table are putting a judgment on this thing whether it's going to work or not. It's just interesting, though.
I have way more questions, like I said, than answers at this point.
Yeah.
I do, but I still think that they came up for grabs and they had to go for it. And whatever their plan is, they're probably formulating it now. I think it's just like this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to do it.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. Just get the darn rights. And as far as what riders we're going to get, how
Yeah,
viable that
right.
becomes, that could be 3 years before we
to me-
really see their vision.
To me, I think it can work as a 5 or 6 round thing after the Nationals with B-level riders and have yourself a little series. I think that could work. Listen, I go to Geneva every year. I go to Paris every year.
Yeah.
Those places are packed.
Yep.
It's never the elite of the elite, and it works out. And you can do that in other countries and bring it to other countries, and they'll show up.
My armchair quarterback take is that I think they need to tap into some of the things that MXGP does where they get the government involved. If they can do that like they do in Australia, like the government is involved in those big AUSX races where they bring everybody down, that's how they can fund it. If they can pull that off, they go to the tourism departments of these countries and get funding, it's a success.
Yeah.
To me, that's where it pass fail right there.
And there has always been the theory that if you are an FIM World Championship, that you can unlock a lot of that tourism money once you get to be declared as an FIM World Championship
If
event.
you're Feld, are you like, fuck? Are you mad? I don't think so, but are you?
But you had to know somebody was going to take it.
Yeah, it was a
right?
risk you were willing to take, right?
It's not. They're not going to just leave the FIM that title of world forever. Like whether or not it was now or a year from now, somebody was going to do it.
I'm sure they'd rather not have anyone competing, but this is never going to go head to head. Never.
No
one would ever be that
no.
insane.
I would hope that they
Right.
they wouldn't do it. Feld wouldn't recognize it. The
Yeah.
media and the fans wouldn't be
Yep.
like, oh, yeah, well,
Yep.
Heath Voss is on the same level as Cooper Webb. Like, no
No.
one would think that, right?
They would never hold a race between January and May.
Right.
I don't believe.
Right.
One other thing I think that does help them that wasn't there in, say, 1999 where this concept was already out there is you do have more of these fringy type guys who, like the Ryan Sipes type programs and riders that are branding themselves and
JB.
have vlogs. Brayton's program, a little unorthodox.
Yeah.
You didn't have any of that 20 years ago. Everyone just did the same thing.
Yeah.
Just McGrath. That was it.
Yeah. So maybe there's a chance that some riders would start to see this. Again, it would take 3 or 4 years for someone to formulate
Yeah.
this. But what about a guy, I'll just pick a name. Could a guy like Anderson, he has 2 years at Kawasaki for sure, and he'll do indoors and out. But could a guy like Anderson be like, I could do 2 or 3 more years with this type of oddball thing
You don't think
that I don't think existed
You
back
don't think
then?
CR22 is already texted Adam Bailey?
Probably.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
Yeah, 100%,
Yes.
right?
So those options weren't out there in 1999, I think the last time
Yeah.
this type of series was out.
Right. Hey, I was at PulpMX this past weekend, and those guys in 2021 are going to run the ORW butt patch again. ORW is the place to go for all your truck and off-road accessory needs. They got stores in Temecula, San Diego, Corona, Vegas, Georgia, Arizona. Stop in to check out the latest in truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products from the industry's leading brands. PulpMX code will save you money at offroadwarehouse.com. Get your bike to the track with style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. They got everything: suspension kits, tires, wheels, etc., etc. PulpMX code saves you at offroadwarehouse.com. Let's bring on our first guest of the night. It has been a while since we had this man on the show, but we are stoked. It's been about 5 years since he came on the PulpMX show, but super happy to welcome multi-time Supercross motocross champion James Stewart on the show. What's up, JS7? How are you, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Has it only been 5 years?
It's only been 5 years, man. Yeah.
Only 5 years, I guess. I guess we were back in the teens back in the day.
Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
You got to go then and come back in another 5 years?
Yeah, I know. I mean, shoot, man, dealing with these kids around here. It might be another 5-10 years after that.
You
Shoot.
sent me a video of your kids. They seem hard to contain, James.
Oh man, that was on a good day. Honestly, that was a good day. It was a one take. They got like daddy. It's a one take shot. Like when I'm like, hey, say this, they're like, so yeah, it's always fun when it's Christmas time and one of those F words bust out over prayer.
Yeah, really, right? Congrats on the podcast launch. Really, I enjoyed the first one. What made you want to do it? I know we listened to the first one, and you were telling Roger Larson, your 7 MX employee guy and a longtime friend of yours. He was telling you maybe not to do it, but you were like, no, let's do it. Let's do a podcast. Like, take us through that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I actually wanted to do it. Probably for maybe like 2 years now.
Mm-hmm.
So a little bit longer. And then I started doing those recaps with Phil, and I was kind of enjoying doing that. And I got busy doing some other stuff, the training and just other things in life. And I went to him. I think it was probably like a year ago. It was a year ago. I think I was a little off in the show, and I was like, hey, like I want to do this, and he's like, hey, come on, guy. You know how Roger is, and I'm like, no, I want to do it. And a part of it, he's probably like, look, man, like, you say you want to do it, but do you really want to do it? I'm like, look, man, I actually really enjoy doing the recaps. And it's just something I always wanted to do. And I think like now, not having like the sponsors and always having to be contained a little bit, I really enjoy speaking. And so I went to him, and he's old school. He's like, nah, man, what is a vlog? What is a podcast? I don't listen to that stuff.
Right.
And then, but it was funny because he lied to me. He was like, at first when I talked to him on the phone, he was like, oh, yeah, okay, all right. And then he said, like, he's like, dude, I thought it was a stupid idea. I'm like, all right, well, that is cool how you feel on there. And then I think we started working on it maybe about 6 months ago, and it took us a while to build that studio and kind of put the whole thing together. But I think with age and it's just having more time to really watch TV stuff and almost I guess kind of what really sparked it is working with other riders and working with people and even doing the recaps, that like some of the knowledge that I have, like to be able to kind of spread that. And I actually really enjoy doing that. So I just wanted to do it. So as simple as that. Long story short, I just wanted to do it. And yes, it's been good. The first one was tough. It was tough because I've never been in a position to lead anything. I've always been asked questions, and it's a night and day difference doing what you guys do compared to like the easiest. Like, how do you feel, James? Well, I feel good, compared to being like, trying to get it. So I give you guys a lot of credit on that, and it's actually, for me, it just gives me a whole new perspective and whole new, appreciation of what you guys do. So it's cool.
Well, thanks. Yeah, it isn't easy. People tell me like, man, you're so good at it. And I'm like, well, dude, I've been doing this for 12 years. I've been doing podcasts for actually 13 years now. So like you get reps and you get better, right? So you'll get better as you do more episodes. That's for sure. I thought it was interesting. Listen, for sure. JT, he dropped your name in it.
Yeah.
He said, I think I just passed Jason Thomas.
Very excited.
Right.
Very excited.
At Houston.
Jason passed me back. Yeah, I was other guy on the laid up over there.
If it's about getting lapped, I'm going to be in every episode, which is the best part.
Well,
you wouldn't get lapped that night. I was actually passing you, legitimately.
That'll be a one episode deal. Then.
I absolutely, and I was glad that I was right, because when you walked off in Houston on the JGR bike, I know I thought it, and I might have said it, I might have tweeted it, I don't know. I said, he's never going to ride that bike again. That is it.
Yeah.
You've just seen James Stewart say farewell to JGR, and you said that in the podcast. Yeah. You admitted in the podcast that you were like, I'm done. And
I thought in the pod you said you were done racing altogether, though, not just with that bike.
Period.
Yeah.
It was not. It wasn't a discrimination thing. I was done. Period. Like it was over. Like I think. I mean, I don't know about you, Steve, but I'm sure Jason's been here where, like, you just try to you can't pinpoint what's happening, and I was crashing, and I'm like, I swear, man, I did that thing the same every lap. I swear. And, yeah, when I got up off that hay bale, like, first off, it's like the worst feeling. You're about to overjump something that you know you can't overjump. I get up and I'm like, all right, they didn't kill me yet, so I need to be done. And I swear, I sat on that hay bale, and I was sitting there and I was like, I'm done. And I walked off the track, told Roger, told my mechanic. And again, like I said in podcast, they were like, nah, man, you'll be all right. I'm like, look at this face. Look at this face. You will never see this face in this jersey, in this arena again. Yeah. And I was done. So again, if it wasn't for Mike Webb, like I would have retired in 2012.
That was that's the stuff that's in the podcast. It's interesting to hear you say that. Yeah, it was a tough deal. The Feld stuff that you were doing, I texted you after a couple of them, and I'm like, this is great. Keep it up. You're doing a good job. I love this. This was great. The neck burn stuff, and you were able to analyze kind of what was going on. Why'd they stop? What happened? I thought that was great. I don't know if Feld was paying you and they didn't pay you. I don't know what happened, but I really enjoyed those.
Yeah, I did too. I think, honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. I think it was a part of it was new. I don't know if they had I don't know if they had a place for it. It definitely wasn't me who wanted to stop it. And I think doing that kind of spun on to the actual, podcast. But just like anything else, I know it came into budget and it wasn't for paying me. It was to get the guy who's actually working, Cole. What's that guy's last name? Him.
Poor
that
Cole.
guy.
Poor Cole.
He's working. He was doing those shows, and then so it got to a point where again, like flying him back to the races, and then the shows are good. So I honestly don't know. It definitely wasn't from paying me, just like this podcast and those. I do it for free, right. And but I enjoyed it. But this one's different because again, like I said, the first episode was it was the hardest one because it was new, but also hardest one because we didn't really get into detail of kind of what the whole podcast is going to be, and I guess talking about certain points and kind of getting into hopefully what becomes an interesting show. We were just kind of just talking, and so with those recaps, it was strict because there was a lot of things that I said that I think is just authentic, what you'll hear in the podcast that Feld wouldn't put in there, and I think it was, so, we'll see. Maybe, maybe it was the combination of that and, again, Cole, whatever the guy's name, it should end up being pretty good. So, I don't know the real answer to that, but it wasn't from me not wanting to do it.
But on your podcast, we're going to get some of that stuff where you're breaking down the weekend's race, if this thing keeps going like this. That's what you want to do.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. 100%. Right. Break down the weekend's race. Everything. I mean, I want to. That's why I call it Bubba's World, because literally we could talk about the weekend's race. We could talk about me running in the back of this lady at the school, picking up the kids from school. Also, everything. When I say I watch all forms of racing, I watch it all. Yeah. And then to be able to have a studio that's not too far from where I live at, to have some of my friends, Jason Williams, basketball player, Ken Griffey. So I plan on really trying to open this thing up to just something different, and just see where it goes.
I got a text from the Canadian announcers, very excited, Stu, that they're very excited that you mentioned them and you dropped them in there. So they were stoked. Go ahead, Weech.
Yeah. I get to explain a little bit more about that series too. It's hard to find it. I got to search YouTube to get them, but I watch them, and tell them they got to step up the whole shot. I don't know if they had to
different guys now. Different guys now. Yeah. Whole shot guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, whole shot guy is gone. The guy that yelled at.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, but he's screaming it now. Now that he knows Stu recognizes.
Yeah.
He's just yelling.
No, my buddy Galdies does it, and he will start yelling whole shot if Stu wants that. 100%. 100%.
Oh yeah. Just tell him.
Yeah.
I thought it was whole shit like that. That's what it was. But again, tell him, just up it up a little bit. I'm a fan. I watch it. So good.
Yeah.
Hey James, you went through a long period where I'm sure you're aware of this. We didn't hear much from you for a while. Okay, I'm sure you're aware of this.
A little bit.
And you did an excellent job when you finally did explain all that in the other series of videos you had with Seven. I think it was a totally logical thing where you had to kind of transfer to a different part of your life where you weren't the spectacular, I'm going to quad something James Stewart, and now I'm just regular guy James Stewart. And that was a thing you had to go through. Listening to this pod, it sounds like, hey, I chatted with Mike Alessi. I was chatting with Chad Reed the other day. I'm doing this podcast now. Are you in a place now where we're going to hear from you more than in those 3-year span or whatever that was, where you clearly weren't comfortable yet with who you wanted to be after racing.
But yeah, 100%. And I think like, being gone and then, I guess the first race I came back was, publicly was Tampa, 2020, the whole thing. And it was just different. Like just everybody, like I saw Chad, I talked to him and just other people and just getting like random texts. Like, I think for me, it wasn't necessarily that like it was all about like me not really knowing the place in my life. It was kind of about, I didn't want to speak on something that I didn't know where I was going. Meaning I didn't know if I was like 100% done racing, like, or like, look, I'm done, or like, hey, which avenue I was going to go. So that probably was like the weird part was like, well, if I come back out, then I got to answer the questions like, hey, are you coming back racing? Are you coming back? And I think like when we did those shows and I finally said, look, I'm done. Look at my face. You see, I'm like 200 pounds. Like clearly, it's, I'm a little bit, a little heavier than I was in 2016, which I probably should have been done back then. But, I just felt like in a place, as soon as I said that, it was like that freedom of like, look, man, like I'm going to start doing other things. And so, yeah, it was definitely a weird point because it wasn't planned like that. I wasn't planning on like, hey, see you guys in Washougal, and then I won't see you again for another 4 years. Like that wasn't a plan, but it all worked out that way. And again, like there was just trying to, figure out next steps, I'm going to create this team, if that's going to work. And then finally, like I said, I was done racing, but 100%, I talked to Chad like a couple weeks ago, again, played golf with him. Mm-hmm. I talked to RC, me and RC. We were texting each other, and I was like, dude, I just want to say I'm sorry. I don't even know why I was mad at you, like, and he was like, oh, same thing. So again, it's just, I think everybody has an appreciation for everybody, and there's no competing. I think I want the best for him. He wants the best for me. And even like I told Raj, I'm like, even coming on this show, like maybe back at one point, I'd be like, I can't go on Pulp because I have mine. I'm like, dude, forget that. Like, I want to go everywhere. And so being away from the sport, and then the love and appreciation that I have for everybody and vice versa, like it's definitely made me want to come back out, and you'll for sure see me either at the races or, on this podcast a lot more than it was back then for sure.
That's funny that you and RC talked because RC and I hashed out 5 or 6 years of kind of bitterness. Ricky and I did.
Might have been 10.
I would say longer than
maybe that. And it was kind of over James. It was stuff I wrote and said about James. RC's.
It's always like that, right?
Well, RC, especially back in the day, man, he's so competitive, right? So he was mad about stuff I was writing about and saying about you, and then I got mad at him, and we didn't talk, RC and I, for a long time, and then him and I talked last year at Salt Lake City, and we're totally fine now. To the fact that when Cade Clayson, did you see this tweet, James? Did you hear about this tweet from Cade Clayson?
Oh, you're gonna love
maybe.
it. You're gonna love it.
Tell me anyway. I'm pretending like I didn't. I don't know.
You know what? I gotta find this because I don't want
to do it word for
I don't
word.
want to. I don't.
It involves you. That's why you'll be interested.
Yeah.
Get it correct.
Yeah. Because so RC and I were fine now, and he was actually texting me here and there. He's coming on a couple of shows, and we're fine now and everything else. And RC texted me. He doesn't text me out of the blue very much. And he texted me out of the blue because of this tweet, and I'm trying to scroll down and find it. Talk to him.
Well,
I'll do my best here. Go ahead, JT.
The thing about that era, and I was around it with Chad, and he and Chad and James were huge rivals, and Chad and Ricky were huge rivals, and everybody was huge rivals. I think being in the midst of that and watching it and just being friends with people, you had to pick sides there, because it was you were either on this team or you were on that team, and there was no gray area, and you picked your side, and that's how you lived your life every day.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And 15 years removed from that, I think everybody is mature enough, old enough to go, like, it doesn't have to be this way anymore. Like, everybody was just doing their thing. They actually weren't bad people. Like, maybe I should go back and try to mend those fences, because those guys were just racing too, and unfortunately I had to race against them. So there were all these, like, really hard feelings established that were really silly at the moment, but it's competitive. Like, everybody wanted to win.
Right. So here, I got it here. Okay, so Cade said, when people say whoops back in the day were gnarly, I would love to see this guy, James Stewart, this picture of you, go through nowadays whoops on a 125. It wouldn't happen.
I lost my mind over this tweet.
And so RC texted me, he said, is Kate serious? Even RC is like, James would crush any set of whoops on a 125 today in 2021.
And the whoops were worse back then. They were harder then than now.
So
Yeah.
RC and I, this tweet about you not being able to do something actually got RC to text me out of the blue. So yeah, you were responsible for it.
Well, that's great. You're welcome. All right? Like Bubba Watson used to tell me, you're welcome. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know this dude on there, and I think for me to speak whatever he was like tweeting or whatever, like it is what it is. Like I know you guys know, I'm not even going to go down that route, but there's a positive that came out of it was the mended relationships, and ironically, like that's kind of how RC, like me and RC started talking. I was watching the show, and for the longest, I'm like, man, he never says anything nice about me. Like, I'm helping Chase out, and he don't say. He talks about Johnny. He talks about everybody else. And then one time I was watching, and he said, yeah, I can see, looks like James is working. I was like, hit him up. Hey, just thank you. And then that's kind of what spawned it on. And to JT's point, the back in the day, it was the only way I would talk to RC is there was a way I could use whatever we were talking about against him to beat him at the race. Like that was it. And
right.
That was it. So I see Tomac and Roxon on airplanes. Like RC, he could come on my airplane, but it was guaranteed there was a reason why, and it was to beat him on Saturday.
Yeah.
That was it. Otherwise, I don't like you. And so I think like that was a lot of like conversation because it was everybody else. So, it was maybe the Rados and all that, the JHs and all those people, because I never actually had really too many words with Chad, Beeks, whoever it was. And that's kind of like when we talk like now, like, we'll get into it more in this podcast, but even lately, man, I've had some stories, with RC about Watch Hugo back in 2006, and I was like, dude, when you hit me off the track, I swear I was trying to take your head off, like I was trying to kill you. And he was like, man, I was so scared, like, and having those conversations, and we're just like laughing,
right.
With it now. But for sure, I call like this kind of new age, it's kind of like one big, OG fest. Like everybody with everybody, it's different, and so I for sure it's a different area, but like that's the unique part. And I think again the blogging and just so much content where you can go to access the riders and they just do their own stuff. That's kind of the day and age. So maybe if it was like this back then, maybe we wouldn't have been that way. But you also got to understand too, there was only like 3 guys that was really competing. So, now you got like 10 guys that actually, up there. So it's harder to hate everyone. I could just hate, a quarter of the field. So day and age, I think kids in life and kind of where we are just, like, look, man, I just rather not hate you for whatever reason I did hate you. Let's just move on. Let's have a coffee and be done with it.
It's got to make you feel good though, James. And I was texting you this a while back when we first started talking a little bit more. Like Osborne, like Cade comes out and says that, and then Ricky texts me and says Cade's full of crap. Cade brought everybody together. JT, you were morally offended by that tweet.
It was just so patently ridiculous.
But, Osborne,
the worst takes it was arguably the worst take of 2021.
Villeman posted your quad at Vegas on a 125 on Instagram the other day.
Gross.
Osborne retweeted you through the whoops on a Suzuki at one race. Zach Osborne did. It's got to make you feel good, Stu, that like it's not just the fans that you left this impression with and that people love so much. Like your peers, like guys that are bad dudes on motorcycles and that are champions that have won so many races are like, this guy blew my mind. Like you just don't see that. RC was on my show talking about that Washuga one where he was slowing down in the back to let you by, and then you were slowing down because you didn't want to pass him. Because he's like, dude, I can't let this, like I can't, he'll push me and I'm going to die. Like James will push me and I will crash. All this stuff that these people say about you. And, we do the track walk, damn it, James, this year. And we're like, that's stewable. That's stewable right there. Like you've been gone for 5 years. It is still, everybody like talks about it. And I don't know if I'm in your position and I see this stuff and I hear about it and Roger tells me about it and you catch glimpses here and there. I'm damn proud that this is the legacy you've left. The peers, the sport still talks about you and the things you did, and they post about social, and these great riders are like, fuck yeah, that's awesome. I don't know. That would feel pretty good, you know?
No, it does. And like I sent you a text, and it's probably so different than what I was back in the day and how I spoke and whatnot. But I guess just being a racer and always trying to keep everything. So, look, I don't want to say anything that people can turn or use against me or other riders and stuff. But what I sent you in that text, like the appreciation that I have for the appreciation that other guys have for me, and not like you said, like the fans, like I really enjoyed that. And even some of the guys that's, you know, speaking about me, like Josh Grant and even JT, like I honestly thought you guys hated me on there.
Oh, JT did because of Chad, for sure.
I had to.
Like you had to.
I signed a contract.
Right.
And so, and to me, like, it goes back to the point. It's like, well, I mean, that just is what it is. But like, I have no hard feelings, and it's honestly amazing. I'm super appreciative, and that's part of the reason why I really want to give back in a way and just kind of like talk about whatever, you know, just kind of be myself, and it's made me a person where I'm like at ease. It's not only do you have fans, you know, like I'm a fan of Tiger Woods and stuff. I want to see him. I don't know what the guy does, but when you got people who's been around you and raced against you and maybe had issues or whatever it is, when it's those kind, like my peers, like you said, that's special. And that's why, like, to me, it's really it's the first time in my life, in my career, that I actually feel like, you know, I'm not a part of the sport, like I'm with the sport, you know, not just like I'm James Stewart. Like, it's really made me just kind of feel like, man, like we are really all a family, and they treat me that way. And so I'm grateful. Like I can't tell you enough. I meant every word. And for sure, that's a big part of the reason why I just feel so comfortable being able to come on this show, be able to have the podcast. And like I said, me and Chad, when in January, we're going to take our kids to Disney, like legit, like, and that's the way it is. So, thank you guys. Thank you, JT, Steve, like Jason, like everybody, Zach, you know, I appreciate that. He was another guy. And I'm like, like, and I think it was probably on Zach. I never really raced him, but I think it was when he had his legacies. I watched Outdoors where they had the what is it, the four guys on the wall, Mount Rushmore.
Yep.
I don't think he had me in it. And I'm like, he hates me. I mean, how can you not like? I mean, come on. And so that's probably where I got that narrative from. But like when you told me that, and like I'm a fan of everybody, watching everybody. But that was super cool. And even with Josh Grant. So I appreciate it. And if you're listening, if you see those guys, tell them I said thank you. It means a lot more than they think it does.
Here's why I ask, James, why that you seem more comfortable talking to these people, doing your own pod, whatever it might be. So when you came back and now James Stewart is working with Chase Sexton, you had gone so long where I felt like you were trying to avoid the public eye. You didn't want that attention anymore. I think a lot of us, probably Ricky on the TV show, I know myself, were like, hey, some trainers want attention. They're advertising their services. They want people to talk about them. Hey, mention how good I am as a trainer.
Yeah.
I felt this fear that you were like, hey, I want to help Chase Sexton because I think he's got potential, but I'm not doing it for publicity. I don't want too much extra attention. I think a lot of us were like, James wants to kind of keep this on the down low. I think we're all nervous, even approaching the subject, because for a couple years, I think you just didn't want that spotlight. So I think that's where a lot of that came from. It's good to hear that maybe you're not bothered by that anymore. Do we lose him?
You there?
Did I blow his mind?
Yep.
Did I blow his mind? Maybe he doesn't want that attention anymore.
Yeah, he's already
literally
just over
off the face of the planet.
Oh, yeah.
We're back.
Can you hear me?
Oh, no,
Yeah, we lost you for a second.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, I was saying.
So did you hear what I was saying? Did you hear what I was saying?
Yeah, I heard everything.
Yeah.
See, I guess I didn't want that attention.
Yeah, exactly. As I said, he's already done with it. He's already done.
Yeah. No, I for sure, like I said, those couple years before I kind of came back, and right before I started working with Chase, it was that uncertainty of like what I was going to do. And it was kind of my whole career. Like, I'd rather not say anything and have this crazy narrative run out there than say something that I don't know, believe in or know what's going to happen. And maybe I could have solved a lot of issues if I'd just talked. But I think with Chase and that narrative that you're talking about, that's interesting to hear you say that. it wasn't that. Like it wasn't that I was like, all right, I just want to help him and just kind of keep on the down low. I knew with Chase it affected him about like having James Stewart around. I saw it at the first race that I went to with him in Redbud, and it was part of the reason why I didn't go to a lot of races, because we talked and he was like I'm like, Chase, does me being around, like me being there and me being James Stewart affect you? And he's like, no. I'm like, does it? Come on, man. Does it really does? And he's like, yeah, a little bit. And I talked to his dad and all that, and he's like, yeah, like it is. And so I'm like, being out in public or whatever, saying like, hey, mention me and stuff, like that was kind of more for him. And I told him from day one, look, I'm here to help you. Like, there's nothing that you can do that's going to help me besides like I enjoy doing this and I get a fulfillment for it. But I don't need your career. All the success that you have is going to be because you work for it, but I can help you get there. And, so I think a part of that was just working like with him and kind of knowing him. And we spent, I talked to the kid probably 4 or 5 times a day, like, for the whole time we was working together. And so I think for sure it's funny that you say that, but it wasn't, that's kind of not the narrative I wanted. Like if somebody else wanted to have James Stewart around, like I was working with them and they felt like me being there helped them be better, then I would be there. So I think with Chase, it was more all the work that we did during the week, all the studying, and, he was kind of, he was a little bit shyer on that bothered him. So
Well, it does add some pressure, right? If you're the first guy who's worked with James Stewart, I'm sure that adds pressure. And if you're a veteran guy, maybe that's something you can handle. But
we already
Chase
saw what
also
happened in Daytona. We already saw Daytona.
Oh, yeah.
that wasn't me.
I know.
Johnny, no, I'm just joking with you. Yeah. I didn't he asked me, would you hit it? Yeah, probably would hit it.
I probably would hit that.
We don't have
you
to.
ain't me.
Yeah.
And I told him how to do it. He did the opposite. But but I got James Stewart got that problem, and then I got blamed for all his crashes. Ironically, that was thank you, Vital MX. That was funny. Thank you for that. But
some things haven't changed in 5 years.
Yeah. Some things haven't changed on there, but for sure, it's again, you just got to know the people that you're working with, and I look forward to doing that with someone else. I really enjoy working with him. And I think, again, it spun a lot of different things and made me really enjoy a different part of life and find a different avenue. And that's kind of the podcast and all the other things.
Yeah. Tune in to Bubba's World Podcast for episode 1 for the complete story about Chase and the Daytona practice incident and funny story with
Johnny O'Mara.
Yeah, that's great.
I think it's interesting because as you were working with Chase and trying to make him better, it reminded me of, and I don't know if it was sometime in the 06, 07, 8, 9 era when there was all these battles going on and this huge Ricky James Chad thing, but I can remember Chad never had a riding coach, so I would try to help him as much as I could because I would be the only one really watching him that knew anything really about riding. And he would, when he was having to face James, James would be doing ridiculous things on the motorcycle,
right?
Wheel tapping stuff, and you're just like, what are we supposed to do about that? There's no answer for that. He's quadding things, he's putting rhythm sections together that weren't meant to be put together. So Chad was always very threatened by James on the racetrack, which everybody was, right, because the talent was so undeniable, right? And I think that's where a lot of Ricky's hard feelings were and Chad's hard feelings, because they were threatened.
They can't do it. They can't do that. Right.
So Chad would be like, hey, what is James doing that I need to get better at? And I'd be like, well, you need to wheel tap that instead of putting your whole frame onto it and bouncing. You need to hit it with wheel tap at about 25 miles an hour faster than you're going. And I remember all these things I would come up with, I would study tape, find things, and he'd be like, well, I can't do that. I'm too scared to do that. Well, you're going to lose. That was just what I come back with. And it was so, even for a guy that was at Chad's level, he would just go, I can't do those things. I literally can't do them. So I've got to find a way to be better at the things I'm good at, and I've just got to find a way to do that. And when James makes a mistake, I have to capitalize on it. So it reminded me of that, because I'm wondering if Chase Sexton is watching and James is like, well, you got to do it. And Chase is like, I don't know if I can do it that way. You know what I mean? Because James's talent was just so superior to everyone, and he could do things that other people can't, right? So that would be challenging. And I can't imagine how talented Chase is either. I get it. But man, you look at it and you're like,
Right.
God, how am I ever going to do the things he did? Like, I don't know that I can
Yeah.
take my ability and
Yeah.
be James Stewart.
Yeah, how was that, James?
Yeah, and that,
yeah.
yeah, and that's actually understandable. And ironically, we actually never had those conversations. So even when I heard Chase say like the language, Barry, because I actually really get that part, because it's a lot. It reminds me a lot of golf. Like, a lot of guys there's different teachers and they're all good, but it's the way you understand it. It's how somebody can show you and tell you where 1 + 1 equals 1.5 to you, maybe 2.5 to the other guy, and not only show you, but really explain it to you. So I kind of got that. And throughout the time I was working with Chase, those conversations never came up, like, honestly. So when he said that, I know that's not the truth. And again, I don't want to get on here and start like getting into detail. I think what it really came down to is that when I first came with Chase and I talked to him and his dad, I said, look, like, you're going to the next level. Like, who I am and all this. And when Chase came to me, he said, this is what I want. I want to be feared. Like, I want to have that attitude of like, God's fearing me. And I'm like, look, dude, like, if that's the way it is, I think you're going to have to start separating yourself, because I think a big part of what made me fear Ricky, what made me fear Chad, was I didn't know those guys. Like, I didn't see them all during the week and stuff. Now, the guy that's winning the race, like, you guys are playing Xbox on Sunday after the race, and he just kicked your ass. Like, I don't get that. And he was like, no, that's the way I want. I want to get away from all that. And so I'm like, look, and a part of that, you're going to have to start making the decisions and being your own person, because I believe if anything goes wrong, anything goes positive, like you win that race, it's because of you, right? Like, it's because you. And I went through my whole career of like, almost feeling like I was trying to do things for other people, like including my family, fans. And at times, like, I hated racing because of that. And it wasn't until like, I guess the end of my career when I'm battling like in 10th place at Washougal, and I'm like, look, dude, this is all I got. Like, if you don't like it, it is what it is. I can't do anything. Yep. And almost finding a place to myself where I'm like, look, all the decisions, if I go down, it's because of me. And I have everybody else around to help me get there. But ultimately, every choice that I make is my choice, and not be able to blame it. And I said, look, that's you're going to have to be your own person. So even, decisions of, what you do, trainers you hire, coaches, like, it needs to be you, not your dad talking or not Beaker talking. Like, it needs to be you. And he's like, yeah. Well, as we got into it, like, I just started seeing, as he was becoming more of himself, the others were starting to be like, man, like, maybe you shouldn't do that, because they were starting to lose control. And I think a hard part as being a trainer or anything is saying something to the guy that you're helping, and then going home knowing that he's hearing something completely different, and we show up at the track to go work on that, and then it's like you're starting over again. And that becoming the rift of that. And I'll kind of just leave it at that. It wasn't, it wasn't a communication thing, like, because I guess the Daytona thing was the only thing that we actually talked about. But Chase was good enough to win. He didn't need to do wheel taps. He didn't need to do all that stuff. And the kid was talented. I just said, look, dude, it's everything else. It's the Monday through Friday with us, Sunday through Friday. Like, it's all those things that's going to make you with the mindset to go out there and beat these guys. Because, just like the guys you race against, there's only one guy that that shows up, and if he comes beast mode or whatever, he's in the zone, you ain't going to beat him. He knows you ain't going to beat him. Everybody knows you ain't going to beat him, but he doesn't show up like that all the time. And so I think the reason why there's a certain guys that's winning, and why that one kid, because I think he's just stronger than all y'all on there. And he's like, yeah, I see it. So to me, it was, again, what Chase did for me, it was a lot more, and I can't thank him enough for it, because it was just getting myself back out, and it is opening me up to different opportunities to figure out, like, I really want to continue working with other riders. And then again, being myself with the podcast, his knowledge. So he's done a lot for me, and, I wouldn't sit here and badmouth him, but 100%, I don't think it wasn't a language thing. I think it was just more control. So
yeah, I guess when you're working with yourself or Johnny O or whoever it is, Alden, as a rider, surrender yourself 100% into that person. If you hire them and you trust them, and this is the route you want to go, what you're saying, James, and no matter who it is, surrender yourself 100% and follow their program, and don't doubt it, and pick an arrow, pick a direction, and go that way. And that's it.
Yeah.
And you got to be all in. Yeah.
And I think, like, you know, obviously as you come up, like you should have a team of people around you that supports whatever the things that, like, you need. Now,
course,
obviously, if you're going out and being, you know, like, going to make a decision, you will want the guys that hopefully would tell you that's not a good decision, but also wouldn't let you make that, you know, in a sense, like, try to help you. But, you know, I think the hard part, again, was, you know, if you hire somebody, again, like Eldon, imagine me going to Eldon and then my dad saying, like, I don't know, son, I don't know about this, you know. Right. I think it would have just been the same thing. And when you're kind of unsure about, you know, you as a person and who you are, you know, it's definitely hard. And the number one thing I've told Chase, and again, while we were kind of, look, man, this ain't going to work out, is because I'll never, ever get in between family. Like, I've had that done to me.
Yep.
And, like, I told him, like, from other things, because it wasn't just a riding coach. It was, like, it was a personal, like, on everything. I'm like, look, Chase, like, you could do this and all that, but I know when you go to bed at night, you're going to think, like, did I make the right choice on this? Like, and this is not even stuff that happened on the bike, because I did. And, like, you love your family. I love my family. Everything I did was for them. So I wouldn't necessarily do that, because even though you're right and they're wrong, you're going to you're going to feel a certain type of way on it. And I think, again, that's kind of bled into all this stuff. So when it became like an issue between that part, I knew, like, it was like, look, man, saying, if you don't believe in it, then, you know, I think it's just not going to work. And I think ultimately you hire people, and if the program's working and the things that you're doing and you believe, then you follow that, you know, no matter what else everybody else changed. But it's obviously, if things aren't working and you don't understand, then it's okay to lean on other people. But you got to go in there believing in this is the right choice, and especially, you know, in certain situations, and give it a chance. So, you know, outsiders. So it is what it is. But again, like I said, Chase is a good rider, and he's going to do well. He's gotten a lot better since we worked together. I've seen this kid grow, and he'll be up there for sure.
Offroadwarehouse.com, code PulpMX to save. Get your bike to the track with style and performance on Off-Road Warehouse. They've got all the latest in Jeep, truck, overland, UTV, and racing products. James Stewart on the PulpMX Show.
Hey, wait.
What?
How'd you go from, like, what I was saying to that?
That's what he does.
Like,
well, I got to get a mention in.
These are the tricks you're going to have to learn,
honestly,
podcast guy.
I
you're going to have to learn all that.
Listen, you didn't even do you didn't even do one promo for 7 on your whole podcast. Not one.
I was trying to get people to
don't
like this damn thing,
don't change
like,
that
on there. But for sure, that's what I said. Like, that's the appreciation that I got, because, I mean, like I told you, Steve, I wasn't lying. Like, I study your show. Like, I saw, like, all right, that's how you intro. That's how you go from this conversation to that without flipping the beat. Like,
because to me,
by the way, go to here.
To me, the Sexton part of this interview is over.
Oh, okay.
James did a great job. We covered a couple questions. We're moving on to a next topic. Weigandt's got the question, and I'm going to throw in this ORW read, and then we're going to go on to a next topic here. That in my mind, I think we've covered the Sexton thing enough. So that's a pro podcast tip there, James. So
all right, appreciate that.
Okay, all right.
Write that down.
All right,
got it down.
Okay,
perfect.
Good. All right, Weech.
Well, shoot, now I got to come up with another question.
Oh,
I was still on that topic.
No,
Darn
we're done. We're done. Because
all I was going to say is, hey, so I think people on the outside would assume, we know what happened here. James just went into hiding and stopped answering the phone. That's not how that ended. That's what people, I think, would assume. No, it didn't end like that.
No, not even close. Not even close. Again, again, not to get on it, but I would just say this: it's the first time when I watched Gypsy's Tale. It's the first time I ever heard that conversation ever. So, you know, I guess even if that, like, you know, if certain things aren't working, then I think you would actually say it, like, hey, I'm not really understanding how you quad this or whatever it was. Like, you know, it didn't go that way. It was just more like, hey, man, what's up? Like, and there was really no response. So, again, at the end of the day, like, that's 100% the farthest from the truth. And again, it is what it is.
Okay.
Now we've moved on.
Now we're going to move on. Okay, you want to take a couple calls, James, from some listeners of ours?
Absolutely.
Let's do that. First up is Zach on 5. Zach, what's up? What's your question for James Stewart?
Stu, if you're going to sit down, and obviously you can't pick yourself, But if you're going to sit down and you're going to watch somebody ride on YouTube and their style or the way they charge, it makes you smirk or shake your head the way you do us. Who are you watching?
Please say Tim Ferry. Please say Tim Ferry.
Well, the Red Dog ain't out there anymore.
Dirty Dog.
And I was
Dirty Dog.
Dirty Dog. You're right. Oh, yeah. He's still dirty. He's still dirty. Probably Jeffrey Hurlings, honestly. Yeah, Jeffrey and Eli, when Eli's in his and he's feeling the flow, whatever it is, he's probably another guy. Like there's other riders that do, unique things, and I probably pick two of the fastest guys out when they're on, but it's not necessarily what the speed is. It's all the little things that they do, and I guess as a coach, being there and studying, being a coach to me is kind of how I learned how to ride a motorcycle my whole career, because I was the same way as Chad. I never had a coach. Like, I never had anybody around. And even with Johnny wasn't necessarily a coach to me. He was, part trainer and even with lines and stuff, but not really how to like, hey, try this, let's work on this stuff. But, working and being a coach has allowed me to kind of be in my own zone where I love film study and looking at, all right, yeah, Chad does this well, like he does this, let me try to work on that stuff. So I would probably pick those guys just because the way they use the track and do certain things to create the speed is pretty cool, and it kind of reminds me a little bit how I used to race.
Thanks, Zach. Good question.
Real quick on that. The one time I got to see Hurlings ride was at Redbud, and I text, you guys know Jacob Saylor.
Yeah.
He's a buddy of mine. I texted Jake and I said, man, Hurlings kind of looks like Stu, and he said, Jacob said he carries all of his energy over the jumps, and you could tell, man, he just like leverage the swing arm, drop the front end, like over jumps, and just have so much more speed. And it was funny that you say Jeffrey, because he's a guy that seems to do some of the things you could do with the rear end of the bike.
Yeah,
that's awesome, man.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks, Zach,
for taking the call.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Look, Chase is a phenomenal rider, and AC's a phenomenal rider, and we know Eli and Ken and all that. And I don't want to be the old man that walked uphill to school both ways. I don't want to be that guy. I yell at clouds, the old man. I am that way in some ways. There's nobody that fucking reminds me of James. I'm sorry. There just isn't. I know he's on the line here, so it looks like we're kissing ass. I have yet to see a James Stewart in our sport. That's where I'm at. JT?
No question.
I haven't seen it. I'm sorry.
I'm right there with you. I don't compare anybody.
But are we being the grumpy old man?
No, because
okay.
I remember conversations, candid ones, hearing guys like Ricky and Chad and these guys saying, well, the nights where James is on, just don't worry about those nights, because we're not going to beat him.
Yeah.
So the other nights where he has a problem or he crashes, those are the nights we need to be on, because the nights where he's on, it doesn't matter. And
RV, I'm buddies with RV. I'm tight with him. The only guy he ever was scared of, James Stewart.
Yep.
He always knew he had Dunge covered. He had Chad Reed covered. He said he never worried about anybody, but if Stu was on, he was done. And so there's a 8-time champion saying, I can't beat this guy.
No.
So yeah.
No, and that's cool, and I appreciate that, and not trying to be cocky or whatever, but even when I say those guys, like I don't see myself either, because I think, like, to me, it's the difference is it's not like they do stuff that, like, I guess other guys couldn't do. It's, like I said, it's the lines that they hit, how they float over stuff, how they, use their body, helping with the suspension, like, just things like that, that makes them unique, which makes them like go fast or just kind of just plow throughout, pile driving and stuff. I think like, where those guys felt like the fear for me was like, oh, no, I could go through this section faster than you can. Just period. You can't do it. I can. So even the nights that like I would go out and, first practice, I mean, honestly, like I would be riding from the pits to the stadium, like they're done. Like I just got on track. I just feel good. The handlebar setup, they're in trouble tonight. And I would hit the first lap, and just the way bike felt good. Ride a couple laps, pull off. I'm like, you guys
it's unbelievable. You would skip practices. Unfucking believable. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
No transponder. Take transponder off.
Take transponder off. I'm skipping practice.
I mean, honestly, it was all because I knew that would bother them. Probably I need a little bit more time on the track. But to me, like the races that I felt like I had the best chances were mud races or the short programs where, you couldn't give RC an extra practice section, that 5 minutes free, because to me, it was like, even with Dungey, you show up and like he'd be 2 seconds, and then he'd be like a second and a half, then he'd be a second, then half second, then the guy's kicking your ass in the race. You're like, what's up? And that's just over time of doing laps. And RC used to do a bunch of laps. Chad didn't do as many as he did because Chad, I think, had more kind of just different the way he saw the track and being able to jump stuff. But, over time, I knew RC would actually figure it out, and so for me, the shorter the program, the less I was on the track, they can sit there and the JHs and all that, Rados, they couldn't study, that I'd be better off. So, and I knew it bothered him. So I think it's a little bit different now. Like, there's not like somebody else goes that much faster through the whoops or somebody else is jumping the quad. Or back then, like, I think that was a difference because I knew when I was on, they couldn't beat me either. And it was because I just felt like I was doing something that they couldn't do. Where now it's more, again, line selections and whatever that zone is they get into that makes it unique. So I appreciate it, and hopefully I don't sound too cocky, but when I watch those guys, it's not, I'm not seeing myself different. I'm just seeing a different version of guys that when they're on, that they're unbeatable too, in just a different way.
Yeah, I feel like our job, right, we're partially like educators, right? We try to tell the fans, here's what's going on, or here's what we've seen, or here's how it's gone down. And yes, I think we'd all fight for, do not make a comparison. Don't say this guy. He might win a race by a big margin like Stu did, but they didn't do it like you. Dude, you went 23 moto wins on a 125, 23 to 24 on a 125 against 250Fs. No one's doing anything like that ever.
Yeah.
It's beyond comparison.
Yeah, well,
don't even compare.
What did Brayton say when we talked to him today or this weekend about Stu? He said the 125 Stu, where he was jumping things
that the 450 guys wouldn't do on a 125. Like, that's never happened.
The 450 guys would all go down and watch the 125 practice.
Well, actually, James,
no one's doing that.
James created a new rule I've never seen in the sport. Up until James Stewart at Dallas 05, if you were not seated in the points, you could not ride with the seated group.
He was going to kill somebody.
That's what I mean. In 05, the rule changed where AMA was like, well, if you're really fast, we'll put you in the seated group because Stu's going to kill one of these dudes.
I mean, there's no parallel for that. There's no other stories like that.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like that Alessi video when I saw him running the back of the guy. I mean, it definitely was like dangerous, not only for myself, but I mean, for those guys too. And, it was, you don't realize the speed until you actually get up on somebody. And a part of that's why I used to love going to Buffalo. And I think a lot of my passing and how I was getting through traffic was because I used to go ride in the C practice at Buffalo and learn how to pass guys that's going literally 50 miles an hour slower than me, but getting around them somehow without, making a mistake. So that's funny that you said that. And, again, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And, when I watch a lot of YouTube now, and, especially now my kids are starting to figure out kind of who daddy is. Like, they could still, like, care. Like, they still into SpongeBob as a superhero. And then, all these damn fast cars around here. But I'm like, you hear that, son? Your daddy used to be real good. And I'm like, on YouTube and stuff. And they're like, oh, is that you? Whatever. Like, I'm play with the video game again. But even watching David Bailey and, you guys commentate, like, you could see that David Bailey in 2002, he's like, now these 250 guys, they go down and watch James race. And as the season went on, he kept speaking about that more and more. And it's kind of cool to go back and watch that because it was almost like the first time he was witnessing something like, he's like, I've never seen that. Like, I don't even know how to even tell you what the hell that was. And, so it was really cool to have a documentary of watching that. And, now at my age and then trying to tell my kids who daddy used to be, it's cool.
I was out with Travis Preston and Chris Kiefer riding a little while ago, and I was siding with Preston on a couple of arguments. And Kiefer's like, why are you talking to him? Like, why are you siding with him? I'm like, bro, he beat Stu in a title. You beat Stu in a title? Like, I've got your back. Like, Travis Preston, you're my, like, you beat Stu. You're fucking phenomenal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, honestly, out of the 125, Travis Preston was the hardest guy I've raced against, like in the 125 class. And maybe it's because I looked at him. He was 20 feet tall on there, rangy legs. But dude can, like, he actually raced, like, you ride 110. Like, your knees are up there.
Yeah.
And he would just throw a foot out, rail the corners. He wasn't jumping anything. And, I think, he got to get a little lucky in that. But he
did. Yeah, no, he did, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, he did. But
that was my phone cut out. That wasn't me. But in Anaheim won 2003. I give him credit, dude. Like, I don't know how he won that race. I thought for sure. I mean, I think I crashed in the first corner. Like, I still thought I was going to come up and beat him.
Right.
And like he held his own. Like, I couldn't really catch him. And then in 2003, the next race at Phoenix, the Duke was still there. But yeah, he was good. And I didn't see that one coming 100%. And then when he won the title the next year, I thought I was going to blow his doors off after winning the outdoor title. And he showed up, and he was a damn peasant in my corner. Luckily, Sorby and Matt Walker, they put him in the pole and totally took him out or whatever. But, he was definitely one of the hardest ones I raced in the 125 class this year.
We got a call from Nathan on 4. Nathan, what's up, man? What's your question for James Stewart?
Hey, James. Will Seven ever sponsor a professional team?
What do you think?
Like a team deal, you
I'm
mean?
sorry, what?
Will Seven ever sponsor a team?
Yeah, will Seven ever have like a team deal, like with like Star, like how is or whatnot,
Yeah. You think you ever see yourself, outfitting a whole team?
Yeah, if we got more money, for sure. I'm having a problem. Like, I'm negotiating with my brother right now. I'm like, God damn, dude, like, we're family, right? Like, we're family. No, for sure. We do sponsor, some a team over in Europe and stuff, and it's a little bit harder now because, even the amateur thing, the guys are getting on these teams like Star and Kawasaki. Kawasaki's a little bit free to do. It makes it tougher to when the whole team, from pro to amateurs is Thor, whatever it is. But for sure, I think as the times go on, like that might be an opportunity. And for us, it's kind of the amateur program. I think we built ourselves as a company that's kind of like a freedom, like, look, our product's our product. We try to kind of be open, like, with it and kind of, do different things. Like, we have we had Axel and having different unique opportunities to, sponsor different riders or whatnot. But I think where I get proud of my brand is like when I see, like I said, I think I said in the podcast, like basketball players, football players, Lewis Hamilton, like those guys going out and getting 7 gear. And then a lot of amateur kids. But to answer your question, I'm sure as the company keeps growing, there will be a time that we'll make that decision. But, right now I think, we're just doing the best we can, and it's been good.
JT, there's an opening for Fly with Malcolm. Maybe there's
the
negotiations are going rocky,
Hey, come on, man. Hey, man, that's we were going good. You're gonna bring that in,
Hey, Kiefer just got back from Baker's. He was there, and all he kept texting me was Malcolm. Malcolm is flying. And obviously, look, Malcolm Stewart flying at the test track, I 100% believe it, but he's in better shape than he's ever been, James. There's a lot of Mookie hype for sure right now. So hopefully it works out.
Yeah, no, I think, I think as the, goes on, like Malcolm's definitely getting better and better. I think we all agree. And then I'm probably like one of his biggest critics is like, look, like, I mean, dude, you're good, kid. Like, you're good. You can outdo, talent anybody out here, but I think having Eldon around and, finally having a 2-year deal, he's solid. I think that's helped him out a lot because in the last few years, Malcolm's always been in, fill-in guy. And I don't think he really understood it. And he, like, man, why am I getting picked over X guy? I just beat this guy. And I think, I tell him, like, look, man, you can do all this stuff, but perception is reality in this thing. What people think you are, that's what you are, despite whatever the things you do. And people think you love fishing, dude. Like, they think you love fishing. You don't want to race outdoors.
Yeah.
That's kind of the motto.
I agree.
So
I agree.
Part of the reason why you probably haven't got it, because they just think you don't want to do it. And, I'm like, look, and I would sit there and I'd tell them, look, man, when I hired this guy or when I did this, it wasn't because I needed it. It was because, like, I knew what it would look like, and how everybody else would look at me, and it was an advantage. So,
right.
I think now he's in the program, and it's his best opportunity. I think he's, it should be a good situation. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if we're having a conversation a couple months from now, and he's one of the guys in the title hunt.
Yep.
It wouldn't surprise me. So,
Nathan, you got a story for James?
Yeah, I have a tiny funny story. It was like Redbud 2013 or 2014. My friend and I got in early at the pits, so we were at the riders meeting, right? And from standing left to right, it was my friend, me, you, and Malcolm, right? We thought we were like tough shit. Like we're like, oh, we're hanging out with James Stewart. We were just standing next to you, right? Malcolm notices that we're standing, right next to you guys, right? And he comes around behind you and slaps your butt on my side of you, right? So you think it was me and my friend who slapped your ass. And we're like, and you look at us and you kind of put like your arms up like, what the heck? And we're looking at you like, whoa, it wasn't us, And Malcolm's like, he tells you and we all laugh and whatever. And, whenever I get sad sometimes, I always think of that story. And I'm like, me and my friend had a 20-second laugh with James Stewart. Malcolm made him think that I slapped his butt, Yeah, just something funny about
That's cool. That's cool. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember that one. But at the same time, I know it did happen because, like I said, perception is reality. And I'm like, look, bro, you walking around smacking asses around here, and why do you think people think that? But that's cool.
Right.
That's cool. I probably still have to sleep because I probably just woke up 5 minutes before that riders meeting. I used to get fined. Used to not show up until they started finding us and calling the names out on there. But that's cool, man. That's super cool. And slap ass. Go for it.
Thanks, Nathan. Thanks, man.
Thank you, guys.
Elon's on 3. Elon.
Wow, Elon.
Elon, what's up, man?
Wow.
You got a question for James Stewart?
Yeah, I do. I was actually at the Thunder Valley race in 2012, I think it was, when your wrist coming down the hill.
Oh, yeah.
Stewart
won 4 straight motos, looking good.
Yeah.
Oh,
You won every moto up until that point that season, I think.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
I was calling. I wanted to know, how much do you blame that crash on the photographer that crossed the track?
I mean, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 100% his fault.
Yeah. Thanks, Elon.
Yeah. I mean, I probably shouldn't have been looking up on there. Like, I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, like, I went down. I was probably going too fast down the hill. I was feeling confidence. If you remember, I just retired 2 months ago, sitting on the hay bale.
Yeah.
So I was playing with house money. And, I think ultimately, like, it definitely, obviously, that's what caused it. I looked up, and the rest is history. But I mean, I'm sure if I was probably paying more attention to what I was doing, that it probably wouldn't happen.
Well,
maybe I say that now because I'm trying to get more in with you guys, the media,
Right.
Blame myself, but
Yeah, both sides. Selling both sides.
Well,
I
the only saving grace is that you were one of many dudes who have crashed down that hill. JT,
year.
I don't know if you ever did, JT, but Tomac, that hill got
I went too
Tomac.
slow down it.
You got one too
I
slow.
was very careful.
Yeah.
Well, I started going slow down it too. So yeah, I wish I would. I was definitely going. I don't think it was rough when I was going down that thing. It was just I saw that dude and freaked out, and it was wet. But yeah, ultimately, like, if it wouldn't have happened there, it probably would have happened someone else. So that's how I like to kind of look at it. But
I was telling Weege that right around that time with the JGR and everything, you texted me a photo of a Suzuki, and I'm like, what the hell? Like, you're gonna ride Suzuki? Like whenever that was going down with Mike Webb and everything, and I was like, oh boy, he's coming back on a Suzuki. Like, I can't, this should be good. So
it was for sure. I mean, it was a hard decision, and funny, J-Bone texted me actually like last week.
Oh wow!
And I haven't really spoken to him since I left JGR. I think I saw him up at Red Bud. And
yeah.
You know how, like, you haven't seen somebody for a while, and it's like it's that awkward conversation, like, hey, what's up? But we started talking about our kids. That's the best thing. You start just talking about like kids. It's kind of like, charity. Like, how can you say no when they're like, do you want to give, either to God or, like, you want to donate to kids? You're like, hell no. Like, I don't want to get, then you're that guy. So we just like, if it's awkward and I start talking about kids, then he probably knows I'm probably like, I don't like you or whatever, but kids, we can always laugh. But yeah, he reached out to me, and he actually started talking about some of the races that we had and stuff. And that was probably a hard decision, because for sure, if it wasn't because I thought I was just going to die, I wouldn't have left those guys, because they did everything. I mean, I think, we cut down the gas tank, which ultimately ended up going on to the new model of the Yamaha, making it skinnier. And they would come down they would fly back from the race, drive down here on Sunday, and we would sit here and test. So it wasn't for a lack of trying on both sides, Yamaha, factory Yamaha, JGR. So when I left it and I had to make that decision, it was tough, because it wasn't just leaving, Yamaha and the deal I had riding a motorcycle. It was leaving everything else, like a NASCAR career, like it was the other things,
and a lot of money, and a lot of money too.
Yeah,
like you could have ridden it out, and taken the money. Could have done that.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird to think like how my career would have gone. Like if I would have stayed there, I'd probably been in NASCAR right now. Like, I mean, it was 3-4 years Supercross, and then another 3-4 years into the NASCAR program. Like, it was a lot. And but yeah, I mean, sitting on that hay bale, and you're like, dude, I cannot keep doing this on there. And I just felt I just felt bad, because I've always been the type, like, look, I show up and give me your 100%, I'm going to give my 100%. Like, I swear, like, I'm going to try to win. And I knew it came a point where I was like, I cannot win on this, but you guys are paying me to win, and I'm not going to go out there and try to do it, because every time I do that, I get hurt. So, but you guys are going to come down on Monday, and you're going to work, and then we're going to go to the races and expect to get something that you ain't. And that was kind of ultimately the decision that I had the conversation with those guys, and trust me, they didn't really get it. Some of them did. They probably just thought I wanted to go ride Suzuki, but I'm like, look, guys, like, you can keep me here. I can milk this thing around. But as far as me going out there committing to this, like, I'm done doing that. And you guys are paying me a lot of money. And if I'm not going to be able to go out there and win and compete, which I'm saying I can't do that now, then I don't think it's fair on both sides. And ultimately, that was kind of where it was left.
All right, we got a call from Beth on 5. Beth, what's going on? What's your question for James Stewart?
Hey, James, just wanted to say happy birthday tomorrow.
Oh, it's birthday tomorrow. Oh, wow. Yeah.
I already know that voice. I know that. Hey. Thank you. Getting old. Let's just keep that on a DL.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like 32 for like 5 years.
Well, cool. Yeah, birthday tomorrow. Thanks, Beth. Thanks for calling.
Thanks. See ya.
Thank you. Raining Yellow. What's up?
He's back.
He's back. Raining Yellow.
Yeah. Honestly, I've been gone. James has been gone. I've been gone. I'm not even Raining Yellow. I'm just dry pissed.
Yeah. It's terrible for you.
What's going on, man?
What's happening, dude? Honestly, it's good to hear you, man. Like, like, ask Steve, ask everyone. Like, I think the last time I called the show was when you showed up at was it Red Bud?
Yeah,
Chase?
Red Bud. Yep.
Yeah. See.
Yeah.
When you ain't around, James.
Raining Yellow's life just goes to shit. Yeah, Raining Yellow's life literally just goes to shit, James.
It goes to shit. You know what I mean? So, no, go ahead.
Well, we both were in a place, but I'm sure. One, I appreciate it. I appreciate you calling in, and I appreciate the loyalty that you had. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, there was times I'm like, oh man, like, this guy's like, he's a fan, but dude, like, it was cool to have the support from you, and like, I appreciate it, and I'm sure you took a lot of stuff. So, on a personal level, thank you. And it's funny. I haven't even thought about you since I thought about you last time, and I'm thinking about all the things that were happening, rubbing the boots and all that stuff. So it's good to hear from you, man.
Awesome. Anything else, Raining Yellow? James has got to run, but yeah.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, I appreciate everything you do. Like, you threw me on the Instagram, and that was like one of the coolest things. Like, the appreciation for that is unreal. So thank you on that. And I just want to say, I think the podcast is cool because we'd all love to get a book from you, but I think it's great just hearing like people get to know James Stewart on like a personal level and like your sense of humor. And yeah, it's cool, man. It's good to have you back, and just do your thing. And fuck it, if people don't like it, let them not like it. But there's plenty of us who do, and it's great to hear from you, buddy.
I appreciate that, man, and same to you. And whenever I become on Steve's level, like where I can actually, go from this to that, and promos, and actually get some promos I can throw out there. Like I'll and figure out the call stuff. I'm gonna have you call, and you got to come on Bubba's World and be a part of the show.
Oh wow!
That's cool. Gotta have you on. Gotta have you on.
That would be fucking amazing, dude. So yeah. Keep doing your thing, brother.
I'll make sure at some point when we get it going that I'll have you on. I appreciate all the stuff, man, and it's good to hear from you. Great.
Thanks, Randy Yellow.
You too.
Thank you.
You too. Take care, guys.
Oh, you just made his night.
He's alive.
And then you made Ouija's night by throwing in the Brayton reference in your first.
It sounded so good.
Yeah.
How fast Brayton is
How
in Paris.
fast Brayton
Couldn't agree
is.
more.
So Ouija really agreed that
I'm
with
a big Brayton guy. Glad to hear you respect him as well.
Right.
So
you got to respect that game, man. Put put respect on that name. Yeah. I hate it. And I'm gonna throw Brayton another bone. Like a lot of the triple at Toronto that everybody's saying I was doing. Justin was actually the first person to jump off. Like,
Justin.
He told us that. I was proud, but I've always wondered if that is true. You're admitting it right here, right now.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah, I didn't see him do it on there. I didn't see him do it until I was watching the race, and I'm looking in the background because I actually like watching races and looking everywhere else. I'm like, damn, that dude was jumping that thing on there. But he used to do a lot of stuff. That Yamaha had a lot of power. And Kid can do it, so I witnessed it firsthand, and he was for sure. He did that before I did, so.
Yeah, he obviously that was one of your greatest races, and you're going to cover it in your podcast, I'm sure. But yeah, Brayton's always like, I jumped it first. I jumped it first, everybody.
I saw it when Brayton did it too.
Yeah,
I watched it.
We won't keep you much longer, James. Couple things. Beaker told a story on my podcast about a year ago. We were just reminiscing about James Stewart. He said, you know what he did once? And I'm like, no, I can't even imagine. He said he took all his tear-offs off on a 125 days and threw them on the ground and said, I'm not going to need these. Did you? Is that true?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, that dude on the 125 with the blonde tips, that guy was wild. Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I don't know what he did on there, who that dude was. Like, you do some crazy stuff when you watch it, and I'm like in awe watching my own self. Like, did I really just do that? That's cool. So, if he said I did it, then he's probably underselling the story. I probably did that and worse. And there's other things. It's funny because a couple people have told me some stories. Like, I remember you. Like J-Bone or Johnny.
Yeah.
You remember when you showed up and like, dude, I'm around one lap and I'm done. Like, I'm like, no, but I guess I did because that's what you said I did, and I believe it. So for sure, if he said I did it on the 125, I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, I did a lot of stuff.
You did wave a guy by and say, go ahead.
Yeah.
We saw that.
I did that too. I mean, I already had my story built in on what I was going to say if that race didn't go to plan, and you got to watch the podcast to hear it.
Okay.
But there's some stories that I think, it's nice to have an opportunity and not have to worry about the repercussions of getting in trouble or having to back it up like now on the track. Yeah, we'll hear, but I had a built-in story ready to go.
Okay, we'll wait for that.
Ready to go.
Yeah, we'll wait for that one. Did you watch or hear about Finding Stu with myself and Adam Cianciarillo?
Yeah, no, I did, but I'm not gonna lie, I never watched it.
Okay,
I never watched it. I mean, Stu was trying to find Stu, so we were looking for myself too. So I probably could have called you up, like, hey, you seen him? But at that time, it actually, when I heard it, it bothered me because that was still the point. It bothered me because I had my own demons going on. Like, man, Stu don't want to be found because Stu don't know where he's going anyway.
Right,
I don't know if they found me. What would I say? But I think it's funny, and again, like all those little things, just kind of reminds me of how lucky I am that you guys would even make a video like that.
Right, that we cared. We wanted you around.
It's cool, and that's how I look at a lot of stuff. I mean, even David Pingree, I'm like, man, that guy always says stuff. But now I'm like, it's cool that he even like cares to say something, whatever he's gonna say out of my mouth. So fondness to all that, like, thank you.
Think about this.
I don't know if did you ever find him? Because
no, we went
really.
We went to the compound. We went to the compound. No sighting.
Wouldn't have been there.
Wouldn't have been there. We went to Chad Reed's house. Not there. We went to a golf course. Not there. It was hilarious.
Well, the fact that you got Adam Cincerillo, who was like 450 superstar to do this, is one of the most unbelievable
things. I know, absolutely, right? Adam's So then when Adam started riding at James's place, I'm like, hey, early on, I'm like, hey, AC, has he ever mentioned finding Stu? No, bro. I'm like, are you going to bring it up? He's like, no, bro. I'm not bringing it up, and he ain't mentioning it. I'm like, okay. All right. Like, cool.
But I think, to me, that's one of the coolest things about James's legacy is you have a guy that's in his prime, which AC is. Like, he's a bad dude in his own right. And he is still, like, in awe of James. Enough to do some janky, stupid video with you like this. You know what I mean? Like, that's the legacy that James
He sent me a fire emoji on Instagram today when I posted that James is coming on. Adam was like, I'm stoked. So
that's cool. And I got to know Adam. Like, it was the first time I actually really met him when he was obviously at the house, like, training. And that's who he is. Like, he's actually that person. Like, at first, when you don't, there's some interviews that come off and he's like, I just want to thank the fans. I'm here for you. Like, some of that stuff, you're like, come on, man. Like, whatever. Like, they might believe it, but we can see it. But Adam actually, that's who he really is. So even finding the Stu, and there were some things that he said, maybe I just have to wait for the podcast, that I'm like, Chase, like, if you don't beat this guy's ass, like, this weekend, like, we're done. Like, did you hear what he just said? Like how? And I was just befooled. Like, I'm like, how is that guy? How does he say that? And like, he goes on the weekend, he's gonna be in front of you. He's gonna be in front of you. You better take it. I'm like, but that's just kind of how Adam is. And the kid worked, and it was cool to see the different side of, again, being there and being where, they're, I guess, having the racing mentality. Like, if I was here, like, now I get to actually watch that stuff and watch how it transpires on the weekend. But I'm like, honestly, like, if you guys are racing me and if I knew all this stuff, like, you'd be in trouble. But that's just a different day and age. Like, now, like, I'm like, I would have used all this stuff, like, on you. But yeah, Adam's a good kid. I really like him. And I hope everything, for him, he has a solid year and he's up there, because obviously he has the talent, and we all know that. But yeah, that was cool. That's awesome. Stu's still trying to find himself.
Yeah, good. Well, hey man, we've kept you over an hour. Really appreciate it. You said I could get some more time tonight, and you stuck by your word, over an hour. So I really appreciate it. Bubba's World podcast. When's the next episode, or what's the plan for these? I heard you said every month, but come on, man, we got to do more than that. Come on.
Yeah, I want to do every month. I mean, more than every month.
Yeah, okay.
If it was up to me, I'd do every week on there. And again, like, it's going to be based off of, like, I know what we have, like, somewhat set up. And I would, Roger's like, I got to come back. I'm like, man, if I knew how to flip that camera on, you just might see an episode just pop up out of the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night. But yeah, for sure, once a month would be the least we'll do it. If it's up to me, and if you guys continue loving it, we'll do more once a week. But yeah, it's all new. And I got some stuff that I want to do, and just kind of see where it goes. Right. So, to sit here and say, like, it's going to be this, like, I would be lying to you. But let's just say this, like, if I could do it, the more I can do it, I'm going to do it. So
awesome.
Hopefully we can get this thing once a week.
Well, thanks for the time tonight, man. Great to reconnect with you. I hope we see you in one of the races. I'll be listening to the show. Absolutely fantastic. We got a JT mention. We got a Brayton mentioned. He said tonight that he studied podcast. We're all happy.
We're all happy.
Yeah, we're all happy.
Yeah,
so we're good.
Big fan. Look at you guys, completely different now. Much appreciated. Like I said, Steve, thanks for the lessons. You haven't even been knowing that. You've been teaching me, and I hope you guys have a good holiday, Merry Christmas, and be safe, and
awesome.
I'm sure we'll be talking soon. So thank you, guys.
Thanks, Stu. See you later, man. Thank you.
All right, see you. Bye.
James Stewart, everybody, brought to you by Off-Road Warehouse, PulpMX Code to Save.
Teaching Stu. Teaching Stu.
We didn't need this, Weege.
Unbelievable.
If you want to learn from the best, you watch the best. That's what you do. And Stu knows.
Like, people that are listening, you don't know how insufferable Steve is off the air with this stuff. This will be in every text and every conversation.
No.
For all
Teaching
of
Stu.
No. We already got a text. JB, Brayton, already made a comment about Stu.
No, that's great.
Yeah.
Brayton is one of the most humble people I've ever met. I'm good with that. You are not. You will be hammering us with you are.
He said it.
Stu's
podcast
mentor.
If there's one clip that my staff won't clip and won't get, it's that part.
Thank you.
It's that one.
Oh, really?
They won't do it.
Yeah.
No.
Why would we do that?
I don't spend money, but I would pay them to just. Oh, we lost that.
Yeah, we lost that clip.
File.
It's gone.
We lost that file.
All right. So initial thoughts, Weege, on that.
Well,
what'd you think?
Look, it wasn't just that he did the pod. He, in the pod, said, as I mentioned to him, he talked to Nicoletti on the phone. He talked to Chad Reed. It appears that he's being more social, and that's all I want. More social,
right?
Because it truly was an obstacle when he came back with Chase Sexton. I thought the last thing he wants is any attention.
Yeah.
For 3 years, he didn't want people to find him. Literally.
Yeah.
So if he's comfortable being comfortable. Again, that makes everybody's situation a lot easier in the industry.
Doesn't he sound, JT, like he's in a very good place?
Yeah.
Doesn't he sound like?
Well,
I mean,
you can tell at the end there when he was talking about the Finding Stu thing. I don't think he
was
he wasn't comfortable in his own skin
at that time.
Whatever he was facing, he wasn't ready for any of that.
I find that weird myself that he wasn't comfortable. But hey, everybody's their own people, and mental health is your own thing. But
people are facing a lot of things that you don't know about.
Yeah.
You know, that's true for everybody.
Right.
And no one can relate to. He has one of the most unique lives of anyone.
Yeah.
You know, being a number one athlete in any sport, and then the pressure that comes with it. And I would say the pressure in this sport is higher than it is in most because it's an individual sport and a team sport. All that, you roll all that up, it's impossible to put yourself in his shoes during that time.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping. Sure sounds that way.
Yeah.
That's behind us, and he's just happy being himself, and maybe we'll see him around. And not just for our sake.
Yeah.
It's just all these stories and all these, whether it's on a podcast or not, people I'm sure Ricky's probably pumped to be talking to him again, and Chad and Nicoletti and all these guys. I hope that they're our friends.
To me, Ricky has done the biggest heel turn.
Oh, because you know Ricky.
Oh, yeah.
I've known
Carmichael. I've known him since I was like 9 years old. And
the racing Carmichael.
Yes.
Gnarly.
Right.
He was the most competitive to the point of being vindictive.
That's why he didn't like me.
Person I've ever met. I've ever been around. And I've been on both sides. I've been on the good side and I've been on the bad side. And I think that was kind of the comments I was making toward James is I think he realized like that's a long time ago.
Yeah.
I don't need to be that person anymore. Everything that I've ever needed to accomplish in this life as far as my lasting legacy is done. Like I'm good. I can be nice to people, and I don't need to. Because for me, with Ricky, he was always insecure, which is unbelievable if you really think about what he was doing for him to be insecure. But he was insecure. He always thought it was about to be taken away from him, and anybody that was a threat was a mortal enemy because of that. And it drove away all of his friends that were friends with him when they were younger. And I think
like Timmy.
I think he's finally realized like. That doesn't make any sense anymore. Like there's nothing to be gained from being that person.
Yeah.
And I personally really like to see it because I know he's capable of being really nice because I've been on that side of it. And to see him go back and mend broken fences and fix relationships that didn't need to be harmed, it's cool. Like I really like that about him as a person that he's gone out of his way to do that. Like he didn't have to reach out to you and try to fix that, right?
No, but
he did. And to your credit, you were willing to take the step back as well. Same for me. Like we didn't get along at all, and at some point, like we started talking, and now we're super cool again. Like I really like that about him as a person that he's been willing to do that.
James certainly he talked about J-Bone, how awkward it was, but then they kind of got over it, and
it sounds like he's getting to that point as well.
I
why be mad or nervous or have to wonder about relationships all the time instead of just being like, hey, everybody's cool. That's so much more enjoyable.
We ran out of time, but I was going to talk to James about, hey, man, were you angry at the suspension and bitter at the sport because you got suspended and then, when he came back.
WADA USADA,
and he wasn't the same guy he was before. And so were you angry and bitter? Is that it? Like you felt like the system, the promoters, they took your career away? Like, you know what I mean? Like, was that what it is? I didn't get to that point, but was that why you were So
he's got his own pod.
Yeah,
There'll be many hours
I'm sure
of
he'll
explanation.
I'm sure he'll dig
yes.
into it.
Yeah.
But that was great. Thanks to James Stewart for coming on. Yeah, it was fantastic. And yeah, if you're Benny Bloss and you listen to the episode 1, and he talks about, man, I was in 10th at Washougal, my final race, and Benny Bloss, I thought I was lapping him, and he was pulling away from me, and that's when I knew that,
Yeah.
How you feel?
Benny Bloss. I don't know. That's the thing. I think with almost any rider, that would almost be looked at as an insult. But if it's James Stewart saying that,
you're like,
you gotta
yeah,
love
I think
it.
you're cool. Brayton was cool with the whoop mention. JT was cool that he passed.
I think if you're Benny, like, you understand the score.
Yeah.
It's not like some other mid-pack guy was saying that about you. It's freaking James Stewart.
It's like some guy taking down John McEnroe near the end of McEnroe's career or something. You're like, yeah, I beat him, but he's a fucking legend.
For me, I was always
timely reference.
I was always
McEnroe.
very self-aware of the situation.
Yeah, you were though on the other side as a rider.
But I think being realistic about
you are way more self-aware than most riders.
Yeah, but I just didn't find any.
Yeah,
I didn't find any upside of being disillusioned.
The 47. Thomas! That's Thomas!
Not every rider is able to do that, JT.
No, not at all. So thanks to James Stewart for coming on the show, and Levi Kitchen Kitchen coming up shortly. Pro Filter, there's a real option for riders to avoid cleaning an air filter ever again. Weeds, you probably hate cleaning air filters.
Yeah, you just don't do it.
Well, get a Pro Filter. They're pre-oiled, ready to use. You could drop it in your upcoming, can I say?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm going to be announcing a
couple things tonight.
Yeah.
James Stewart came on the show for the first time in 5 years.
Yeah.
And Weigandt is going Blue Crew.
I'm going Blue Crew.
Blue Crew!
Blue Crew.
Blue Crew!
I'm going to put a Blue Crew in the back of a Ridgeline, Steve.
Welcome to the family.
I'm going to put a Blue Crew in the back of a Ridgeline.
Welcome to the family.
I am one intense taser, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Away from just being full-on Steve Matheson.
No, you are several steps of your entire program away from being anything after what I saw today.
The socks and the shoes and the whole thing
and
not matching at all.
Reheating day-old coffee?
It's unbelievable.
Reheating day-old coffee?
Yeah. Setup.
We were riding today, and during the ride, Mathis just stops and texts John Knowles from Scott and says, can you please send Weege a new helmet and sunglasses?
And I immediately chimed in,
yes, you did.
For the love of God, do it.
So
and I said, I don't need it. And you said, no, you do. Send him it.
We just getting a Blue Crew and ProFilter.com, Pulp20 at checkout. He could drop in that oil, the air filter, oil filter. They make them for UTVs. They make them for dirt bikes, street bikes, ProFilter.com. Thanks to those guys for coming on board. And, of course, FMIP, Michelin. I mean, what else do I say? Michelin.
That's
FMIP.
all you got to say? All I got to say.
Yeah, I think it goes together like peanut butter jelly. I don't know.
Yeah.
They're really good tires. They provide great traction. I mean,
look,
they have a tag here or something?
JT's got a street bike, okay? Nobody knows
that's
this.
weird. That's weird.
I've had
shady.
it for 5 years.
Yeah,
very shady.
Super shady. And he can get a Michelin tire for his street bike. You can get a Michelin tire for your Blue Crew. Billy Bolt can get one for his enduro bike. Cruisers, you got cruisers? No problem. Michelin makes a tire for that. They make the Commander 3 cruiser tires. So Michelin, motorcycle.michelinman.com. Please check that out. And, of course, the Starcross 5. I took it to the 12. What was my finishes at World Vets this year?
Was it 12-9 for fourth overall?
No, that was 14-9 for 7th. That was a couple years ago.
Okay, Phil.
This year was 12-7, I believe, or 12-7, but not quite as good.
On the Michelin Shod.
Michelin Shod YZ 450.
New sneakers.
Please check out Michelin if you need a tire. And, of course, they sponsor the wrap-up show as well, which we'll have the Pony on later tonight. I'm sure he'll call in.
Racer X's own?
Racer X's own.
Dark Side? Okay.
Pony. Nick from Australia. Nick, you want to talk about the New World Supercross?
Yeah, I just want to start off, boys. That was probably the best interview you've ever done, Steve. That beats Lasergate, and that thing was high. So
wow, thank you. Yeah, it was great to have James back in.
I just liked that he was super transparent.
Yeah,
like I did not think he would want to talk about the chase stuff at all.
Right,
and we probably talked about it too much, in my opinion.
That's why I tried to move on, but Weege couldn't do it. Typical media.
Just backing him up.
Typical right-wing media.
This is Nick from Moto Limited here. Nick Still.
Hey, you got me. What's happening?
Yeah, lots of press conference time internationally.
Nick is coming on this show for Supercross at some point.
Sure.
Nick, when is that?
We're flying in the 4th of January. We're leaving Australia, so we'll be there for Anaheim, and I'm gonna make sure I'm at the Pulp show.
Coming in the studio
Monday night after Anaheim.
Oh yeah, coming in. So
he's gonna fly to California just to do the press conference on Zoom from a hotel room next to the stadium. Anyway, that's the way it's gonna turn out.
Exactly.
Yep.
What do you know about this FIM thing, Nick? It's your guys down there, down under.
Yeah, you guys were talking about it earlier, but a couple of questions I have for you is, do you think these American teams are going to race it? And also, do you think that these bikes are going to be fully work bikes, or are they going to be the same sort of thing we're getting in the US for Supercross?
It's way too early to know any actual details for certain, but I can say this. There is a much larger obstacle to the U.S. teams racing this series. Whatever obstacle you think, however difficult you think it is, it's harder than that to get them to buy in.
I don't see it. JT and I have battled for years. I am the current winner, of course, in all things arguments, but JT is like the Supercross series is going overseas. It's going overseas, blah, blah, blah. And obviously COVID has affected many things.
I've backed way off it since COVID.
But you have.
That changed everything.
You have. And to be fair, it has changed everything. But as of now, I win. And I don't believe this team's. But Nick asked about the team supporting the series. I don't see that. I don't see. I mean, if anybody does it, they'll ship a bike and a mechanic. But
at the moment, teams don't want more races.
No,
that's the simple fact. So there's got to be some sort of compromise somewhere, some sort of reason, some sort of incentivizing for them to do it. Because right now, if it's like, hey, can we add races? It's just no.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you add in a lot of these teams are large. You're part of large corporations, right? Like Kawasaki, Honda. They have to answer to HR departments that are like, hey, we're going to go to Japan for a race, and we're all going to fly our team overseas and have to deal with all these COVID protocols. And they're like, no, you're not. Like, nope.
With COVID,
No, you're not.
Right,
tough.
yeah. So we'll see what happens.
And as far as the works bike, if they ever did do it, they would do it under the guise of, well, at least we're testing to be better for Anaheim, so they would never ride a different bike.
Yeah. So there you go, Nick.
So, hey, Weeds, Adam Bailey's taking it on, so there's a good chance he might be the announcer.
Oh, yeah.
That's what Steve was saying. I'll be heavy in negotiations.
Another gig for Weigandt, So, can't believe it. Thanks, Nick. Thanks for calling.
Have a good Christmas, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Right,
that's Nick from Moto What is it?
Moto Limited.
Moto Limited.
Yeah.
Unlimited?
Maybe
Why wouldn't it be unlimited?
I don't know.
Why are you going to limit
yourself?
Why are you going to limit yourself to Moto?
It's very limited. Yeah.
Moto Unlimited. We have so much Moto.
Everything.
It's unlimited Moto.
Yep. They don't talk about everything, man. They kind of limit themselves to what they're willing to talk about. I have not had anyone to reach out to me about announcing. I don't want the pod aggregators to say that I'm part of this series. I found out what everybody else did when a press release came out on Sunday, and I was like, why did this come out on Sunday? Oh, because it was probably Monday morning Australia time.
Exactly, right. Jason Thomas on the show, brought to you by Fly Racing, of course, flyracing.com. Go to motorsport.com and order some Fly Racing. Go to your local dealer. Demand to see Fly Racing. JT, everything going well at Fly Racing?
Yeah, it's kind of a weird time for us. We just, you finish kind of the Christmas rush, and then right now, I mean, everything for us right now is about getting product in, which kind of never stops, and then Supercross. Supercross is such a huge production for us. Lots of resources and people, and a lot of moving parts with trucks and all these things. We just got done doing all the displays inside the containers, and it's just such a huge undertaking by so many people. We're ready. I think we're ready.
And you're going to do you're going to have the chin-up challenge, the pull-up challenge.
I don't know. I think
isn't that what you and Moser are doing?
What?
You and Moser?
No, that's push-ups.
Oh, push-ups. Oh,
Yeah,
I thought it was the chin-ups.
No, those are push-ups.
Okay.
A lot of that stuff, we don't know. That stuff is all changing by the day. This Omicron thing, we don't know what they're allowed to touch and not touch, and it's nobody's fault. Right, Feld is being told by someone who is making the rules. So we're just day by day. What can we do and not do?
Are you? Are we going to do the Fly Racing radio show?
Yes,
okay.
That's definitely happening.
That's definitely happening.
Yep.
That's after practice. Fly Racing rig, almost every Supercross round, depending on weather.
Yeah, and I think most of the things that are still up in the air for Supercross are mask or no mask. The seating is normal, thankfully, but can we have demo products in the pits that people are allowed to touch? If they can, how often do we have to clean them? It's so complicated.
When is this fly thing dropping? This safety thing or whatever this?
I don't have a date for you.
He kept it close to the vest. He wouldn't even tell us off the record.
I know.
He would not even tell us off the record.
Yeah, I don't have a date for you.
Okay.
I would want to. I mean, this is the perfect opportunity. If I could, I would do it right here, but I can't.
Yeah.
Just like I'm having a street
besides
fight.
Fly
Shady.
Racing, Jason Thomas brought to you by Decal Works, who Jason Thomas supporting Decal Works in wearing SoCal in 2002.
Yep.
SoCal gear, Jason Thomas brought imported by Decal Works.
Mm-hmm. Ron Joint.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Decal Works bringing you Jason Thomas tonight, but they've moved out of the SoCal gear. They're now into decal stickers, which is doing well for them.
My kid's bike, Decal Works. Thanks very much.
DecalMX.com.
I would be for sure the only rider that's ever worn SoCal gear that got like top 10 in 450 Supercross. For sure.
All right.
Like
top.
No chance that's ever happened with anybody else.
No. But Kelly Smith was good outdoors in SoCal gear.
Yeah, Kelly
But
Smith.
you're right.
Outdoors.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing.
PulpMX code at DecalMX.com.
Kelly got a podium outdoors in SoCal gear.
Oh, the YZ250F days.
On the YZ250F, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Officially licensed with Honda, Yamaha, Kawasaki, Suzuki, KTM, and Husqvarna. Quality, service, and knowledge. Aaron Plessinger, Cooper Webb, and Marvin Muscan running Decal Works graphics this year on their Red Bull KTMs. DecalMX.com. PulpMX code to save 20%, bringing you Jason Thomas on the show. And also the folks at Vortex, they are the official sprocket supplier to the folks at Star Racing Yamaha. So when it comes to James Stewart, the man on the phone a little while ago, he won a championship with Vortex. Chad Reed did. Dylan Ferrandis did. And also the man on the phone, Levi Kitchen, also uses Vortex Racing sprockets. Email Kyle at vortexracing.com to get a deal on sprockets and tell him you want the same sprocket that Levi Kitchen uses. So welcome to the show, again, the chef, Levi Kitchen. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
Dude, we had Stu on just before you.
How was it?
It was great. So I just want to let you know that the bar for the interview is at Stu level.
No pressure.
Yeah.
Yep. Fastest man on the planet.
Good luck following that.
Yeah. So when you watch old races, Levi, what do you watch? What kind of era do you watch? What racers do you watch?
I watch it all, but definitely his era and like Carmichael way back on 125s and stuff. I don't know. I watch a bit of it all, and then also super recent stuff.
Oh, you do? Yeah, you watch. Yeah.
That's pretty old because what are you, 20? Are you 20?
Yeah.
You're 20. So you're watching races that are before you were born.
Yeah.
That's rad.
Yeah.
I respect that.
Yeah.
Although I've heard your music taste also skew in that direction.
Right.
Older than you were born, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So I have a question for somebody Levi's age, because to me, when I think about like the best era, I would think immediately of 5, 6, 7, 8. But that could also be, I could be super biased because I was so
2005, 2006, 2007.
Yeah, I was so involved in it.
Right.
But man, like the drama and the angst between everybody and the competition and the battles, I don't know of a time where it was better than that. I can't think of one, and I've been around it a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the Bradshaw stuff was really good, but I don't know, man. It was wild back then. There were so many hard feelings. Everybody hated each other.
Yeah.
And the racing on the track was insane. So I'm curious. Levi's 21?
20.
20. Is it the same for you, or is there that? I know that question was kind of already asked, but is that like when you look back on that time, you're like, man, that was like all time stuff, or do you like more veer towards like Villapoto, which would have been when you were 12?
I mean, probably more towards Villapoto, kind of like you said, because that's just what I grew up watching. So
yeah. Well, go back and watch that stuff.
Yeah, go back and watch it, Levi.
Go do it.
Hey, Weed, so you follow these stupid amateurs, like, all that, right? All the
to
time?
a degree.
Yeah,
to a degree. I never want to be the authority because the parents are gnarly, and I don't want to be ruining anyone's lives like I apparently have the power to do.
Was there a guy to you that made a jump like Levi? Was there somebody that comes to mind? Obviously, there's lots of guys that do that, but Levi made a jump from relatively unknown to really fast to getting support to now, he's a great pro. Was there a guy like that?
Well, Dungy's makes no sense at all. I will still never understand that. But, no, this is one of the bigger leaps. But I will say, when the guys get on big bikes for the first time, which is essentially their schoolboy or B class, a guy going from pretty good to super good, it's starting to happen like that more and more. Even Plessinger, I don't think it was quite this big of a leap, but it was a similar leap. Dean Wilson, maybe not this big of a leap, but a similar leap. Trey Kennard, maybe not this big of a leap, but a similar leap. The idea, JT, you remember, you raced mini-cycles growing up, and it was kind of like whoever was the fastest 85 kid is going to be the fastest kid forever. There's some new thing. I don't know if it's because you're switching from 2 strokes to 4 strokes or whatever it is, but becoming a top 5 to 7, maybe third at best guy to dominating when you first get on 250Fs, I'm seeing it all the time. But, Levi, you're maybe the top of that, but I'm seeing it happen a lot. Do you have any idea why we're seeing that more? When the minis to big bikes, things seem to be changing a lot. Any idea? Why did it happen for you?
I mean, for me, was different just because I didn't really train before that, and then when I really put my head down and started working, then it all kind of results showed. But I mean, now a lot of kids are training really young, so I really don't have an answer for that.
I think we've seen it. I think we've seen it. It's just really rare. Like Villapoto could not beat Nicoletti. Couldn't do it. Just could not figure out a way to beat that guy. And then once they turned pro, he owned him and made sure that he made his life a living hell every single weekend because of it.
Yeah, he did, but at least he was the second place guy.
He was good. Yeah.
It wasn't like Levi, no offense, but in the 85 class, it wasn't like you were going 2-2-2-2-2-2-2 in every moto.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's weird how it's working. That maybe you might have just nailed it. Maybe it's that the opportunity is there. If you sign the check, you move to the facility at 10 years old, you want to race and train full time, go for it. But not everybody is. There's a Levi Kitchen who wasn't doing that yet, and once you start, you move back to the front.
You know another guy who is kind of doing that, and I'm biased again, but Hymas is kind of doing that. Like, Hymas wasn't a superstar amateur, right? He was good. He was good because I used to get asked all the time of like, hey, how do you think Hymas is going to do? I'm like, I don't know. Like, he's super young. He's doing okay. But he was never like a shoo-in. And then you watch him now, and Levi was much better than him. Chance is young, but he is progressing quickly. Like, he's getting a lot better really fast, where he never could dream of beating Jet Reynolds at one point when they were on 80s and stuff. And now it's like, man, Chance was kind of the favorite over Jet at Loretta's and stuff like that. So it is rare. I'm just trying to think of examples where it happens, but it is rare.
Levi.
But it's getting more common.
Yeah, so
it's
Levi,
more common.
and again, like, I only follow pro racing, Levi. I don't follow amateur racing. So,
yeah.
But for you, like, so you were just an okay mini rider / like younger guy, and then the training thing, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, I want to do this and I want to be this. Do you feel like, I guess it's hard to say this, Levi, but do you feel like a little bit less burnt out, like more excited because of you haven't been doing this your whole life? You haven't been grinding at a riding facility your whole life?
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's kind of the advantage to it. I was a normal kid till I was pretty much 17, almost 18. So, definitely nowhere near burnt out. And I think a lot of kids, by the time they're 20, kind of are. Sure. They've been doing that. But,
yeah, I agree. Hey, so how's your injury? Oh, what else?
I was just saying that topic. You went to Real Deal. That was your place where you first started doing it full time, right?
Yes, sir.
What the hell is Real Deal?
What is Real Deal? And by the way, is Kevin Windham involved with that? Explain how that all works and how K-Dub's involved. It's like half of his property or something? How did that all work?
So it started in South Carolina. I wasn't there then. And then it moved to Kentwood, Louisiana, and that's when I had gone. And it was ran by a guy named Rob Burkhart and his wife, Sherry. And I'm trying to think of some names. Well, Steve, you're good friends with Jace Kessler. He was there even back in South Carolina days.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So he's an example. But it wasn't very well known, but they had a few guys that were pretty good. And then pretty much right when I was, right when I was having to move because I had signed with Star, they packed up and went from Kentwood to Centerville, Mississippi, and they're actually at Wyndham's house now on his property. So that's where the facility's at now. And, Wyndham is involved.
Kentwood, Louisiana, home of Britney Spears.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Just adding trivia. I'm here to make the show better.
The Spears family used to go to Loretta's. They're motocross people.
Yep.
They are.
Her dad used to come ride at the facility I got.
Oh.
He's in the news every once in a while.
Yeah, a little bit in the news.
Conservatorship.
Yeah. Levi, how's the injury? What, shoulder stuff, or what happened?
Yeah, I broke my scapula and had an AC separation.
Oh.
Cup damage 2 months ago now. So I just got back on the bike last week, and then today was actually my first day back on Supercross. But
that's scary.
If you don't mind me asking, and you don't have to say what grade AC separation was it?
I don't even know. He never told me.
Okay. And I only know because I've done it. And basically, not that anybody cares, but there's 6 grades. And from what my surgeon told me, a 3 and a 4 is really optional. If you're 3 and a 4, you can get surgery or don't have to. It's going to suck. Like, my shoulder sticks out like crazy because I was a 3 and I'd never got it. But anything like a 4 and up, you have to get it. 1, 2, no big deal. So I'm just curious, recovery time and all that stuff. But obviously, you didn't get it fixed.
No, and I mean, now you say it, like it's bothering me a little bit, but he never said I needed surgery. He just said down the road. Maybe.
Well, I did mine in 2002, and I have never gotten fixed, and I do everything that I want to do. So yeah,
Why were you? Did you try to? Were you trying to keep up with Craig? Is that what happened? You're trying to push yourself and keep up with Craig?
To be honest, in a sense, yeah, it was kind of a dumb mistake. We had just gone out for our warm up, and the track was pretty wet, and the whoops were not prepped from the day before, and everybody was kind of going around the whoops in our warm up just because they were slick, and then I seen Christian go through them. So on the last lap of my warm up, I tried to hit him, and I crashed pretty good.
Come on, Kitchen. Come on.
Yeah.
By the way, I've gotten intel from the farm that Christian Craig is flying, and
shocking.
I went shocking. Yeah,
Shocking.
Really. You're telling me Christian Craig looks good? Like he's an absolute ridiculous guy on.
Well, every time
track.
you watch him ride, you're like, he's never going to lose a race.
Yeah. How does this guy ever lose?
Yes.
Levi, is that the same thing you watch? Same thing you see?
Yeah, but to be honest, like, I mean, everybody's ripping right now on the team.
Oh, I believe it. I'm just saying it. I don't get to watch him at practice track, but when I watch him in practice at the races and I see how fast he's hitting the whoops and the turns, like on lap 3, I'm like, I don't understand how he's not a 4-time champion.
Yep.
Eight-time champion, whatever. Yeah, whatever number you want to say. Right. How's Tallahassee life for you? How you like it out there? Like it seems depressing to me, but for yourself, what do you think? Where are you living and how is it out there?
I like it. I mean, when I was hurt, it was pretty damn boring, but
right.
No, when I'm on the bike and like doing everything, I mean, I enjoy it. And I was, obviously in the sticks, being in Washington and Washougal, in the country and stuff, and then in Louisiana, it's kind of middle of nowhere. So I don't mind. I kind of like being like I didn't really like California much at all.
Oh, okay, so you're fine with it. Yeah. See, for me, like I look at it like I'm like there's nothing to do out there. But I guess if you're from the sticks, if you're a hillbilly like you, Kitchen, then
I just like to golf and fish. So
right.
Perfect.
Right. How much do you're just starting off in the sport, you're a personable guy, you've got a great future in front of you. How much do you follow Racer X or Pulp Stuff or Vital or whatever? Like, where are you in the media sort of world stuff? Do you follow Twitter and Instagram or are you one of those kids that you don't really give a shit about it? You don't care what people are saying about you and the sport, or where are you at in that sort of stuff, Levi?
I mean, if I see something about me, like I'll read up on it, but I don't really go out of my way to like see what's going on. I kind of just, and like as far as social media, I just like to post and keep everybody updated that follows me. But I'm not. I don't know. I scroll through it,
You're not one of these dudes that as soon as that moto is over and you sit in that lawn chair in the garage or the shop that you're immediately back on Instagram every time?
No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
There's definitely two kinds of riders out there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Weston Pike one time tweeted Seeley about 2 minutes after he took Seeley out in a heat race, Levi, at Anaheim, and he tweeted Seeley, "How'd that work out for you?" So you're not that kind of guy.
No, definitely not that guy.
Right. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I mean,
Go ahead.
The only shit talking that goes on is like when I'm talking to, my teammates after a moto, but that's about it.
Right.
Hey, I've heard that move. We all knew it was going to be quite a scramble. The team had said, like, hey, Motocross Donations happens. We can't even do it. We're going to be spending September and October building a building and moving stuff cross country. And 4 months, I'm sure to people seems like a long time of the off season, but I've heard it's been quite a scramble. What's the status down there of the building and the shop, and has it been pretty crazy?
It was pretty crazy, especially because it was kind of starting while we were still racing outdoors, so it was hectic. But now it's moving along good. I mean, the shop's just about done. Everything's looking good. Tracks are all done, and I mean, everything's pretty much moved now. Like everything's dialed.
Okay, so it's not going to be like Anaheim is coming and we're still working on this. They got it sorted at this point.
Yeah, it's sorted.
Bro, how's Tomac?
Oh, he's unreal.
Come on, stop it. No.
I mean, Steve, that's kind of a dumb question, to be honest.
Well, okay.
Nice. I like it.
Okay. I guess I meant like how is he as a person or personality,
person?
and how is he on the track? I kind of meant as an overall thing, Levi. So just
Okay.
So
he's really fast.
Yep.
And he don't talk much, but when he does, like, he's cool.
Okay.
If you bring up something that he likes, like hunting or something like that, he'll talk to you about it.
What about
for a
fishing?
while.
I guess that sounded stupid. What about fishing?
I haven't talked much about fishing with him, no.
All right.
But when you watch him ride, it is impressive. It is impressive.
Yeah, he was out there for like a week testing stuff, and I was really impressed. Yeah, he's flying.
How's Hayden Deegan, bro? Like, how's that going? Like, he's an amateur kid. He's joined the team. Big signing for you guys. He does everything you guys do. Like, it's just one of those things. He's just doing the program.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, when he can't, like, he goes to California every once in a while, but he's back down here now, and no, he's great. We all get along, and man, he's legit. I'll give him that. Like, he's
really?
good.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we race Rider D. We'll get there.
Oh yeah.
That's Brian.
Yeah,
That's Brian.
That's Brian right there. Yes.
And so is there like vloggers running around following him? Like, is that one of the deals? Like, where you're like, bro, we got to get you here, do this banger. Is that going on?
It does sometimes. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet you Brad is pissed at that. I bet you Brad is just fucking steamed, man.
My favorite part
He's Canadian right there.
You don't have
he was steamed.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Levi.
He hasn't had a filmer out here like some of the days, and I love how Hayden literally has to do his own stuff. Like, he cut out his front number plate on his bike and has a GoPro mounted in there.
Oh wow!
And like, he's filming his own stuff. It's pretty funny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I bet. I mean, you got to get the content, brah. Content.
Yeah. Content. Yeah.
Dylan Ferrandis is there. How's he looking? How's everything going with Dylan? I know he runs his own program, and also too, has J Mart spoken 10 words to you? And does J Mart just sit over by himself when everybody's hanging out?
Dylan's looking really good,
Yep.
and J Mart. I talk to J Mart all the time, actually. Like, me and him are cool.
Okay, because I love J Mart, but J Mart has a chip the size of like Minnesota on his shoulder that he hates everybody, and everybody's out to get him, and he's going to show everybody.
He's going to use that as motivation.
He's the richest, guy who gets screwed over every single time. I don't know. I love J Mart. This is what J Mart does, and it's awesome. I don't care. Everybody uses their own motivation. But J Mart's always got this thing where
He's looking at $100 bills on microfish.
right
At the dealership.
So that's all I mean. J Mart's got that attitude, like where he's not there to bro down Levi. That's all.
No, and well, I think it just depends on the person. Like, I'm pretty much cool with everybody, and he talks to me quite a bit. And I wouldn't say, he gets done off the bike, and like you see him for a little bit, but he definitely kind of goes off and does his own thing. But
okay, yeah.
I mean, he's around.
Okay, all right.
He's not in a easy up off to the side of the shop.
Yeah,
Mother effing everybody.
Yeah. No, listen, I love J Mart. He's awesome.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
You love him.
I do. He's funny.
You love him.
Look, he ripped open a Phil Nicoletti shirt.
I don't believe you love him.
I do. I love him. I love him like my dog. I love him. Hey, so who's riding east and west, Levi? Let's spill it right here on the show. What do we got?
Feeling anything.
Come on.
Yeah, it's all on his shoulders.
Okay.
Shoulders are injured, but it's
let's
on
work
his
through this. Let's work
My
through
shoulder
this.
ain't very good yet, so.
Yeah, he can't.
Kitchen is east.
That
Right?
is confirmed.
That's confirmed. Okay.
Kitchen just started riding.
Nichols won west. So he'll run the number 1 west, right? Did Nichols win
I
east
don't
or
know.
west? That fucking series, I forget. Because they all started all over the place.
He won east.
He actually won east. I know that's very weird.
He won east because
Believe it or
Orlando, they were racing west in Orlando, and he.
Okay, see what I mean? So I'm all fucking lost.
He
Okay, so Nichols
won
will run the number 1 plate on the east.
Yes, I would think so. I don't know.
Kitchen?
I don't know anything.
Kitchen?
I don't know.
Kitchen's a damn rookie, and you're putting all these top secret
If
takes.
unless
So
he's
then-
hurt.
so
unless
if-
he's hurt, if you're Yamaha or any sponsor, of course you want.
So
number 1 out
Nichols
there.
is east. Kitchen's east. Craig will ride west. Craig's a SoCal dude.
He rode east last year.
I know, but Craig's a SoCal dude. He's balls out fast. He'll come out swinging on the west, right?
I don't know.
Kitchen, Levi?
And then Cooper would ride. Kitchen is not answering this one. And honestly, I don't even know if you can answer or you just literally don't know. You probably don't know.
But I mean, Cooper would probably ride west because he won the title.
Yeah.
Right. So
makes sense.
Okay, yeah. So Coop's riding west.
Yep.
Nichols riding east. Craig, if I'm Bobby Reagan, and after I sell that F-150 and the Chevy Caprice, I'm going to devote my time to thinking about putting Craig on the west. Yes? Right? Can we agree with that? That's a smart decision.
I don't think I would devote a lot of time to it. I would just do it.
You just do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weech?
Yep. He doesn't have a lot of cars inventory at this point.
His skill set is, to me, is more conducive to West Coast style tracks.
There was a year where, remember, Geico had J Mart and Craig on the Geico team, and for some crazy reason, they decided to have J Mart race west and Craig raced east, and they both sucked. It was the worst decision.
Yeah. That was the test, wasn't it?
They did
scrimmage?
a test, and they decided Craig was ready earlier, and they both ended up having atrocious
so we
seasons.
got Levi. We got Coop and Craig on the west.
Steve is writing this down.
We got Nichols.
Confirmed by Levi.
Nichols and you on the east. Where would you put J-Mart?
I don't know.
Come on, Levi, you're literally saying I don't know to every question.
Yeah, I don't know.
Brad is going to blow him up, man.
This fucking kid on the line.
Brad's going to blow him up.
Listen.
He spills this.
Okay, well, let me ask the two experts here. Where would
I put J-Mart?
Yeah, where would you put J-Mart?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean,
we almost had him.
I think you got to give him more time.
Yeah, from his injury?
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeremy does look pretty good, but he got back on the bike not long ago either.
Okay.
All right, that's east.
So Thrasher west. Am I missing any of the 18 riders? Or do I have it pretty much nailed?
That's tough. There's probably 5 other guys that we're not thinking about on Star.
Yeah, LeBlanc and Romano, they suck.
Tickle still on that team?
Tickle, yeah. Where'd Kyle Peters go?
Oh gosh.
Okay, so we got it. Coop, Craig, Thrasher west. Is Thrasher ready to go, Levi? Like riding laps and stuff? Like he's good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Coop, Craig, Thrasher, west.
I can tell you where he's not ready to go. Millville, because he was on my team. He didn't do any laps.
Oh, boy.
He got right in there.
Levi, Nichols, J-Mart, east. Boom. We got it. That makes the most sense.
All right. So here's how this works in the media game, Levi Kitchen. We're going to say we spoke to Levi Kitchen, and we've determined what coast the riders are. Yeah. And we won't actually say that you told us, but we'll combine the two thoughts to make it sound like you did, even though you didn't. That's how the media is going to play this.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Okay.
Yep. You said nothing.
Yep.
You committed to nothing, but we're going to make it seem like we have a source here. I like it.
Deductive reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
And then if we ask enough questions and you get half answers, you can paint a picture.
That's what we're going to do here. Yeah.
No, I like it. I think we're good. I think we figured it out.
Okay.
So, Levi, you back on the bike today, right? December 20th.
Back Supercross today, yeah.
Supercross today. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. What else?
Hey, you haven't raced Supercross.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
This is new.
How's that?
It's new. I mean, it was going good until I crashed, and then today, wasn't bad. I just don't have a lot of strength yet, so it's kind of tough. But I mean, I'm not too worried about it. I think I'll be all right.
Did you do a little Supercross prep at some point during 2021 season, like last December or last January? Was that true?
Yeah. So I signed with the team in December pretty much, and then as soon as I got to California, everybody was on Supercross, so I started riding it, and then I actually hurt this same shoulder 3 weeks in probably, and whoops as well, and then did spring nationals and stuff, and then got back, or I don't even know, but I rode some Supercross last year for a little bit, maybe got a month and a half worth of time on it, but
so you're still.
And then I did some futures and stuff before that, but
you're still 2 months out from. If you race east, you're still 2 months away. You got plenty of time. Be good.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you crashed a little while ago in Soupy. You crashed in December when you were getting ready for Soupy. You said
last year.
So
Levi,
you
maybe
stop the crashing.
Yeah, Levi. What? I mean, are you going to race Supercross, or is it too scary for you? What's happening?
No, I mean.
It's okay. You can tell him he's a dick. You can tell him he's a dick. It's fine.
I don't think I was scared enough of the whoops. I didn't learn the form before I started hitting him. I just tried to hit him and
Okay.
But this last crash was you put anybody like it would have been. I mean, Christian made it through him, but
Right.
everybody else was smart enough not to hit him.
Right.
That day.
Do you want me to fly out there, because I used to work with some of the great riders as a mechanic, and if you want me to fly out there and work with you in some whoops, I can try to do it, Levi.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I don't fish though.
I'm trying to get Wyndham to come out here and help me.
Oh boy.
There you go.
Oh, there we go.
Steve, you got enough to worry about with Troll Train, okay? Just focus on that. Just focus on Troll Train.
That train is. I mean, yeah, we got a lot of work to do.
He didn't even make it through your days out there.
No. Yeah, I went to Paris and he sucked, Levi, and then I go to PulpMX to go check it out, and he crashes in the first day I'm there. So
And when were you there? Was Jace healthy?
Yeah,
we
he
talked to Jace.
Yeah,
Yep.
he looked all right.
Yep.
He was on a 250, which I thought he was riding 450s with those other guys, but he's on a 250. I thought he looked good. I thought, Levi, he looked good enough where I thought before I went up to see him, I thought he was on a 450, the way he was jumping stuff. And then when I walked over his bike, I'm like, oh, like, you looked really good. You're on a 250. You're, getting over stuff, no problem. So I thought it was pretty good. And what was it, just third day or something on Soupy?
Yeah, he had basically never even ridden it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So it was pretty impressive.
Good.
So, yeah, he looked really good. I think that was a good thing. And Cade looked good, too. So that team, I mean, A-Ray may be the fourth or fifth guy. Best guy on the team.
Possible, yeah.
So,
yep.
Levi Kitchen on the show brought to you by Vortex Racing. The back of Levi Kitchen's bike has a Vortex Racing sprocket on it. It's that easy, folks. If you want the same sprocket that Stewart, Reed, Ferrandis, and Levi Kitchen have all used, email Kyle@vortexracing.com and get that deal. All right? Dial it in.
All right.
So
Levi does not need to email Kyle. He's got plenty of Vortex.
yeah, Levi, if you need a
Vortex.
sprocket,
Yes.
you want Kyle's
Yeah.
email, let me know, because we'll get you a
Okay.
sprocket.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else, Levi? What else has been happening? What do you do with your downtime? Like, what, you just fish or hang out, try to pick up chicks, or like what do you do?
I golf a lot. I mean, I couldn't golf,
Right.
So, I don't know. I was just hanging out. I mean, I could road bike and stuff like that, but
Right.
Who? I don't know. I'll go hang out with Matt or Nick, or I still hang out. Jarrett Fry's down here now.
Oh,
because you're neighbors, right? Like MTF is right over there, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
That's
exactly.
Who? Who's the best on the road bike on the team?
I mean, we had a race this last weekend. It was quite unfair. It was Swanee, Christian. I can't remember. Swanee, Christian.
Thrasher.
I'm drawing a blank. Deegan was on it. Yeah, like my team was Thrasher, Jay Coop, and
you.
What am I not saying? Oh yeah, me.
Yep.
And I'm missing somebody.
One of the amateur kids, like a Romano LeBlanc.
Oh, it was LeBlanc. It was
there we
LeBlanc.
go.
And
Okay.
we absolutely smoked them.
Oh, you did?
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah, I had to throw that out there. But I don't know
Nice.
who's the best on the bike. I mean, Nate's strong, Christian's strong, Jacob's strong. They're all strong.
Oh, here we go. Here we go with the canned answers from a team rider.
You know what? No,
just-
sure. I'm the best on the road bike.
there you go.
There you go. That's what Steve
right.
wants.
Right. That's what I want. Yeah.
Now, have you had Levi Kitchen on the show before?
Yeah.
Have
Yeah.
you hashed out the issues that you had when he was an amateur and you hate all amateurs? Have you gone through this? Because he had some messages for you. He had a phrase for you.
No, I like that.
He had instructions.
Yeah,
I know you
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Have you addressed this?
Yeah, I think I did. I liked it. When he was an amateur kid, he was
You
like,
enjoyed it. I know that.
Yeah.
But have you talked about it with him?
Yeah, I think we did. Yeah.
Okay.
And then, but one
you guys
of
are good.
But one of his asshole amateur kids called in, and what did he say? Marks, what was that?
Am I going to see you at Sagandhi's?
Yeah, am I going to see you at Sagandhi's? And I'm like, what's Sagandhi's? And he's like, sug on these nuts.
Oh, nice.
Which I don't know.
Gotcha.
I don't know if that was fucking Romano or LeBlanc, but I hate both of those kids.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
incredible.
you agreed at Hangtown, actually. I was just listening to the show the other night because I hadn't heard it. And It
Okay.
was like a Hangtown thing. But you wanted a shirt, and you agreed to have balls drawn on it.
I
You
did?
didn't want to win. Yeah.
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
listen, I gave some shirts away from the chef. We did that, and then I was wearing one. I got one. I've worn it a couple times.
I was surprised to see
How-
this
how-
relationship.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it good?
Yeah, fits good. Yeah, I like it. I think it's really good. Now, obviously, the chef, I mean, your Levi Kitchen, yeah. I mean, that's an easy thing to do. Weigandt, you dropped in the Nationals about he's bringing some heat in his kitchen at one point.
Yeah, I mean, we've been waiting.
And I was really disgusted with
We
you.
have been waiting for a long time.
Like
It's
you
great.
you were just like so Grant.
Couldn't
Like,
wait.
would you say there's heat in his kitchen? And I'm just like, fuck
couldn't wait.
Weigandt.
Hey, that reminds me. Was it Ironman? What race was it that you had to pull into the pits?
Iron Man.
It was Ironman, right?
Oh, I got gas in my eyes. Yeah, Iron Man.
Right.
Oh, you're on my fantasy team. I was very
Yeah,
unhappy.
you were angry.
Oh, I was so unhappy.
I felt good too. I felt real good.
Yes, you were
I
rolling.
did not feel good.
You were rolling. You didn't feel good. JT didn't feel good. Okay, after that, you put in this heater lap. Was that a legit lap? Some people were saying, no, he went into the pits and he cut the track when he came back on, and that lap wasn't legit. What did you put in? Because you had the fastest lap of the moto or something like that, right?
Yeah, to be honest, like, I don't think that was legit. I think what happened was I missed the finish line. So I think what they do is they take, like, your best segments and put a lap together if there's a lap missing. I think is what I got.
I see.
But, no, I mean, yeah, I don't think I...
Because we were shocked. We were like, he pulled into the pits, he comes out of the pit, and he put in a faster lap than Jet Lawrence, and everyone else was winning the race. That probably didn't actually happen quite
devastated.
like
that. No.
Devastated.
Yeah, get ready for the world of fantasy. It's coming your way. You're going to break a lot of hearts.
I think people would be...
Hey, I got a question.
Do it.
Louise, is it you? Who calls me Kitchens when they're announcing?
No, that's yeah.
Oh,
my God.
JT, would you like to weigh in on this?
People would be appalled at the things I say in text messages on the weekends because stuff like that, where you can't get someone's name right, I lose my
He does.
mind.
He does
I
lose
lose
mind.
my mind.
Go ahead, Weed.
That is my buddy Kevin Kelly, who has called way more Euro races than I do. He probably does 7 or 8 amateur races a year. Kevin Kelly, DMXS Radio, original and still best. And he has probably called 1,000 Euro motos, and he still calls you Levi Kitchens. I don't understand.
Yeah, I didn't know if he just meant to do it at this point.
No,
but.
I'm just all caps texting Weege and the group text like, someone please stop. I'm going to do something crazy if he doesn't stop doing this.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
When announcers do something wrong, JT is completely unreasonable about it.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah.
I am.
Keeps me on my A game.
I want perfection in my broadcast listening.
He does. Hey, what about Sethro? Did you have a little relationship building with Sethro? He was in, then he was out. Were you working with Sethro? Were you cool with Sethro? Do you miss Sethro? Do you miss Sethro?
Yeah, I miss Seth. He was awesome. We have the same taste in music, so like.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's how we stay in touch. But I mean, he's doing his own thing now. I don't see him, but yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, I could see you and Sethro really hitting it off.
Who's the new manager? Did I miss this?
Yeah, did they hire somebody?
Yeah, they did.
They did?
Yeah, his name's Jensen. He used to pretty much run the JMC, or not run, like, he was like the head mechanic at JMC Motorsports.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
With Costello and Carson Brown, those guys, right?
Yeah.
That's JMC. Yeah. Okay, all right.
He used to wrench for Swanee way back in the day when about to mess this up. I think Swanee was on Star at one point.
Yeah, Swanee was on Star. Yeah. Oh, okay.
So this guy worked at Star back in the day.
Yeah. Him and Brad are really good friends.
Wow.
I think Swanee got a podium at Southwick for Star.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah.
And is Coker still on the 450 side?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's happening.
Wow, there's a new guy. I didn't even know that. There is a Sethro and Will Hahn replacement.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
Fuck Will.
Yeah, he sucks.
I'm not on board with that.
What?
I like Will.
Nobody likes Will.
I like Will.
Nobody likes Will.
I give so much shit every day.
Do you? Good to hear. That's good. Yeah, I like that. Keep it up, please.
But I miss him though too.
Yeah. He's an all-timer. Absolutely. He's a great guy. All right, Levi. Hey, man, we're gonna let you run. It's 10:30 where you are, and you're a kid, and got to get to bedtime and all that. So
it's back to riding now.
Yep.
It's go
yeah,
time.
back to riding now, right? So you'll ride tomorrow?
We have a storm rolling in.
Yeah, I heard it's raining a lot there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're gonna make it tomorrow, but
right.
I'll do something tomorrow.
So look for Levi Kitchen on the East Coast, everybody, along with Nichols and J-Mart on the East Coast.
Confirmed.
Yep, confirmed. Stamped it. And so we got the Star Racing Yamaha lineup all figured out.
Brad is just gonna be MFing you so bad.
Well, he already is.
More.
Never been a Steve
more.
fan.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. I mean, listen. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Levi, we should do. I got an idea for you. Are you going to be out west to watch these races, or will you watch them? Will you be east? You'll probably be grinding out farm, right? You're not going to come west.
Yeah, I probably. I mean, there's a small chance I might go to A1, but probably not.
What we need to do is after every West Coast round, we'll call you up. You'll come on Monday night, and you'll just blow everybody out on the West.
Unfiltered.
Just come on and be like, that guy sucked. I can't believe these guys are on this coast.
Yeah, this
coast
mechanic
sucks.
screwed up.
Right.
Yeah.
So can we? You'll be like our weekly correspondent. We did this with AC when AC came on after every opposite coast round when he was on 250s. You can be our new guy.
He actually did that?
Yeah, he actually did.
He did not go on and blow everybody out.
JT?
I will. Hey, I would actually love to do like my thoughts on the weekend. Who, but I'm not gonna.
Well, listen. You got to bring the heat in your kitchen.
Oh, nice,
Levi. If we're gonna do this, so. But yeah, we should do that. Let's end up doing that. You can be our Levi Kitchen, our West Coast correspondent on the Supercross races. I like that.
Yeah, let's do it.
You got to make notes though and shit.
You guys are gonna make him put his hand on the stove, aren't you?
We are. Yeah. Got to make notes though, Levi. You got to take this seriously, like more seriously than your career.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
Most important thing.
Yeah, most important thing you're doing.
No, I don't want to put any pressure on you when it comes time to racing. First, you can come on the show and say, if I was there, I would have done this, and I would have quadded this, and these guys are slow compared to me. You can do that.
Yeah.
Back at the
We need
racetracks.
we need to talk money though if we're gonna do this.
Good point, Levi.
Listen, this is not a for-profit enterprise.
Oh.
Levi,
So-
if you saw the palatial estate that we are currently residing in, you would definitely be asking for money.
Yeah, he needs to have you on the phone only, because if you ever see this house that the studio is in,
It's
you'll be
basically the
asking
same
for
square
money.
footage as my last house,
Basically.
Levi. So
Basically.
yeah.
We're in Nevada, and the house is so tall I can see the ocean from here.
Damn.
Yeah, it's impressive. It's right up there with Wynn and
Okay.
who else has
All right.
big
What else
casinos
you got
down
for
there.
Kitchen? Stop talking.
I don't know if Kitchen knows this. I think I've told him about this.
The Kitchens? You don't know if Kitchens?
Kitchens knows this, but our guy Mitch Kendra at
Yeah.
Racer X,
Yeah.
our guy who does the posting on the website, Mitchie,
Yeah.
number one Kitchen fan, probably more than your dad and mom, girlfriend. If
Oh,
you got
really?
one.
He's full Kitchen
Oh,
guy.
1,000,000%.
Oh, wow.
1,000,000%.
Okay.
So pressure is on. You got to deliver for my guy Mitch. He will be living and dying on these Saturday nights on the East when you line up with Nichols and J-Mart. He will be living and dying on these Saturday nights. I don't know if he's admitted this to you. He's interviewed you a few times, but you are his guy.
Oh, wow.
So don't
Let's
let
go.
him down. Okay?
Let's go, he says. Let's do it.
Yeah. He's really proud because you told him that you were signing with Star even before it was like official, and he felt like it was like his first scoop that he ever got.
Okay.
So you will always be his guy. So don't let him down. Yep.
I won't.
Yep. I mean, Justin Brayton's always been my guy, and the guy's like 47 years old, and he's still racing. Like, you got to make this thing last.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah, my guy's Troll, and he's 82.
Yeah.
And going into 450 class for the first time. So, that's how this stuff works. Thanks, Levi. Appreciate it, man. Let's keep in touch. Let's get you on. And go to your Instagram, everybody, to get your own chef T-shirt. Get on there. Get some merch. Get some kitchen merch.
When you got Phil, too, who's going backwards.
Yeah, and Phil,
He's
and
going
my
the
other
direction.
guy is Phil, and he's going back down to 250s. He's terrible. So, thanks, Levi. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, thank you guys. Have a good night.
All right, see you, man. That's Levi Kitchens, everybody.
Kitchens. God, I was so
yeah, you were.
pissed.
I forgot about that.
So
That's
pissed.
awesome that you brought that up, Weege. All right.
No,
he
Kitchen,
brought it up.
Kitchens
Oh, he
brought it up.
Kitchens. Yeah, Kitchens.
Kitchens
That's awesome.
brought it up.
I love it because this
I
guy
was
was fucking
crazy.
irate.
I was so mad.
All right, let's go to commercial break. We'll come back. Sebastien Tortelli,
Oh,
God.
boy.
JT's old training partner, will come on, and I hope he shit talks you so bad.
What
I
time
do.
is it in France?
Why would he do that?
He won't because he's fucking the classiest human being alive after
Yes.
Andrew Short. So he won't do that, but I really hope he does.
What time is it in France?
It'll be 6 a.m. in Spain. He lives in Spain now.
Spain. It's 6
9 hours
a.m.
ahead.
It'll be 6 a.m. when he comes on.
It's already morning time by the
It's
time he gets
4:30
on.
a.m. right now.
Right.
Unbelievable.
So we're going to come back. We got some more stuff to talk about with Jason Weigandt and Jason Thomas. And we got our phone calls are full. Stay on hold. We'll get your calls when we come back. Race Tech Rant coming up as well. It's about Phil. I'll just let you know early. And we've got some more stuff coming on the PulpMX show. So thanks for hanging in there. Be right back after this break. Fuck Will Hahn.
Those who love motocross know Motorsport.com has the knowledge and expertise to make your next ride your best ride. Motorsport.com has a broad selection of in-stock parts and gear at competitive prices. We specialize in bringing you OEM and aftermarket parts, riding gear and accessories for dirt bikes, motorcycles, ATVs, and UTVs. All thanks to the most dedicated and experienced team of gearheads in the industry who use the very parts we sell on Motorsport.com. Motorsport.com always offers fast shipping and free delivery on orders more than $79 to ensure you never miss a ride. Whether you race on the track, ride the trails, or commute on the street, shop Motorsport.com today for the best customer service and experience when buying the parts and gear you need to stay on 2 and 4 wheels. Make your next ride your best ride, only at Motorsport.com.
Steve.
Kiefer.
If you want to hear about one of the best rides I've ever had,
Dude, it's not time for After Dark yet.
Chill down, dude. I just want to talk about race tech stuff.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Gosh, man. Basically, I've had the chance to do some stuff with race tech recently with the CRF 250R and, of course, the KX 250. And as you know, I've talked about on the show, I wasn't a real hardcore fan of race tech stuff back in the day. But since Rob and Andrew and those guys have assembled at race tech, the stuff has been great. So for you guys out there listening, if you guys are looking to get your engine work done or even some suspension work, or Steven says on the show sometimes, get your seals and your oil rebuilt
bushings
in your fork and shock. Get it rebuilt. It helps. 15 to 20 hours. Head over to racetech.com. Check out. They even got a cool little simulator. You can look at what size spring rate you might need for your bike. So a lot of cool features over there on the website. But and as you know, Yamaha Blue Crew guy over here, you guys have some of that on your bike.
It's fantastic. Zombie Blos uses it. Jerry Robin uses it. Starling, all of those guys over there. Malcolm Stewart won a Supercross with Race Tech stuff a few years ago. Pulp19 is the code to save. Mention PulpMX when you call. You can save on the service. You can save on motor work. You can save on springs if you just want to do that and get it put in yourself or do it yourself. Race Tech is the one-stop shopping for motor and suspension work. You can also mention the code HOMELIFE2020.
That's better. That's a better code, I think.
We'll do either one. Just listen, people. Give your bike some love. Get your suspension modified service. Get your motor modified serviced with the folks at Race Tech.
Good people.
Want a chain and sprocket kit but aren't sure what you need? Then call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and get hooked up with the right sprocket and chain kit for your bike. With more than 30,000 possible gearing combinations, Vortex EK has more gearing than your garage has room for. It's a ridiculous amount of gearing for nearly any bike. Join the ranks of Star Racing Yamaha and Supercross champion Dylan Ferrandis and run a Vortex sprocket. Available in red, blue, black, orange, silver, and Kawasaki green.
Yes, green. Call a doctor because things just got sick.
Warning may cause extraordinary power, excessive performance, and speed so fast your eyes will bleed.
Call Vortex EK at 800-440-3559 and mention promo code PulpMX2021 and get the best deal on your next order.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hey Pulp Nation, Andy from Guts Racing. We are the leaders in seat technology. We feel like for any need that you have with your seat, we've got you covered. For 2021, we're going to be adding more colors to our product line, and we're going to be adding more merchandise to our product line. Also new for 2021, we've expanded our distribution through motorsportoutlet.com. So please support the people that support Pulp. Support Guts Racing and also support motorsport.com. Hope to see you guys at the track soon. Once again, this is Andy Gregg from Guts Racing. Thanks again to Pulp Nation for all the support.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here.
The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win is Michelin motorcycle tires, and Michelin is introducing many exciting new tires for 2020. For V-twin riders, the Michelin Commander 3 Cruiser and the Michelin Commander 3 Touring tires offer improved wet grip and enhanced tread life. For sport bike and track day riders, the Michelin Power 5 tire and the Michelin Power GP tires feature the same architecture and profile for effortless sport bike setup from street to track. If you'd like to have the same tire that won the 2019 Red Bull Ayersburg Rodeo, the Michelin Enduro Extreme tire is the tire for you. And the Michelin Starcross 5 tire range is now available for young motocross and off-road riders in sizes for 50cc bikes and up. To learn more about these and all other Michelin two-wheel products, check out www.motorcycle.michelinman.com. Visit your local dealer or online retailer and follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Hey guys, it's Mathis. Look, if you're still not wearing a neck brace in 2020, it's time to go get one or at least think seriously about it. It's been over 15 years since the neck braces first came out. They're not the clunky, oversized devices they used to be. Atlas came in and changed the way all neck braces were designed by introducing flexible technology to the world and proving that neck braces can be something you can actually ride in while performing at the highest level. Look at Jason Anderson winning Supercross championships, or look at Martin Davalos or anybody else. Don't take my word for it just because I have 2 Manitoba championships to my name. Wait, I have 4. Just look at how many other brace designs look like the Atlas one. Atlas pioneered all the modern neck brace features and have been refining them ever since then, while the competition has been trying to catch up. Grab the brace that's been leading the pack. Check out atlasbrace.com. Get yours today. There is a Pulp discount if you check out sponsordeals.com on pulpmxshow.com. So be like Chase Sexton, Martin Davalos, and many other guys and wear the Atlas brace. atlasbrace.com.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and GasGas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
Our guys at Works Connection have always been there for the PulpMX show, and they're there for you as well. They're just as passionate as dedicated to the sport as you are. For over 30 years, Works Connection has been designing and producing innovative products like the Pro Launch Start Device, the 123 Easy Build Elite Perch, Elite Axle Blocks, and much, much more. You'll find Works Connection products on AMA Pro Riders bikes under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, Smart Top Honda, as well as top teams and privateers alike. The best part of this deal is PulpMX20 code saves you money at WorksConnection.com. Stop by your local outlet and check out the new lineup of Works Connection products for 2021. I've got the Perch on my bike. I've got the engine plugs. I absolutely love it. Great product. I've got the Start Device as well, which helped me in one moto at the World Vet Championships, and one moto not so much. WorksConnection.com. PulpMX20 is the code to save. Please check them out. All new 2021 products now available. Thanks for listening.
Over 65 years ago, Vertex Pistons was born out of a small technical workshop in northern Italy's famous Motor Valley. Expanding and maturing among the racing legends of Ferrari, Lamborghini, MV Agusta, and Ducati. Today, Vertex Pistons are the pistons of choice for motorcycle riders and teams throughout the world. Because of their renowned reputation for exceptional quality, Vertex Pistons is a factory piston supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, Beta, GasGas, and TM. From the Motocross, Supercross, MXGP, GNCC, National, and World Enduro Series, you can find Vertex Pistons winning championships. Vertex Pistons strives to provide you with world-class factory technology at a very competitive price. No matter which brand of bike you ride, when it's time to rebuild your top end, Vertex Pistons will have your engine performing better than new. To see our full range of 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons in replica, high compression, or GP-style configurations, visit us at vertexpistons.com or stop into your local dealer and ask for a Vertex piston kit today.
Welcome back, everybody. Hey, we're coming on. That's the warning I get, Marks, from our producer over there. Hey, we're coming on.
Usually I see like the 30, but yeah, we were running late today.
The Chipotle just hits, man.
Oh my god!
You get Chipotle and everything else is just non-existent. It's great.
Can I talk about on the air what we were talking about right now, right before we came on, or would people get mad, or would that be a bad thing?
Yeah, I just don't know where you got it from.
Okay, yeah, maybe we can talk about that a little bit. We got some phone calls here, everybody. Welcome to the show. Of course, Jason Thomas brought to you by Decal Works. Jason Weigandt brought to you by what was it?
At Cherby's, bro.
At Cherby's, yeah, Cherby's, yeah, absolutely. And it's a little late, but the 7 o'clock hour, which was 50 minutes ago, 50, is brought to you by the folks at Scotia Industries, innovators of award-winning consumer tech, power sports, car, audio products, and accessories. Over 40 years into business. Visit Scotia.com to get a 20% discount on the lineup of phone mounts, chargers, cables, power sport clamps, mounts. We got the base link mount thing here in front of you. Use discount code PULP2021 at Scotia, SCOSCHE, Scotia.com. Unlock your discounts on accessories for life. Weege, are you a Scotia guy?
I am a Scotia guy. Got a couple boom bottles. Want to thank when we were in Houston last year. I don't know if you remember this, Steve. We were there for the residency, and I didn't have a charger for my phone. I figured my roommates, they'd have my back. Why even bring one? Surely you'll have some chargers I can use.
Uh-huh.
And you didn't really like the fact that I was stealing your charger.
Yeah.
So the folks at Scotia actually mailed stuff
That's
to
right,
our residents.
because it was on the show.
Yeah.
We were yelling and screaming
about stealing cords.
Chargers, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Scotia sent cords to the house.
Was that, thanks to Scotia, Pulp
Yes.
2021, bringing you the 7 o'clock hour here on the show. And so, update about the Stu interview. I got something from Michael Lindsay that said it was worth the wait to have him on. JB was happy about the podcast as well, coming on. Tim Ferry, update from Tim Ferry. After James hung up, Ferry texted me, will JS7 actually call in? And I said, he already did. It was an hour. It was good. And he goes, wow, that's crazy. He must really be bored.
Hey, give me a voice of reason.
Thank you, Tim Ferry, for that.
That is true.
Thank you, Tim Ferry, for that.
5 years, he did everything he could think of in life. And he's like, I guess I got nothing left. I'll just come on Pulp.
I went to the Himalayas. I rock climbed.
I played all the golf I can play.
There's nothing else to do.
Steve's show.
Right.
Yes.
So that's been a few of the updates. Marks, the YouTube page is very excited about the Stu interview, so that's good.
I will say, can I say?
Yeah.
That broke our record for most concurrent viewers.
What's concurrent? Like all at the same time?
Yeah, at one
the
given
peak.
time.
Okay,
yes.
yeah. Okay, got it.
So,
well, that's
Stu,
good.
off
Stu.
season.
Hey, Stu, that's what happens.
Stu definitely understands the supply and demand economic issue that the world has right now.
Uh-huh.
He keeps the interviews in short supply, and the demand goes up.
Yeah, absolutely.
People want to hear from the man.
Yeah, absolutely. JT, we got a call for JT.
I am a little worried.
Okay.
We talked about this while we're eating dinner here during the commercial.
Yeah.
Apparently, James watches the Nationals on TV. Apparently, he noticed the Mount Rushmore, JT's favorite segment of the show.
Yeah.
He noticed that Zach Osborne did not put him in his
He
Mount
did.
Rushmore.
Yeah.
I also didn't have James in my Mount Rushmore, so he probably has these notes.
Yeah, and nothing aggravated Jason Thomas more than Mount Rushmore segment. But on top of
Kitchens.
On top of Kitchens and stuff, the Mount Rushmore was a weekly. Well, he didn't like it interrupting the motos for one, and then when someone made a terrible choice, which A-Ray put Kevin Windham on, and I agree, terrible choice. JT was also angry about that.
It's not a terrible choice. It's just
it is a terrible choice.
It's factually incorrect.
It's a terrible choice to put Kevin Windham on a 4-man motocross thing.
Listen, I've been yelled at by Kevin before. I don't want to get yelled at again. So I'm not going to say terrible choice. I just disagreed with it.
Yeah. So you're saying Stu?
I did not have Stu because I felt like Stu. He went Supercross only in his prime. He left a lot of wins on the table that he surely would have had.
The man went 24-0.
I know, but he has one title in the main class. So I went with Rick Johnson. I went with Hanna, of course. You got to go with Bob Hanna. You got to go Ricky Carmichael. Those are obvious. And I went with RJ over Stu. So
okay, well,
sorry. So unfortunately, he might be keeping notes on that. But we only had the staff picks during practice, so maybe he didn't watch that day.
Okay, you're watching the PulpMX show, the show that James Stewart watches to get better at podcasting.
Oh,
so
God.
you're also watching that show right now
God.
and listening to that show.
He's probably watching right now, taking
Listen
notes
to the
on how you do
show that Stu listens to get better. It's this show. It's me, the host, Steve Mathis.
this. Teaching Stu.
I wish he had
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks, everybody. JT, we got a call for you. Let's take that. Daniel, what's your call? What's your question for Jason Thomas?
Yeah, I was just curious for JT, how much with all the supply and demand issues, how much has that affected not just your guys' right now, but say your 22 and your 23 plans? And a second part to that is, has it caused you guys so much issue that you guys have had to shelve something, big and new that you guys wanted to release and it's not viable to do right now?
Great questions. It has changed our process for sure. We, typically before COVID existed, it was really straightforward. We had certain vendors for certain products. You ordered at a certain time that they requested and products were delivered. Like, it was really, I don't want to say easy, but everybody kind of knew the process and you just executed. Now we are having to get really creative, whether it's changing vendors or dual sourcing vendors or doing all kinds of things, getting in and out of countries that you may not have ever worked with before because they are not as hard hit as COVID and they have less restrictive policies, and just every possible change you could think of as far as complication. We're trying to alleviate complications in every way we can think of. So yeah, that has changed a ton for us. On the, shelving things, not necessarily. We have tried to make things much more simple. So a lot of the issues that we've had too is on our own team. Projects have gotten more difficult. People have left, or people, when people get COVID, they're out for multiple weeks. So all that stuff constrains time. So if there were things that were on the cusp where we're like, man, we really want to get this into the 2023 line, something like that would get pushed to 2024. That has definitely happened, which is a bummer, but it's at some point you have to face reality and make sometimes very hard decisions, but you want to do it correctly, right? If the choice is between doing it half-ass or doing it at all, or waiting till the next season and doing it the right way, then as a brand, and we're trying to create the best brand possible, you just have to say, okay, it's going to have to wait, because we don't want to launch a product that's not truly ready.
So if you guys don't mind to follow up on that, do you see where this is gonna settle back out, or are you guys just gonna have to play this game for the foreseeable future?
Well, it's a guessing game. We try to gather as much information as possible to make educated guesses, I would say. And you're constantly communicating with your customers, both dealer-wise and consumer-wise, to gauge demand, because those are they're going to be leading indicators of where we think it's going to go. For right now, we're still seeing super strong demand. People are still into it. We're still not able to produce as many products as demand would ask for. The problem, the really sensitive side to that is you don't want to get caught producing way too much and you don't time it right. And you're not paying attention, you're not alert, and you just keep ordering more and more and more, and then demand slows down, and then you have a big problem. So I don't think it's an exact science. We're really just trying to make the best decisions we possibly can, because remember, we're having to plan out a year, sometimes 18 months ahead of time in this process. So there's no way to know exactly what's going to happen, right? A few months ago, I think most of us thought, especially like in the summer, we thought that the world was kind of going back to normal, and by Christmas time it would look a lot different than it does today. We didn't know what Omicron was, and we didn't know, the Delta variant wasn't out there, and all those things have really big implications for our business, but sometimes positive and a lot of times negative. COVID, as crazy as it sounds, is a huge positive overall for power sports. So we don't know any of those things. Like, there are so many developments that are going to happen over the next year that we can't possibly guess, or nobody even knew what the COVID was going to happen.
It's a daunting task, man, for a corporation like WPS.
It's guessing.
Yes. Yeah, it is guessing. Yeah, exactly, right? Like
just in our work, the day to day, it changes plans so quick. That's why I was curious how in a 1 year to 2 year plan it really shaped things up. But I appreciate you guys taking my question.
Thanks, man.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and I look forward to another year of Pulp, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, this year might be my last in the sport, so stay tuned. We'll see what.
No, the palatial estate here, I believe, has cemented you.
I can't even get away from
into
that.
the sport. Yeah.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Job of the week this week, our buddies at Maxima. Yeah, Maxima, great company and fantastic guys down there in Santee, California. You can work with a dogger. I mean, come on.
What more do you need to know?
Full-time job, power sports sales and product support down in San Diego, Santee. Maxima Racing Oils is a race-inspired, product-driven company. We formulate, develop, manufacture, distribute high-performance oils, lubes, and auxiliary products for the power sports, four-wheel race, and bike markets. So they are looking for a power sports sales and product support, reporting to the power sports brand manager. So absolutely get involved with the industry. Get started, Maxima USA. If you're a company in the industry, you are looking for people, which is a big part of things going on now, go try motorcycleindustryjob.com. List your job on there, and it's really, really appreciated by those companies. They'll find you the right people out there. And Pulp 20 is code to save at Maxima USA. Also, Maxima USA, one of the sponsors of the Racer X Supercross preview show.
Looking forward to it, man. We're going to SC1 that thing, give it a nice glossy shine. Yeah.
I am going to SC1 my hot takes.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So thanks to Maxima USA, whether it's SC1, whether it's FFT, whether it's their performance four-stroke oils with their patented Peak system in it, unique and exclusive to Maxima, they will hook you up. Pulp 20 is the code to save. Great company, great oils. Do you use Maxima? Do you need a Maxima? Is this another thing we got to do for you?
Yeah, I mean, I bought oil once. I got a KTM, and I bought a KTM from KTM itself. They have to sell through a dealer. So I'd pick up the bike at a dealer, and I felt bad that my dealer didn't make any money on this purchase. So I bought 2 bottles of oil that they just had on the shelf there. It's like Motor X or whatever the heck KTM uses.
Yeah.
And then I never actually changed the oil in my bike. And it actually, is it okay to use like oil that is sat on the shelf for like 5 years? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
I don't know if I should do that. So I probably should get some real oil at this point.
Let's get you some Maxima.
Okay.
All right, we'll
cool.
get you dialed in, especially for your Blue Crew. Weege is now on Blue Crew.
It's coming soon.
Fantastic.
Yep. Contracts have been signed.
Right.
Yep.
So thanks to the folks at Maxima and MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Racetech rant of the night, racetech.com. Get your bike sprung for your weight and or speed. Motor work as well. They help a lot of privateers out there. Jace Kessler, Cade Clayson. What was on their suspension over at PulpMX this past week? Racetech. Pulp 21 is the code to save. Get your road race bike, get your street bike, get your vintage bike, your dirt bike, all dialed in from the folks at Racetech. They do motor work as well. And if you're a local shop and you want to use Racetech, they have the Racetech service centers they can dial you in and set you up with, or they have NDAs that they'll sign to do your motor work for you. Zombie Blows, Racetech guy. Malcolm Stewart won Montreal Supercross a few years ago on Racetech suspension. So they know what they're doing. Privateer proven. Pulp 21. That's the code to save. My Racetech rant of the night it's Phil.
Oh.
So I fly to Charlotte. Phil says fly to Charlotte, come out, hang out. I get to stay at his house, right? He is such a mystery wrapped in a riddle. Phil is like the burrito where you have everything in a 7-layer burrito, and you got all these layers, and in the center is what, the steak or chicken or whatever you want, and that's the good part. But to get to it, you got to eat the shitty beans and the shitty guac and the shitty rice.
That's accurate.
Like, Phil is a 7-layer fucking burrito of mystery. That's what he is. Because here's the thing. Who texted me after our last dog died? Not Weege, by the way. Phil.
I didn't say congratulations.
What?
I for sure did.
Okay.
Oh.
Phil did.
Are you
also.
sure I didn't text congratulations?
Oh, maybe you did. Yeah,
Okay,
maybe
all
you did.
right.
So who did that? Phil Nicoletti did that. Who gave me 2 nights at his house? Phil Nicoletti. Who made me a sandwich for lunch in a Tupperware container? Phil Nicoletti. He made me a breakfast sandwich, JT. He stopped to get me creamer for my coffee in the morning. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He got coffee too. He bought Starbucks coffee, which I didn't need, but he even bought coffee beans from Starbucks.
This ungrateful person, Steve Mathis, Phil Nicoletti, goes to the grocery store the day before Mathis flies in to buy him Starbucks coffee and his favorite creamer to brew in the house. And Steve says, "No, I'd rather go to Starbucks itself to get my custom."
I just said, is there Starbucks around here? That's all.
You didn't drink it. The only reason you drank it is because there aren't any Starbucks on the way to club, so you had
Yeah,
but you
because
did not want it.
I wanted it to go Starbucks. Anyways,
Yes.
so I like Phil. Phil's a nice guy.
We know you like Phil.
But the fucking guy, his house is 62 degrees when I walk in after that first night.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm begging him.
I like it cold too.
Dude, 62 though?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck you. I said, Phil, it's fucking so cold in here. He said, you got fucking shorts on. Okay, but it's so cold.
I like it cold when I'm trying to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm down with that.
In the winter, it's funny you mentioned that because I turn my thermostat to 62
At night.
He turns it up to 65 for me. I say, Phil, it's still cold. Can I leave you a 20? And he's like, no. I said, I swear to God, I will leave $20. Can we put it at 72? He about had a
72.
fucking heart attack. We keep our house at 72.
Ooh, 72 is warm.
He almost had a heart attack.
I did actually say it's warm in here earlier.
You did.
I mean,
yeah. So
72 is warm.
he wouldn't do that. He freaked out on me. Okay. Then he was yelling at Troll for no reason. He's like, Troll's fucking got his bacon fingers. Troll eats bacon, licks his fingers, and then touches everything in Phil's house. And then Phil said like he hawked the loogie down a sink, but then didn't wash it down. And then at one point, we're all on our phones on Phil's couch. He's got no end tables, no coffee table. Okay, nothing. Just
Nothing hung on the walls, no decorations.
Nothing on the walls.
Nothing. Blank.
Just, yeah, a couch and a TV.
Yeah.
And he's just like,
sounds cozy.
He's like, fuck, Alex, you irritate me. And Alex is like,
yeah.
What, Phil? What did I do, Phil? Phil, I'm just sitting here. Why are you so mad? And so, like, he's a nice guy. I just told you all the nice things he does for me.
Yeah,
But
you got to
then-
think of it this way. With that burrito,
The
steak
7-layer.
in the middle is the 7-layer burrito. The steak is really nice, but there's a lot more rice and a lot more beans.
But I think
than there is steak.
I think that's what you like about Phil.
And then I was talking to him about politics.
Oh,
And like, no. Like, I think the far left and the far right are just totally lost their minds, right? I really do. That we've got a massive
Is
divide
there
in this
anything
country.
else?
Yeah, really, right? I
Is
know.
there?
I know. Well, I feel like
I would like to hear from that.
I feel like us three are in there.
I'm gonna
JT's
give
leaning
JT
right.
I'm going to give JT a damn gold star.
No,
one of the most
no, do
reasonable
not.
people
Do
I
not.
know. One of
No.
the most reasonable
Oh
people
my
I know.
God.
Yes,
Oh my
yes,
God.
yes.
Oh, wow.
You might have Stu learning from your pod, but JT is one of the most reasonable people I know.
He's not.
He is.
That's incorrect. But
He's
anyways.
able to pick certain things. He's
Yeah,
able
he
to be
is.
like, no, I'm
He
not
is.
going all in. I'm
No,
not going all
he
in.
is. He is.
Yes.
But I still wouldn't give him a gold star. But I get it. But anyways,
gold star.
so if you're on the far left or the far right, you've lost your mind. Okay, absolutely. That's where we're at in the world. And like you said, is there any other side?
I hope there
I
is.
don't know.
I don't know.
It's
I don't
wild
know.
out there.
It's wild. Out there. It's
It
a
really
fucking
is. It's
wild
wild out
west
there.
of out there. I mean, there are some fucking kooks in the motocross world.
There are some
Okay.
kooks in the world.
Yeah. But
Yes.
we see the right side more.
Yeah,
in
it's
our
true.
in our
In our-
industry.
in our
right.
industry, yes.
Anyways,
Just go on Twitter for a while. You'll see all of it.
anyways,
Yeah.
anyways, I was talking to Phil about it, and he is
Great move.
he's gone. He's gone, and I'm like, Phil, like you're a smart guy. Phil's got a property in New York. He's got a house he built in Charlotte. He's a very smart guy with racing. You know what I mean? Like Phil's an articulate, smart guy.
Yeah.
He gets it, man. And I'm talking to him. I'm like, oh my God. So we got the burrito, and I just cannot figure out Phil. My race tech round of the
You
night.
can't talk about politics, man. You can't do it.
No. Phil
Alex
said
is a liberal.
Phil said he no longer has
Are
to do
you
a warm up.
kidding me?
He figured out all he has to do is Steve come down to the truck when he races 250 East. Talk about politics. He said instantly he was at a 145 heart rate. Instantly, as soon as Steve got into him.
He was telling me things, and I'm like, Phil, that's incorrect. Like, I'll show you articles, many articles, not just the New York Times or not just CNN, that fact that you just said is incorrect. I've read it. I've talked about it. I've seen it. And then he goes, that's all. Those aren't telling the truth. And I'm like, okay, but so the articles that you read then are all the truth, right? So we disagreed on that. And the guy made me a breakfast sandwich that was amazing. So this is what this is Phil.
Phil's a great guy.
He made me a breakfast sandwich that's amazing.
Yes.
He texted me about my dog that passed away, and then he's over here when it comes to the temperature of his house.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I offered him $20. And I would pay it. You guys know me.
No, you would.
Would I have any qualms about putting $20 cash on the counter?
No. No, for the coffee and the
Yeah.
sandwich, absolutely. You would do that.
100%.
Yes. Would
And-
I do it? No.
No, you would not do it.
No.
There's no chance.
No.
Weege has lots of qualms with that.
Yeah. But anyway, so my race tech round of the night is the 7-layer burrito of Phil is mystifying to me, and I want to get to the bottom of it. That's my race tech rant. I love the guy. He's one of my good friends, and I just still makes me mad.
Politics does crazy things to people, man.
But it's not just politics. It's the 65.
Well,
house.
he's just cheap.
It's the hating Alex for barely doing anything.
It's hating Alex, yelling at Alex for nothing.
Yeah, that's not.
We went to dinner, and he wasn't going to be satisfied until we left that table knowing for sure, with 100% certainty, that Alex was the most selfish human being on the planet.
Right.
That was his whole goal of that dinner.
And
prove
they've been friends for 10 years.
Yes. He's the most selfish human on the planet. Until we learned that about Troll, he was not going to be satisfied.
Right.
It's his friend.
Yeah.
It's typical Phil.
And then...
Can we tell the story now of the dinner?
Yeah, so here's another thing. Race tech round of the night. Phil.
Part 2.
So he lives there. He knows the area great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Vegas. I don't know anything about it. Alex is from Florida.
How far is this from Club?
He's an hour from Club, maybe a little less.
Oh, okay.
Weege
I'm
lives
like 2 hours from there.
Weege lives north of the airport, so
Yeah,
he's
I know
not
where
familiar
Weege-
with
I know where Weege
Yeah,
lives.
Weege isn't
Yeah.
familiar with the area as much either.
Yeah, because it's like an hour from where I
Right.
live.
So
Okay.
Towards
Club.
Josh
An hour
Osby,
closer,
Josh Osby texts me and goes, "Hey, you're in town. Let's do dinner." And I like Osby, good dude. I said, "Yeah, absolutely. Let's do dinner." He's like, "Okay." So during the day, I tell Phil, Osby wants to meet us for dinner. Whatever we're doing, let's text Osby. So yeah, okay, all right. Sounds like a good plan. Weege is involved. Troll, who lives in Florida, calls me, who lives in Vegas, to say, "What's for dinner, bro?"
Yeah, where are we going to go?
Where are we going to go?
The 2 out-of-state guys.
Right.
Osby is not part of this. I'm not
No.
part of this. Phil's not part
No.
of this. None of the people that live there are
Right.
part of this.
So then somehow he's talking to Phil. He says Phil has no shirt on and is angry right now.
Yes, I'm like, have Phil text us where to go and send us a link. And he's like, he's sitting on the couch wearing socks but no shirt. He's very angry.
So
we weren't allowed to use Phil as a reference.
we decide sushi, and we go Yama Sushi, which is Blue Crew, by the way. Great
Blue
name.
Crew Sushi.
We're going to Yama Sushi, but
Yamaha.
and they said it's 15. Like they're farther away, so it's 15 minutes closer to where we are from driving up from
Okay.
Club and to where they are.
Yeah.
Right. So we went mountain biking with Yulo. By the way, thank you Yulo for letting us go.
Yeah.
So I Google Yama Sushi. Trolls on the phone. I say 15 minutes away. Got it.
And they're like, it's right by where Osby lives.
Right by where Osby lives.
There's Yama Sushi right by where Osby lives. It's 15 minutes away. He types Yama Sushi into his phone. We find one that's 15 minutes away. We head that direction.
Now here's where Weege is at fault.
Stop it.
Yes, you are. We're driving on these roads that are like away from Phil's house.
Mm-hmm.
And we knew that we were going to meet in the middle. They were coming down and we were going up and we were going to meet in the middle. At some point, we should have said, this is out of the way. But he didn't.
Well, I have a reason for that.
So he goes, this is where Osby used to live. I wonder if those guys know that Osby moved. And we pull in, and there's a Yama Sushi
Yep.
at a strip mall.
And I'm like, I can't believe these guys don't know that Osby moved. He doesn't live here anymore.
Right. So we get on the phone. Phil blows up at us. You fucking idiots. It's the fucking the Waverly one, and you fucking
You went to Concord. How could you be so stupid?
And Weege goes, I thought you thought Osby used to live here. I know Osby moved. Okay. So now it's 40 minutes for us to the next.
To get to the other Yama.
Because we went further.
Yes.
So we go to the other Yama Sushi, 40 minutes away. Phil's angry as fuck because we're late and everything else.
Yes.
They just sat down. They start to order.
Just Phil and Alex.
Just Phil and Alex.
Osby's not there for some reason.
Right.
We're very confused why Osby is not there, even though we purposely picked a place by his house.
Yeah, by his new place.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then at some point, Phil's like, did you tell Osby we're here? Why would I don't know where we're going, Phil. Why would I call Osby? I don't know where he lives. I don't know what's called Yama. So Osby's like, oh shit, I'll be right down.
All 4 of us look at each other. I didn't tell Osby. You didn't tell Osby. I didn't tell Osby. You didn't tell. We went purposely to where Osby lives, but nobody told him, hey, here's where we're going.
And Phil is mad at me and Troll, the Vegas and Florida guys, for not talking to Osby. This is my 7-layer burrito of Phil.
It was horrible. It was, we wasted an hour and a half driving the wrong way and then coming back because there are 2 Yama Sushis.
And waiting for
one
Osby.
where Osby used to live and one where Osby lives now.
It sounds like Phil's in the right to me.
Stop it, JT. All he had to do was send us a link and say, go here. And the whole thing would have been solved. But instead,
And all he
he
had to
was
do
sitting
was
on
say-
the couch with his shirt off and his socks on, and he's angry.
All he had to do was text Osby and be like,
Here's
going
where
right
we're
by-
going.
We're going
Why
because he
would
can
you
walk,
not?
and Osby can walk to this Yama
Yes.
Sushi. That's why we went there.
Yes.
Fucking shit show.
Yeah.
Just a shit show.
It was bad. And Troll left after that.
And Troll left.
Troll
went
Did
home.
he eat?
No, he ate, but then he went home. He had to catch a flight. So
He did.
PulpMX, everybody. Phil.
was-
Fucking cheese dick radio.
And then at some point, we're riding, and Phil is like, Cade, what is up with your hair? What the fuck is up with your hair, Cade?
I did. There's a weed show. It'll come out whenever they
okay.
announce the sponsor of the team. I interview Troll, and there's Phil next to him pretending he's asleep, making fun of how boring Alex's speaking skills are.
Right.
Then I interview Marchbanks, and then there's Phil talking like in a barely can understand English to make it sound like Marchbanks is so dumb that you
Yeah.
can't understand the words coming out of his mouth.
Right.
He's making fun of everybody doing everything in there, let alone when Lopes shows up, his brother-in-law.
Are you kidding me?
Just slaying Lopes.
Yeah.
At every turn.
Yeah. And you know what? And Phil's single again.
Yeah.
It's off again.
I don't know. Is he?
Sure. Yeah. I don't.
Enzo still calls him his brother-in-law. Still.
True. So they're off. I don't know.
Yeah,
She's not around. She's
Yeah,
a
she wasn't
lovely
at the
girl.
house.
She's a lovely girl.
Yes. Wasn't at the house.
Not around.
Yeah.
And Phil wonders why. He wonders why.
Maybe she doesn't like bean dip.
I don't know, man. She has to fucking go through some serious shit to get to Phil's to get to that steak.
That
Is a
steak
lot
heart.
of work.
Mhm.
It's a lot of fucking work.
Did you expect anything else? Do you feel like flying there you got the full show?
100%. If only Alex had stayed the next night also.
I know.
Right.
But you have to, JT, you have to love the fact that there was one night where Steve stayed in a house with Phil and Alex.
Well,
you have to love that, JT.
He got the Phil experience when he could not believe in Houston last year when Phil was losing his mind that he had taken Uber to the airport.
Oh, that's right.
Unbelievable.
Phil dropped by. Yes. We should have picked him up and dropped him
No,
off.
you shouldn't have. And
No,
I
I
told
was
him
supposed to
his
change my
face.
flight, remember?
Yeah.
He was mad that I didn't change my flight to match his.
Pay for this. I mean, we had it out in the car.
You did.
I just told him you were flat wrong. You were
He said I
ridiculous.
was selfish because I didn't change my flight to match his, so he wouldn't have to pay for an Uber to the airport.
Yeah, you're
I
selfish.
was selfish.
Yeah,
He
you're
was
selfish.
flat wrong.
It's amazing.
He was making me mad because he was putting this on Weech.
All right. So that's the Race Tech Rant of the night. The 7-layer burrito. That is Phil Nicoletti.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to talk about PulpMX Fantasy right away. Let's get to some few calls, though. Nash.
Gentlemen.
What's up, Nash? How are you?
Nash.
I'm deep into the throes of preparing race bikes for the 22 season.
Nice.
Weech, you will soon be with me, Weech. Now the Blue Crew.
Yeah, we just on Blue Crew. Like
maybe
you.
we can make some deals here. Blue Crew East. Maybe we can make some deals. Yeah.
Listen, we've got contracts in the glove box ready and waiting. You know,
All
we
right.
can sign a young lane. I'm the Tony Alessi of off-road racing, as some say and joke around, not literally, joking, of course. But I'm just calling because I was so, as a longtime listener, Steve, you know I love the show.
Yes.
It's Monday nights in the garage, here and there. You know, a couple weeks off, yada, yada. But the reality is JS7, and I know that this is master of the obvious, brilliant.
He was
brilliant.
good. Yeah, he was good.
Let his hair down and just went for it. It's the rebirth of James, and it was so welcome to hear.
Yeah, let's see if
It's amazing.
I think he will be around more. I don't think those are just lip service. I think he's in a better place. I do. So
I think it's a win, and which leads me to believe that you might have a rebirth of Factory Phil Lawrence. How can you not?
I would easy on that. I don't know if Factory Phil, but I mean, there's certain people in the industry for sure that would love Factory Phil to come back in.
Nash being
I
one.
love
Nash
it.
being one of them.
I can dream, Ken. I can dream.
Yeah, you can.
Christmas
Yeah.
time, New Year's. I'm living life. Is there anything percolating that you can't say that is bubbling up? I know you can't say it on the radio. I know you can't say it out loud.
Is there anything that you want to say that you can't say?
Yeah.
Wink and nod here? What do you want us to do? What's
About
the code?
what?
What's
About
the Morse
what?
code?
Percolating like coffee?
Anything on any of the teams. Anything going on.
Is there anything that you want to say that you can't say?
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying.
I don't.
No, I don't know.
I don't know what you're saying either, Nash. Yeah, I don't know what you're saying.
Don't say it, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So say it.
Yeah.
You can't say it, but sometimes things bubble up this time of the year. And I know that there's any type, you won't say it because you're not going to destroy.
Are you talking
your
about Adam?
relationship.
Adam getting hurt?
I'm not talking about anything other than the fact that I know that things happen now.
What the fuck
and
is
they
going on
have
with
to-
Nash right now? What's going on, Nash? What's happening with
Bark
Nash?
twice if you're in Milwaukee.
It's this time of the year where things will happen on a team, and you guys are privy to it. And I know you're not going to say it on the radio, but you literally can't say it. But is there anything that's percolating within the teams that you know of?
Nah, I don't know.
This is an amazing job here because it makes it sound like he
Nash
knows and we know, and now everybody's trying to figure out what we know. Like, I don't know what he's talking
I'm
about.
racking my brain trying to think if I know anything that I haven't thought of.
Oh, my God. Do I know something?
Yes, do I know something?
Yeah, I don't know.
We should do this every week.
Yeah.
Oh, we know.
Yeah,
oh,
we
yeah, you
know.
know.
We know.
Oh, yeah.
We know.
And
We
you
know.
guys will
Yeah,
see.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, JT.
You know, JT.
All right. Well,
I got nothing.
All right.
Then that's good.
All right, Nash. Adam got hurt, but he'll be fine for Anaheim 1 is the word.
Yeah.
Adam
it's
crashed.
honestly really quiet out
He'll
there.
be fine for Anaheim 1. I heard
really
that
quiet.
McAdoo and Faulkner crashed. They both walked off. They're fine, as far as I know, so that's okay. I don't know anything else.
It's quiet.
And we figured out the East and West for Star Racing. We got
Tomac's fine.
Tomac's fine. Craig looks great. And Mookie's fast.
And Mookie's fast. Yeah, hey.
Mookie's lost weight, and
Right.
he's really fast.
Right, so.
Okay, I love the crack journalism that's going on with Kitchen. Poor Kitchen. He climbed inside the washing machine, getting bounced around. And
Well, you know what? Hey, listen,
this is big time. Big time.
Kitchen's DM me to come on tonight. He asked to come on. So if he wants to come on, he's going to face the wrath.
Okay.
Hey, he wants to jump in the pool. He's got to swim with the sharks, buddy.
Yep. I brought the heat into his kitchen.
Oh.
So, all right, Nash. Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
See ya.
Awesome show. Thanks.
All
Cheers,
right. John, what's up? You have an apology for me, John?
Sorry, I'm on hold. I've been forced to drink and smoke cigarettes.
All right.
The show will do that to you.
Yeah, apology. Yeah, no, don't blow it before we even start. No, but honestly, I've been calling in since before Nash, actually.
Okay.
And Nash is a great caller. He's
he
a
is.
good personality for the show. And I mean, I gave you shit because I called in and Kevin Wyndham was on the line and he came up with the nets. And then I called in the other day and gave you shit over it. And I got to thinking, I mean, I've been enjoying this show. JT in studio and Weege? You might want to cover your ears.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah,
That's
but
not what we need.
I've been calling in. I got on Intignap's rap. I've gotten to talk to David Billiman about whips. And I chose to call in and give you shit because, Kevin Wyndham, you're the one that drove the point home, made it happen, and did good for the sport, whether it was your idea. So I formally apologize for giving you shit about the nets.
I formally accept your apology. Yeah.
All right, good. Enough said.
Okay.
So
thanks, buddy.
I feel better. How about you?
I feel fantastic, John. Thank you, buddy.
He gave you crap about it being Wyndham's idea?
Yeah.
Okay.
And was it Wyndham's idea? Do we really know? Does
Yes,
anybody know?
we do.
Does anybody know?
Yes,
it was.
you said
I
it.
Yes, it was. I mean, it's kind of a backhanded compliment, but yes.
Thanks, John.
Just keep doing what you're doing.
We will
Yeah.
keep doing it, buddy. Thank you, man.
Peace.
All right, thank
First
you.
stew, now this.
God bless.
Unreal.
Oh, shit. That's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
Darkside, welcome to the show.
Even, boys.
Have you not heard that?
No, I'd heard about it, but I never actually
Yeah.
heard it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Darkside, so we've got a barber from Minneapolis.
I heard. Yeah, I saw.
She's there. She's the executioner for the pony.
It's Minneapolis, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I didn't know if you would formally announce that to everybody.
Say goodbye to that thing. Say goodbye. You have when's Minneapolis? February? Is it February?
Yeah.
Yeah, February.
Yeah, you got a
19
month and a half,
20?
2 months max with that thing. So whatever you and the pony want to be doing, get to it.
I better get out and live some life with it.
Yep. Yep. Kiefer wants her to cut it off. He's going to put it in a jar.
Oh, okay.
And put it on his mantle, he said.
Yes,
so
like
that's
your Southwick
fucking
sand.
creepy,
Put
too.
in formaldehyde
Yeah.
like up on his mantle.
Yeah, yeah. So.
Gonna melt those hooves, turn them to glue.
Yeah. So there you go, Darkside. Get ready.
I'm ready, man. I'm prepared. Blue Crew.
Yeah, well, that's what things you do for a Blue Crew. I
So
know.
is this for charity? I'm assuming there better be an actual
He's
good
getting
reason.
a motorcycle.
Yeah, it's for my charity.
He's getting a motorcycle. for
Kiefer's
this.
buying him a motorcycle.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Two-stroke, 250.
Kiefer is going to give him a YZ250.
Yeah.
For cutting the pony.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kiefer just spending money.
Well,
I don't know.
no. Darkseid's getting the pony cut, but then he's also getting a normal haircut, like
Really?
a stylish haircut.
Yes.
Yes.
This is like when the 80s, 90s rock stars suddenly have to finally let it go.
Like, remember Jovi for Keep the
Yeah.
Faith?
Yeah, all of a sudden it's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
it's not really the style anymore.
Right.
I got to go short.
Right. So the pony's coming off, and Darkseid's getting a regular cut.
All for
Yeah,
the
I'm looking
season.
at JT's cut right now. I guess I'm going with something like that.
I don't know. That's up to Kiefer and what's
Style,
her,
man. I like it.
What's her name? Jillian? I forget her name.
Yeah, something like that.
She seems like a wonderful lady. I've been texting with her.
This is going to get him a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Hey, hair grows back. Motorcycles
So
are
we
life.
tell him. But he's been growing his pony since what year, Darkseid?
95-ish.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's terrible.
Yeah.
But to be fair, you've trimmed it at least at some point.
Yeah, yeah.
Since 95.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we could grow it
I
back.
donate.
Yeah.
I donate to wigs for kids all the time.
There you go.
What? Who's on the wrap-up show, Darkseid? Michelin, Bicycle Tire, Guts Racing, Seal Savers. Jilly is the woman who's cutting the hair. And yeah, what's on the wrap-up show?
Your guy's boy, Kellen Brower, who I understand will be in studio tomorrow for the preview shows.
It's coming up to hang.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
You did
really.
not say this till right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry about that. Is that a problem?
I'd never heard about
Is
this.
he flying or driving? What's he doing?
Driving up in the morning.
He is?
Yeah.
Wow.
Fuck. All right, Reeds. Wow, okay.
Should I mention that?
Yeah.
Should I
Well,
mention that?
I feel like you should have dropped that. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, probably.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Look, I'm going to say
Surprise,
this
surprise.
over and
There you
over.
go.
Yeah.
The preview shows used to be planned by both Chase Stallo and I. Chase Stallo has left the building. He no longer works for Racer X.
Mm-hmm.
Now I have to do all the stuff I usually do and the preview shows. And every year I got to make them better. So I am not on top of the preview shows. I am busy doing other things. I've put 5 minutes of prep into the preview shows so far.
All right.
So
Oh.
there are some people who I'm like ping-ponging all over the place.
Right.
I'm like, oh, yeah, that. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Keep
So,
Yeah, that's another bad one.
but we're gonna have. But JB and Phil will make an appearance in the preview show.
That part's already been
right,
done.
Right. So.
Yes.
Okay. So Callum Brower and who else? Darkseid.
A-Ray.
Oh, nice. A-Ray. All right. Coming on.
Yeah, it's pretty much just going to be the Stu segment. I mean, at this point, you might as well just call it a night.
Wow. Seb's coming up, bro. Seb's he's awesome.
Looking
That's
good.
true. That Stu segment's going to be hard to beat.
He was good, right?
Yeah, dude, an hour and 10 minutes? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. I was, honestly, he was way better on your show than he was on his first show.
Wow. There we go. Well, he watches this show to learn how to get better.
Oh,
Darkseid.
God, I heard.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I've already made sure to not pull that audio.
So you're gonna Darkseid, you're gonna let Jilly, like, just you don't give her any instructions. It's Kiefer's haircut.
I already made the agreement with Kiefer, so yeah,
Right, okay.
Kiefer's
All right.
deal. I'm not going to renege on what I said.
All right. I just don't want you to. Yeah. Right.
No,
Don't-
I'm in, man. I'm not
right.
turning. Yep, we'll do it.
What if she's like not even a barber? What if she just is like I don't know. I just was giving her contact through a mutual friend.
Well, she just got to go.
No, she's got to give him a real cut.
Snip.
She's giving him a real cut.
Kiefer wants it styled.
On air, like we're doing.
Right.
She's going to style it.
Also,
at the show.
she is quite an attractive woman. Darkseid, so
Right.
be cool. All right, don't be weird.
All right, I'll work on that.
Okay, thank you. And actually, this
No
goes
guarantees.
and this goes for Kiefer too.
Yeah.
Kiefer, be all right.
Yeah,
I don't know if
You
he can work
we need
on
to be
that.
more worried about him.
Yeah, no,
I don't know
need-
if he
yeah,
can work on
yeah.
that.
Hey,
He's going to
man,
start
you
asking
beating off?
questions.
Yeah,
He's going to start asking her a lot of questions.
I don't know. So, all right. Well,
Weed, are you okay, man? You look a little red and sweaty tonight, man. You feeling okay?
I mean, I had to hang with the man on the intense taser today.
Okay.
On a torturous trip. And we actually rode mountain bikes. We did east and west. We rode mountain bikes last Thursday.
Yeah.
With our buddy Sean Ulikowski.
Yeah.
Mechanic to the great.
Right.
Justin Brayton.
Yep.
We did some mountain bikes in the east. Today we did some mountain bikes to the west. Maybe I'm worn out. Maybe it was the fact that I was planning these preview shows on my flight today and realizing I had not asked Kiefer, realizing I had not told Mathis that Kellen was coming.
Yeah.
Let me see if there's anything else I forgot to mention.
And Travis Marks, you're in for filming these.
Yes, I'm in.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Marks is doing that.
Top quality work.
Yep.
This is still planned better than the dinner with Osby.
100%. Yeah.
It is still planned better than that. Yeah.
I really like Osby this year. I like his chances to do well.
Everything you want to see. From
Everything I want to see from Osby, I've seen, and it's great.
Who's he? What team's he on?
Phoenix.
Okay.
Yeah.
Along with KP. And then Enzo was there. Jace Kessler was there. Fast Freddy was there. Phil was there. Marchbanks was there. Enzo was there. Jace Owen was there. Who am I missing? Oh, Marshall Welton was there.
That's a lot of
Troll.
guys.
Dude.
No JB.
Arena Cross, son of Arena Cross, legend.
Mike Goodwin.
Luke Neese.
Luke Neese.
Luke Neese.
Yeah, which I didn't even know he was riding for SGB, and he thought I worked for PulpMX.
Thought you did.
Yeah. Oh, and
Scott
Cade.
Troll on
And
the team.
Cade. We didn't even say
Yeah,
Cade.
it was
Like,
a nice
it was
group.
it was a group.
a lot
So
of
2
people.
tracks, 2 groups, out on 2 tracks.
Yeah. Yep. We heard Phil was only recently upgraded to the top group.
To the top group.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh, it's segmented. Like,
Oh
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Like
Oh yeah.
A team and B
It's
team.
like
Oh,
it's
wow.
like what's the Leonardo DiCaprio movie?
Titanic.
No. Where you're fighting on an island, you're all Lord of the Pigs.
Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Flies.
Lord of the Pigs.
Lord of the Pigs.
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Flies. You know what I mean? It's like Lord of the Flies, like
Yeah.
the good group is.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't just get on the Marchbanks group.
No.
You got to earn
And
your way to
Marchbanks looks
Marchbanks.
good too, by the way. Marchbanks looks
Marchbanks
good.
is ripping.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
riding west. He's
Okay.
riding west.
All right.
We know that.
Yep.
All right, Ducks. Anything else?
Last thing, man. 62 degrees is perfectly okay. It's 59 in my house right now, and it's great.
Oh my God.
What
Yeah.
in tarnation.
I like it.
Marks, where's your house at?
70. Between 70 and 72, depending on time of day.
Callan?
I'm like 68.
Yeah, 68 to 72 is
Oh,
me.
you won.
50? Did he say 59?
59.
Yeah, dude. No, I don't even have the heat on, bro. It's perfect. Like, you can only take so many clothes off, and if you're still hot, you're fucking hot.
You are out
But
of your
if you're
mind.
cold, put some blankets on.
If it's like if my room upstairs in my house would get 259 on its own, I would not
Yeah.
warm it up.
That's
Right.
way too cold.
Yeah, he lives in
I'm
Texas.
just not.
that
Yeah, I
was,
just have the heat off right now because it's nice and cool outside.
Yeah.
All right.
Dark Side, I want to thank you for voluntarily handling Racer X Privateer profile at racerxonline.com every week. I don't know why you're doing this, but it's
Just
much appreciated.
Another guy you're taking from Pulp.
I mean,
Moser.
he just started sending us stuff, and it's been, honestly, we haven't even really had to change much. It's been solid.
I hate having to do this, but I'm going to give Steve credit. Right? He
Oh,
talked about,
my God. What is going on
He
tonight?
came down to Canada. He came from Canada. He worked for free. He grinded. Like, I'm going to work for free. I want to get my name out there. I want to make an attempt at writing. And, yeah.
Listen,
I hate to do it, but that's the truth.
There's a lot of people that are like, I'm just starting a podcast and that's all I'm doing and I'm in the fucking media. Guess what the easiest form of fucking media is? Hitting record and talking into a microphone.
Yeah. Here's what I think happened in the race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Writing, interviewing, editing, all of that is a real skill, and it takes something that adds value to a person's career skills. So absolutely, it's a good thing to do.
Yeah. I also want to give credit to Sean Brennan. He tried to tell me to start writing 2 years ago. So, yeah.
No, that guy doesn't.
Sean
Know,
Brennan
that
and
guy
Steve
doesn't
Mathis.
know anything. No, Brennan doesn't know anything.
And I'll give Darkside credit.
Okay.
He could have made them Q&As. He could just have the guy on his show.
Right.
Like he has A-Ray on his show.
Yeah.
He could just take the A-Ray stuff, get it transcribed, and send it. But he actually writes them as stories.
Right.
Stories with
That's
quotes.
what
He
you
actually writes
Reed,
them.
That's how we did it. You
I
and
know. It's
We've
way
done
harder.
8 million of those things.
Yeah,
it's way harder.
It's way harder.
Right.
I wrote a mag feature and a mag column on the plane today, and I'm like, man.
Right.
You wrote a magazine feature on the plane. The entire thing.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Wow.
But I'll tell you what, that was the hardest 3 hours. It was way harder than the 3 hours I spent on this show. We're just talking.
Right.
This is easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
You can't start a podcast and be like, I'm in the media.
Sounds like the thing to do these days.
Kind of can.
There's Dark Side.
Stu did.
Do you think
Thinking
Stu
on
gets
it.
into press conferences?
Can you imagine?
Stu gets anywhere he wants.
Can you imagine Stu in there? Hey, James Stewart, Bubba's World. I have a question.
I have a question for the guy that got third. Who are you? Like, just some like some
yeah.
250 Supercross guy?
Yeah. You never know how closely he's following.
Right.
Wow, that'd be good.
All right, Darkside. Thanks, buddy.
All right, see ya.
All right, see ya. That's Darkside, everybody. Check out the wrap-up show with Kellen Brower, who's coming into my house tomorrow. Fucking guy. And
He's
and
not
Alex
coming to your
Araya.
house. He's coming to the studio.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
Sounds good.
He's here.
All right.
Look, the way
Different
these
wing of the estate.
I can't help the fact that you are in your house doing these shows. Like, if you were coming to a studio, this
Right.
is just where we're recording it.
Okay.
And the way the shows work is Travis will do an excellent job recording everything.
Yep.
And then Kellen will tighten it up, throw graphics on it, music, all that stuff. B-roll highlights, those kind of things. So really, I feel like he needs to be here. He's part of the process.
I'm fine with it.
Yes.
Tallon's cool.
Yeah.
But just a little fucking heads up.
Well, maybe when he knocked on the door tomorrow, I was going to say,
He's gotta
Kellen's here.
He's got to let the gate guard know that he's coming.
This place is nice. This place.
Do you really think this place is that nice compared to my old house?
Yeah. Yeah, no hesitation.
You, sir, are wrong.
No hesitation.
Okay. X-Brand goggle tear-offs.
I'm going
Let's
to take
do
a
this.
break and go stand on the balcony and check out the light show from Mandalay Bay here in the distance.
Please don't give my location away.
Mandalay Bay. Okay, yeah, there it is. We're that close.
X-Brand goggle tear-offs.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. X-Brand goggles, the choice of champions everywhere. You know who wears X-Brand goggles? Phil Nicoletti.
Does he?
Well, they're FXR goggles by X-Brand.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Troll Train, X-Brand goggles, FXR. Brandon.
He wasn't bitching about anything about that at all.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Not
He
at
wasn't
all.
bitching at all.
No,
He's
not at all.
very
Not at all.
satisfied. Yes.
So X-Brand goggles, Fast Freddy Noren, Kyle Chisholm, who I had a...
Great radio.
No, I talked to Kyle, and I want to run something by you two idiots. So Kyle Chisholm, X-Brand goggles as well. So please check him out. Pulp Show 21 is the code to save. We had Rich Taylor on last show, and great stories, great company. The goggle of choice if you want to win. Josh Strang, X-Brand, GNCC winner. There's no series, Weege, that tests goggles as much as GNCC, correct?
That is true.
Thank you.
We had one of the gnarliest mud races known to mankind, the last race of the year. And Strang battled Thad Duvall for 3 hours. Goggles hung in there.
Thank you.
It's great.
X-Brand goggles.
Yep.
All right, so these questions are submitted by a Swisscore.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Anybody know him?
Yes.
Yeah.
We do know him.
Yeah.
Not the other guy.
30 seconds on the clock. Let's do this,
Did
Marks.
you fire the Moser guy?
Nobody could get a hold of him.
Oh, okay.
Nobody could ever talk to him.
Fair enough. Steve.
Yep.
Are the Leafs going to do it this year?
No, they never will. Never in my lifetime. Just never. Never. The longest Stanley Cup drought is the Toronto Maple Leafs right now in NHL. In NHL history, they have not won a playoff round since 2004. They had a 8-year playoff less streak going on that's broken. They have now lost in the first round, though, 4 straight years. 3 of those years to teams that were ranked below them in the standings, and this is my lot in life.
When was the last cup? This longest?
67.
Jeez. 1967?
Yes.
Or 67 years?
No,
1867.
1967.
Okay. Oh, gosh.
All right.
Weege, could you ever own a home like Steve's and not have anxiety?
If there was some way that I could justify that the house is actually a studio and someone could pay me to own the house. Let's say, for example...
This is a big write-off.
Yes, but let's say a company, maybe like a big distributor and owner of a big major house brand of gear, bought the show.
Yeah.
And then bought the house. Then I could live in it.
Yes. And maybe they could use the house for like a shipping depot.
Yeah. Plenty of room. There is plenty of room.
Yeah. I like that.
It's like another Amazon warehouse.
Yep.
Yep.
I don't know why WPS doesn't buy this show.
I do.
I don't know why. It makes so much sense to me. It makes so much sense to me. It's like peanut butter and jelly.
Like lamb and tuna fish.
That is my goal, to have someone
It's
pay me to work and also buy the office that I can live in.
It's hanky-jory.
Why isn't
It would be hanky-jory if you did it.
Why hasn't Racer X bought it?
It doesn't work for Racer X. It doesn't work.
Why? They're a media company.
They are, but it doesn't work.
His hook is that you have all these brands that would be the sponsors, and then hence the show would pay for
Promote
itself.
all the house brands, and then also charge the companies that you distribute extra to come on the show.
Why can't we just sponsor you and assume zero risk?
But you can get greater risk and more sales.
We don't want
greater risk. I think that's why Racer X isn't attached either.
All right. Next question.
Loose cannons.
Right. By the way, Kiefer last week tried to say hunky-dory.
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 Hunky-dory. Kiefer tried to say hunky-dory. It's like hunky-dory.
Right.
He said hanky-jory. And we're like, what?
Wow.
And then he said honky-dory. Right? Wasn't it a second time?
Oh, yeah.
And we're like, do you mean hunky-dory? He's like, yeah. We're like, what the fuck is wrong
And
with
then
you?
he had he thought it meant something good. He thought he thought it meant something bad.
Something bad.
Oh,
yeah.
He had it backwards.
Yeah, it was
Hunky dory is good. Hanky jory bad.
Yeah, we'll go bad.
It's phenomenal. Yeah. So, anyways, all right.
The Kieferisms.
Then he probably turned it sexual.
Probably. JT,
Listen to me.
what is your first memory of Stu?
Oh. This might have been amateur days.
Yeah, I mean, first memory, I remember him winning Loretto ends on a PW50. But I think a memory that just sticks out to me would have been after that on a 60. They weren't 65s back then. He was jumping this tabletop at this track called Reddick, motocross in Marion County. It was big. It was really big on a 60. And I remember my dad, I was standing there, and I was racing an 80 at the time. And I remember my dad saying, he's either going to win a lot or he's going to kill himself. And he won a lot.
He also weeded himself.
He did crash
good.
a lot.
So, yeah.
But I mean, even
Right.
back then, you
Yeah,
could
yeah,
just see
yeah,
it. Like this jump was insane.
And Ricky was the same way, right? Like everybody was like, Ricky's like, you know
but
what I mean?
Ricky
Like,
was much more calculated.
Yeah,
than
yeah.
James was.
But Ricky was a no doubt amateur
absolutely.
prodigy,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like there's Alessi, there's James, there's Ricky.
Yeah, but James was Sendy even then. You're just like, oh my god.
You know who else was like that too? Eddie Warren, I guess.
Oh,
In
really?
the early '80s, Eddie Warren was like unbelievable.
Ricky was just dominant.
Right.
Like it was just like, this guy's gonna win. Like even
Right.
I remember being like 16, and it was right before Ricky's first national at Steel City, or Binghamton.
No, Steel City.
Steel City. And I was lucky enough to be riding with Brian Swink at the time because he lived like 10 minutes from me. And I remember asking him, like, how do you think he's going to do? And there were other people riding there too, like New Mac and these guys. And they're like, what do you think he's going to do? Whatever. Because, you know, he's a Florida guy, whatever. And he's like, oh, he's going to win everything in front of him. Like, Swink thought he was going to win Steel City.
Yeah.
He's like, he's going to win everything.
Yeah.
Like, and we're like, really? He's
Yeah.
like, oh, yeah. Like, you don't see guys like that. Like,
Right.
he's going to win everything. And we were like, oh, okay. I mean,
I remember-
he was obviously proven right.
I remember bench racing with a bunch of people after '97 Gainesville, and everyone's like, "Dude, he rides here all the time. He rides here all the time. Like, don't worry. Yeah, he won, but don't worry." I remember people saying,
Well, I
that.
remember Honda definitely being like that.
Yeah.
Because, like, Lamson,
Right.
you know, defending champ. They were wrong.
All right, next question.
Steve, what part of the USA do you think Moser is drunk in right now?
Pacific Northwest, specifically Seattle.
Pacific Northwest.
Yeah.
Seattle, really?
Seattle.
Seattle?
Yeah.
Okay. Not where he lives, but
No,
interesting.
he's from Seattle.
He's from Seattle.
Not actually, but again.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Weege, can you explain the Stu Paris story for new listeners?
Yeah, Stu actually mentioned this briefly, not your part of it, but his part of it on his Bubba's World
Yeah.
podcast. Last time he raced Paris Supercross, there was a terrorist attack. This is one of the most hilarious, memorable moments.
I don't think it's that good of a story.
great.
I don't.
It's so good.
Okay.
So Steve is there in Paris, and as concerned friends, we are the steak in the
And it
burrito.
really wasn't Paris,
It was
right?
an hour. It was an hour north.
Whatever.
Okay.
There was a terrorist attack. Our friend Steve, we are the steak in the burrito, like Phil. We were all concerned. So we are texting Steve. I understand time zones. It's probably nighttime, but who knows?
I was at Durhamtown. You know where Durhamtown is?
Georgia?
I was at
Oh,
Durhamtown,
okay.
yeah.
All right, so we're all texting. Steve, are you okay? Steve, are you with us? Steve, just give us a sign, man. Are you okay? All night goes by.
Because I was sleeping.
We
Yeah.
thought you might have been dead.
Yeah.
So when you didn't respond, we were very scared.
Were you really though?
I mean, it was a terrorist attack.
I didn't
like
think you
100
were dead.
I mean,
but we're like, because there was stuff going on in like Belgium too. Like it was a coordinated
Yeah.
attack. Like there was a lot happening,
Mhm.
and then it was just weird because there was just silence for like a really long time.
Yes. And then Steve finally responds. I remember, red alert. I'm seeing Steve is typing, and I'm like, oh my God, this is either he's alive or the authorities are like, I'm sorry, your friend is gone. And he writes, guys, was it a quad or a triple?
Quad.
There was a quad. Stu didn't jump the quad. That's all he cared about. There was a terrorist attack right outside your door, and all you cared about was that James Stewart did not jump a jump that James Stewart would normally jump.
That was the first sign, and it
It
was
was.
because it was Friday practice. I think it was a Friday night.
Yeah, and other guys were jumping.
Yeah. Pike and these guys were jumping
Yeah.
this quad, and Stu never did it in
No.
practice. And I'm like, oh my God, like what?
Yes, Stu didn't jump the
Right,
quad.
right.
You never responded to the terrorist attacks, never acknowledged it.
Nope.
For all we knew, you were missing limbs at this point,
Yeah.
but you had the fingers to
Dude.
type.
Pookie was stressed up. Pookie was texting Guy B and everybody like, ah! I
Yep.
mean, like it was an hour north, man.
And meanwhile,
Well,
Stu,
you could just say that. Like, yeah, I'm good. I'm
Stu
really
didn't
fine.
jump the
sleeping. I
quad.
was sleeping.
Guys, Stu didn't
Yeah,
jump the quad.
right.
I'm surprised you were sleeping after he didn't jump the
Yeah,
quad.
it was, yeah.
JT, what would you be doing if Craig and WPS hadn't made good on their promise after your racing career ended?
Is there any like Combs and Woods?
We're lacking in the come and would section tonight.
I don't know that they necessarily made a promise. So yeah, I understand what he's getting at. I don't know, to be honest. I didn't really have a plan B. I knew that I wanted to stay in the industry. I think what I would have ended up probably doing, worst case, would have been finding a place to be like a gear guy at the races. That was like, to me, that was like my last resort plan. If I can't do anything else, I know enough people in the industry where I can be like the gear guy that brings gear to the races. Like that was like where obviously that's fine, and I work with that team every day now. But that was like, I think that was like, if nothing else works out, I think I could do that.
So I did a Brock Sellers pod. A great one, by the way. Check it out in the archives. It's fantastic. Brock was saying, Terry Baisley, sales manager?
He is
vice president?
Director of global sales for Western Power Sports.
High up at WPS, Terry Baisley, good guy, funny guy, industry for a long time. Brock said that as he was wrapping up his arena cross career, Baisley was like, yeah, like you're going to work for us. We have a spot in Ohio. And Brock went from racing his last professional arena cross to the next weekend, going to the Indy Dealer Show and starting with WPS.
No, Sunday, the day after.
Oh, the day after.
He raced arena cross. He flew to Indy and started working the next day.
Never.
Well, yeah, it wasn't
Brock
a lot
Sellers,
different for me.
Yeah, hanging up the boots Saturday night. Sunday, hey everybody, I'm your regional rep for WPS.
Yep. Well, and I started at WPS.
You're right. Yeah, the next day,
and I was still racing. I went to Europe and was racing in Germany as the account manager for the German account. And I had a meeting, and then I got to go. I got practice in like 3 hours.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah,
right.
like I was doing both.
Yeah.
In Germany.
Nice.
Right. All right.
That's a lot of money. I like it.
Steve, what do you think is Stu's biggest contribution to the sport?
I just changed it. He changed it. He the scrub changed history, and then now you have European riders doing scrubs. I mean, that's been for a number of years now, but he just changed the game. He elevated the sport. There's no doubt about it. It's just, yeah.
Weege, what would you tell English town flagging Weege now after having been in the industry for so long?
First of all, no definitive proof.
Right, I was going to say, is that even confirmed?
Here we go again.
Weege even flagged.
Here we go.
At Englishtown.
We will not have photos, but I now have witnesses.
Someone said they'd never seen you there. Who was that? Was that Yulo's brother?
All the people who don't pay attention to the flaggers probably said that, which is everybody.
Right.
Yeah, so that they do not count. I will talk to my friend Jerry Sipe, long-time Jersey pro. He knows. He knows.
Is he like he raced?
Oh, yeah.
So why
Jerry
did he
Sipe's
pay,
a legend.
So why
Nash
did he
knows
pay
all
attention?
about.
Why did he pay attention to the
Because
flaggers?
we worked together in the Batman Forever stunt show at Six Flags Great Adventure.
That's right.
On the weekdays. And on weekends, he would race pro class, and I would stand in the jumps and flag.
The funniest story about your flagging thing is you telling everybody, hey, man, I got a job with Racer X. I won't be here next weekend. And them all just being like, yeah, sure.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I haven't been back to the track since.
Right.
Been busy ever since. This is 2001, everybody. What advice would I give to myself? Is that what's the question? What was the question?
That's right.
What? Just keep on flagging, man. I think, I needed to stick it out a little bit longer. I probably didn't play my cards right. Probably should have stuck with the flagging a little longer.
Nash.
Yes, I can't believe this is blasphemy. This is blasphemy.
Nash.
Joe Dengler, Sipe, Yulo, they all can testify.
No, they can't. No.
Just Sipe.
Come on.
Nash, thank you for calling back in. Sipe, is there a more credible source in New Jersey motocross than Jerry Sipe?
So you have one guy that says he flagged. We have 5 or 6 guys that say they have no memory of you flagging.
Yeah, but they don't ever know any flaggers.
That's a good comeback. You're right. But
dude, Mickey's son. Come on, Dakota was riding when you were flagging.
Yeah, but Dakota wasn't hanging out with the flaggers, Nash.
Nash, the fact, like, we can talk. Tim Ferry went by him when he was flagging.
He did.
But Tim Ferry can't vouch for Timmy for Weege being a flagger.
Timmy can't vouch for a lot.
No, Timmy can't vouch for anything.
Yes.
Timmy can't vouch that today is Monday.
JT, how many of the flaggers did you bro down with at all your local tracks in Florida?
Just Sal.
Sal?
Just Sal.
There was Sal.
There was a guy, Sal. One.
Sal sounds pretty cool.
You did bro down with Sal.
Yep, just Sal.
That's not something I expected JT to say.
Sal, he had somebody. The only one anyone bro down with was Ultimate. I told you about Ultimate.
Yeah,
Ultimate,
he
was the best.
I saw a photo of Ultimate. And I saw a photo of Ultimate.
Yes, Ultimate.
You know why I like Sal so much? Sal was, he had multiple jobs. One, at Minios, you only got 1 lap of practice. So Sal, anytime I would do my lap, and then I would get back in line, he'd be like, yep, go ahead. and I would do multiple laps of practice. I mean,
Was it the same gentleman working Loretta Lynn's practice schedule?
Oh God.
No, that was Davey. That was
Unreal.
Davey. And then also he dropped the gate, so he would tell me, "Hey, I'm dropping on 3 today."
Come on, Sal.
Wow.
Unbelievable, Sal. This is an Alessi move.
His whole racing career is a fraud.
Unbelievable.
It's based on a fraud.
Sal. Oh, another hole shot from JT. Unbelievable.
JT, would you do the Alessi? Just dump the clutch at 3 and just hammer the gate.
The owner of Englishtown. What's his name?
No, I didn't trust it.
Jay.
Trevelise.
Sal drank a lot,
Not
so
back
you
then.
could never count on his counting very
Oh.
much, right? So you had to. I was ready.
What's up,
right?
Mr. Backtrack?
I was more ready.
Yeah, it didn't really
because you
help.
know why he wants to stave off all the protests.
No. I was.
That are gonna come
I just
flying
didn't,
in.
I didn't
pissed off.
blindly dump on 3. Right. I didn't trust Sal that
Yeah.
much, but I knew at 3 like
Who
go.
is the Englishtown owner? What's his name?
Back then, it was Kenny Landerman,
Right.
Jay Irwin were the guys. Kenny
Okay,
Landerman
Jay,
was
I was
one.
thinking Jay Irwin was the guy. I said Jay.
Irwin
So,
was kind of California guy at that point.
Would
Landerman would give me my $40, my
would
2 crispy
Landerman vouch
20s.
for this?
Yes, he did. He did vouch for it. I think it was a Nash.
100%.
Somebody emailed him, and he vouched for it. He did.
100%.
Yeah, he
It's
did.
true. And the fact
He
that,
paid me.
dude, Weege
$40.
worked the Great Adventure stunt show. There's evidence of that on Jerry Sipe's Instagram. It's a throwback. Weege saw it.
What?
And Sipe is
There's a photo of Sipe. I'm not in the photo.
What?
Yeah. But
Okay,
Sipe was
well,
in the show.
you know what? I was
Yeah.
there when Kennedy got assassinated.
Yeah,
There's plenty of
exactly.
photos. I'm just not in it.
Just dump the clutch on 3.
Sipe knows. Sipe
All right,
knows.
we got to go, Nash.
Jerry
but-
Sipe. Thank you, Nash. I think we've proven this.
Final
Nash,
theory I had.
Nash, I need get Ken Landerman to
All right, I'm
email
on it.
me, and we will put it.
We
in my
already had that happen.
I don't remember this.
He did. He said he's done
Trevor
great
Lee
things in the
called
industry,
him.
and he's probably teaching James Stewart how to podcast right now. I think that's what he said.
No. Hey, I have a theory. The reason why James was reborn is because RV came back as the world's greatest retired racer.
Oh yeah,
And
let's try to take that crown.
he empowered James to come alive.
All right.
I think RV is going to take credit for this.
Sounds good.
He
Yeah,
probably would.
He probably would. Yeah. Thanks, Nash.
All right, go get him, guys.
All right,
Get him.
see
See
ya.
ya.
All right, what other questions we got?
All right, this is the last one.
All right.
JT, what is your best firsthand witnessing of a Brock Stellard's story?
You know what? I wasn't around Brock enough to have a lot of firsthand. I have a lot of second, third hand people that were there, and then people that heard stories from those that were there, and they are some of the most unbelievable things ever. A lot of the, like back when he was racing, the things he would do, and then even now as a rep, the things he does, like while they're driving around, like multitasking 17 things while driving. For those of you who don't know, like most people know who Brock is, but he is probably the most unique individual I've ever met.
The pod's really good. The podcast I did with him is really
Yeah.
good. It's
There's no one I've ever met
Yeah.
that I would say like, oh, he's just like Brock. No one.
Yeah.
No one on the planet.
Yeah.
It says a lot.
Yeah.
It says a lot. Yep.
All right. X-Brand goggles, a choice of champions everywhere. If you don't wear X-Brand, you will not win. And real flaggers all over the country wear X-Brand at the dusty races to stave off the dust. But Weigandt wouldn't know anything about that because he never flagged.
I don't even wear sunglasses.
Yeah.
So that doesn't prevent
So
anything.
thank you to the folks at X-Brand Goggles, and thanks to Swizz for those questions. Vertex Pistons, sales at pivotalworks.com. They get a deal from Vertex Pistons, whether it's 2-stroke pistons, 4-stroke pistons, replica, high compression, GP-style configurations, vertexpistons.com. They are an OEM supplier to KTM, Husqvarna, and Beta, GasGas, TM. Every 2-stroke KTM, Husqvarna, and GasGas comes with a Vertex piston in the engine from the factory, Weege.
Yeah, my kid is an electric KTM Vertex piston. Hard to believe, I know.
Unbelievable.
Hard to believe, I know.
So let's get to our next guest here. He's ready to hear from us. He's a world champion, 2-time world champion. One of the nicest guys in the sport. Big part of the R&D behind the Stark e-bike that we just saw launched, and we're happy to have him on the show tonight. Friend of the show, Sebastien Tortelli. What's up, Seb?
Hello. Doing good.
Thank you for calling in. Jason Thomas in studio here.
What's happening?
Awesome.
Early morning.
Hey, Jason.
How are you?
I missed you in Italy. I thought you were in Italy.
I was a while ago, but I'm home.
Well, for the GP.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the GP.
You don't see Seb at these races?
I didn't know he was there.
What?
Yeah, I was there on Saturday, and then I saw you commenting on Sunday, and I'm like, oh man, I missed him.
Yeah, I was in meetings all day on Saturday anyway.
Also in studio, Jason Weigandt, Seb. So
howdy.
He's here.
Hello.
Hello.
Seb, what's your best JT story where you just saw him get so angry? What did he get?
I wasn't that angry all the time.
Did the Husqvarna break on him like one time or 2 times, or like what was?
No, I don't have big memories of JT being mad or anything. He was always good. We trained all the time together, and then he had to go back and do some pumping irons, which I didn't. But he was good. I think he took anger away from there.
Did Seb ever get on the Husky?
No, I don't think he ever did. No, I don't think there was ever any desire to ride it. The only person that ever rode it was Timmy, and he rode it like half a lap and handed it back to me and said, "I'm good."
Oh, man.
Yeah, no desire. I don't know why.
Yeah, really. Seb Tortelli on the PulpMX show. Thanks for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. So I talked to you at maybe Geneva or Paris or one of them, and you told me you were working with something, and we'll hear it very soon. I remember that, and I don't know if it was the Stark bike, but so the Stark e-bike came out, the e-motorcycle came out, and you're a big part of the R&D behind it.
Yep.
Take us through that process, Seb. Anton at Stark approached you, and you got on the bike, and sort of tell us the history behind your involvement with this.
I mean, it's been already a year that I'm with them.
Mm-hmm.
We started collaborating a while back, and I helped them through some of the design and changing the design in the plastic, because at first we had just like a prototype, but not with the working parts.
Mm-hmm.
So we went through that and changed a few times body works and different thing on the bike to make it more suitable for riding.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you get designer always involved, they like to do crazy things. And I'm like, yeah, we need to come in down and make it good for riding. So we went through that at first, and then helped them through developing the body work mainly, until Paul, which is the head engineer, was able to come up with the engine and the all part. I mean, the battery is more Anton idea,
Mm-hmm.
that he's the one who developed it and find solution for it to make it better. And Paul was the guy who designed the chassis and then the engine.
Mm-hmm.
He had the electric background on the past, so that was that. And then in early November, we got the bikes with all the parts. I mean, it's expensive bikes since they're all CNC's parts. So
Right.
it's like, quite expensive. We got the true prototype and started testing and get the bike, where it is today, which is we evolved quite a bit. We saw the couple things we need to improve. And today we are at 65% of what the bike is capable of. Because we have only 2 prototypes at this time, and then we don't want to break them.
Mm-hmm.
And then in January we're supposed to get the pre-production bikes.
Yep.
Yeah, pre-production bikes, which that's the one we're going to push to higher limits.
Have you ever ridden one before? I've got some time on the Alta. I thought it was so cool, so amazing. Had you ever ridden anything before you got on the Stark?
Yeah, the first one, I think after I retired, I went through Eric Perronat. He did like a race at New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
So I raced the Zero at
Oh,
that time.
okay. Yeah.
Yep, I raced that. And then after I rode the KTM-E.
Oh, yeah.
Quite a bit, because my 6 riders has in Germany the E-Dirt Arena.
Mm-hmm.
So I was able to ride quite a bit with that. And then went to California also 2 years ago to ride the Alta, maybe like 4 months before they went bankrupt.
Okay. Yeah.
Spend the week at Castillo Ranch, and Alta was super nice to give us the 2 bikes. And I was able to test the bike there for a full week, so that was pretty cool. And that's where I am with my experience on the electric until I jump on the Stark.
They're really neat, aren't they? Isn't it so cool to ride one? Weege, have you or JT, you guys haven't ridden an Alta, have you?
I have.
Oh, you have?
I have, not on a track, though. I can around a
Just
parking
around
lot.
a parking lot. Yeah. So you've ridden one, Weege.
Yeah, I rode them like a sand track.
They are.
It was awesome.
It was amazing to ride on an e-bike like that. It's just, wow.
Yeah, no, I think their bike was, they had the good ideas. For me, I think the only problem is they didn't really work on the chassis side. They
Mm-hmm.
just went and did an engine and then tossed it into a frame, and the bike was a little bit wide and the balance was not where it's supposed to be. So that's the only problem I had when I rode with it on the track. I mean, I tried to go to whoop section, and I saw Josh going to whoop section. I'm like, hats off, because it was pretty front and heavy, and for me, I was not able to commit.
Wow.
So
the Stark seems amazing. Like they say, it's 80 horsepower at its max, which is a ton. I can't even imagine that. And then
we are not there yet, but it's close.
Right. So you can customize this Stark to have 125 power, 250 power, 450 power, right? Seb, you can kind of
exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
You can have the beginner where the guy doesn't know how to ride. You put him on it, and even to the fact that if you fall down, the bike shut down, or do things like that, and then you push the button. 2 seconds later, you can have a 450, or you can have a 250, or whatever.
Yeah.
So that is amazing, and a big part of what I need to do is to work on all these power curves and be able to get it where customers can go in and pick what they want. I mean, if it's a muddy day, they can click on the mud curve, or if it's dry hard pack, they can do it. Or if they want a 2-stroke, we can. The advantage of electric is that you can massage everything around with a click of a button, and at the end of the day, you have the possibility to do your own power curve also.
Yeah, you got a little Android phone that plugs into the front of it, and it seems really customizable.
A Kiefer map.
Yeah, Kiefer mapping, right?
Yeah.
KYB suspension too. How's the chassis? How do you feel on it? What does it feel like, Seb, to you?
I mean, to me, it just the chassis feel pretty close to a Honda.
Mm-hmm.
So I was very, very happy about that, because the bike is very nimble and you can move around the bike very easy. I mean, today we have the prototype, so obviously it's heavier than pre-production, but you don't feel the weight. I mean, the only time you feel the weight is when you have to push the bike to put it back into the van.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that's the whole hard workout. But otherwise, no, the chassis is really balanced, and that's something that was very important for me, from my experience with the Alta. That I didn't want to have the bike to have front and heavy. So that's why actually, if you see on the picture, the battery is coming back underneath the frame to balance this out. I mean, we are probably looking at a 45 front, 55% rear, the weight.
Yeah.
Which is I think the right balance.
Mm. And how did the pre-orders go? Do you know? Have you talked to those guys? Was it successful?
Yeah. I mean, we had quite a bit some celebration last week. I mean, it went crazy. I mean, the guys. It went way better. I cannot give you numbers, but it went way better than they expected. I mean, it was like madness.
Wow.
Madness.
Nice.
The first week, it was unbelievable.
Wow. Nice.
Seb, how long this came out of nowhere? Essentially, last Monday was really the first time I had heard of it. You didn't even ride it until November, it sounds like. So even pretty recent for you. How long ago were you involved with this, and how long have you been waiting to ride it?
Over a year.
Oh wow.
That's over a year. We've been working at it and changing things and just having everything ready for it. We changed a few things over that year, and we have like I told. We have some new engine coming up, the pre-production, which is an evolution of the one we have today, because we solved some more issue to testing. So that's to get to the maximum power of the bike, and then the battery also will be used better that way. So we changed a few things because like you say, electric is awesome, no noise, and that's the main thing. But we need to have a bike that lasts, and the goal of the company is to make it last for a moto with a good speed.
Now the presentation I got from Anton and Ben and Eric a few days before it launched was you could get 35 minutes on it ish on an outdoor track on your speed.
Yeah. My speed.
Yeah, your speed, right? Which is much better than most of us. Even though you're retired, Seb, I'm sure you can still ride a motorcycle pretty good. Because one of the things Kiefer, my buddy Chris Kiefer, developed the Alta and worked with those guys, and he's also a very good rider. And like around 2025, the Alta started slowing down a little bit. Battery technology where it's at. So this is better than that, much better.
Yeah, much better, because I think the problem we had with the Alta was the overheating. I mean, obviously I rode the Alta, and I could do 3 laps and got the flashing light the bike was already overheating.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that was the main issue they had on the bike. And so that's where it was complicated.
Yeah.
But no, I mean the guys thinks that at the end of the day, we will be able to do a full 35 minutes moto and 6 hours on the trails.
Right. Nice.
Yeah, and can you even say how long it would take to charge that, or is it too early in the process for you guys?
No, it depends. I mean, it's you can have a fast charge with I think it's like 1 hour. Regular current is 2 hours.
Okay.
But if you get like a Tesla or the new Ford, I think it's like in 10 minutes you can have the bike charged, with the high capacity of their battery.
I see. Now, look, one thing I think that people are missing here is, people don't really want to hear the environmental advantages. Motocross people, generally, they don't really care about that.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah, I don't know if you noticed this,
I haven't noticed that, no.
But
No.
this bike is a European company. I think that is a little more what that audience wants to hear. And also I hear, although noise is a problem with tracks in America, it's much more of a problem with tracks in Europe, right? So I have a feeling this is going to be more readily accepted over there.
I mean, this, that's where we have tracks closing right and left and all you want. I mean, the main thing is, I think the problem we have is not the gas bike. I mean, it's not the gas by itself. It's the noise.
Yeah.
And especially with COVID, when it hits, the tracks were closed for a while. And the people were used to have no more noise. And all the petitions start going on because the track were closed. And like, oh, that's so nice without a motorcycle going around. So that's where we had a huge, advantage because that bike has, they have noise, which is electric noise, which is very, very, low. But you still feel the way with the noise, you still feel the acceleration, you still feel the braking, you still have that. It's not like silence where you have completely nothing. You still have that zit, is still there for acceleration.
I found it so weird to time jumps. Like, you come out of a turn and you're coming up to a tabletop and you're like, okay, like I know my motor's sound and I know I'm going to clear this tabletop. I found myself on the Alta, like over jumping stuff front end high where I'm like, oh shit, like you can't hear your motor, so you can't judge your power curve.
And the gears. You don't have gears.
Yeah, you don't have any of that. It's so weird.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's actually, I jump back and forth. I ride all the brands to be able to compare and do different things. And for me, I mean, I up over the bike and I don't have a problem. I mean, we did, we rode Belle Pouch, which is a big track. We rode big tracks where they got the dirt, tilted and very deep. So, I mean, we got different conditions. And for me, I mean, it just the only difference, I jump on it and I feel right away good. And the power is the same basically. I mean, I know the speed I need to hit stuff, and then it goes naturally.
Right. I told the guys on the conference call, JT. I said, well, if anybody's going to find something to break, it'll be Seb. Like the Honda guys, Shane Drew and the Honda guys are still like, oh my God, Tortelli, like just a beast on a motorcycle, just so hard on a bike, right?
Yeah, but yours came in though.
What's that?
I'm wiser. I said the yours.
Oh
came
yeah.
in, so.
When's delivery like? As far as so this pre-order thing just happened. When are they expecting to get a bike if you ordered last week?
I think it's September, October. That's their goal.
Okay.
I mean, we are right now. They are getting the lineup to build the bikes, and so they will be normally that's the goal. I mean, get everything ready and be able to deliver everything in once. So that's their goal, and very motivated to make this happen. And it's been it's part of what the company is. I mean, it's very the company has very high goals and they are very for me, I mean, what I like is everything needs to be top notch. So that's the way they think. So it makes things a little bit for me easier because we push on the right direction. We push to have a top notch product that will make people like when they jump on it, it will be like a big wow compared to I think the way they come out was a big bang. And I think when the next one will be when the people are going to start riding it, it's going to be like, man, I cannot believe it. Really.
Did you see Rabeau do the backflip on it?
Oh, yeah.
I was
Seb,
there that day.
were you next to do the backflip on it, or were you?
No. I was doing the whoops.
Okay.
That track had whoops, and it was like concrete whoops.
Yeah.
I mean, it was. It's a scary thought when you go to concrete whoops.
Yeah.
That was like, yeah.
So I understand too. There's a little bit of discussion with the FIM and in front about maybe making there's a class for these.
Yeah, no. I mean, the goal today is not to make a class; is to be able to ride with thermics. You know, that's. I think the French Federation is pretty open. The Italian Federation is pretty open to see maybe even in 22, see if we can do couple races with that bike into the French Championship and Italian Championship as a wild card. But really, the goal of the company is to try to be able to make be part of the regular scene, not to have the electric scene by itself.
Weege, you had a good point about this. So to talk about the Alta guys racing in the Alta stuff.
Yeah, I have a feeling when I talked to the Alta guys when that started, I think back in 2016, they said, here's the big advantage we have at motocross. You don't race for 4 hours. It's not a car race. It's not an F1 race. The riders can ride 30 minutes tops before they're tired. So it's the only chance electric will have to beat gas heads up is probably in a dirt bike race.
Oh, I didn't mean this
So
story.
that's what makes that appealing.
I didn't mean this story.
Oh, okay, you got something else?
Your story about Alta saying, hey, man, this is a 254 stroke. That's the class we want to be in.
That was, was one of the big obstacles.
Alta was like, we are in a 254 stroke class. MX Sports, AMA Pro Racing's like, wait, but
how do we know you're a 250?
How do we know? And truthfully, I believe they should have let them try, but they didn't even want to let them try. The Stark can be a 450. It's fast. It's on that level. So I think you're gonna not have that obstacle. It's gonna be easier to be like, this is in the big bike class, you know?
Yeah, what Stock is working on for FIM is to have like a download chip where you have a laptop and then you take the chip off the motorcycle and then you can see the power of curve that the bike delivered. So then you can get disqualified if you don't use the right curve for the right category. And
So
that's, I think,
we're showing you had 80 horsepower on the start.
Yeah. No, I like that. Yeah, exactly. Something to show like, hey, this is the same horsepower-ish limit and all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. But I think we are up, ahead of our times, and I think we are moving, things, roughing up some stuff, and FIM has to catch up with it also to be able to be in the move. And I think that's the right direction for them because, I mean, in the future, the FIM is very aware that a lot of tracks are closing and we have less rider base getting built, and that's the problem. You have less riders, you have less racing, and I mean the sport will be dying, especially if the guys want to shut everything down.
Right, Seb. Do you see yourself racing this thing? I mean, you look like you're still in shape. You look like. You look good.
Yeah, there's some possibilities that they'll do a couple events for the fun of it. And I know the Italian Federation was like, hey, if Seb can do it, then no problem.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Seb is fine. Seb is fine.
Yes.
Well, I don't know, Seb, because maybe the last time you raced, I mean, Pedro Gonzalez beat you pretty bad down there in Mexico.
No, that's not true.
With JT. That's what I read on the internet. I mean, it said
Didn't have anything for him.
Yeah, Everett's nothing.
Maybe they took me out on the first turn or something. They came with big guns.
Everett's nothing.
Couldn't get him.
No.
Yeah. Villeman, nothing.
Pedro was simply unstoppable. Although Balby wanted to.
Yeah, true. He was the one.
Balby didn't get the word.
No, Balby was headed for glory.
Right. We got some calls for you. We got some calls for you, Seb, here, but because I have you on FaceTime, you can't hear the callers, but we have them on here. Ryan wants to know where the company came from. What's the roots of the company?
Oh, basically, Anton is and his partner are part of 24MX, and they sold the company before. And so they basically had the idea of they wanted to do something to stay in the sport and do something with the sport. So that's how they decided to build a real electric motorcycle, a dirt bike, and not halfway. That's the first time I met Anton. I'm like, I'd be happy to be part of the project if it is a motocross bike, not a mountain bike halfway across. I'm like, I'm not interested in this. So if we do the real deal, I'm good for it. And that's the way it came up. Paul had also, which is a co-owner, had a background in building electric bikes. So that's how they team up together and they build the company in Barcelona. So basically, that's two passionate guys who wanted to change the future of motocross.
And it's a Swedish company. Stark is Swedish for king, right? And and Varg is Swedish for wolf. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Right.
But it's a Barcelona. It's a Spanish company at the end of the day.
Right.
The company is based in Barcelona. Right. So it's all in house. The bikes will be assembled in Barcelona. So everything will start from here.
Ryan is sorry, that was Ryan's question. Another caller said, "What did you think of that mini moto race on the Zero?"
I never raced. I raced the Zero, and I think that was the first evolution of the bike.
Okay.
And for me, it felt like I was riding a mountain bike with at the time mountain bike with power. You could hear the chain, and I think this one had hand brakes and not rear foot brake. So it was like really more close to a mountain bike compared to a motocross bike. And they I think Zero went to also develop more road racing style bikes today. So they went on a different angle, and to me it was a fun day. It was a good toy. That's the way I look at it. We cannot compare the Stark to a toy, definitely.
No.
When you have in hands, you go fast, and what I like about it is because you don't have the inertia of the 450. You don't get in trouble that much. It's like when the bike starts swapping. there's no the bike stops right away. You don't have that inertia where you start swapping with a 450. You better hand hold on and then squeeze everything to make sure it goes. And with the Stark, you don't have that. Because there's not that gyro mass who get you in trouble.
Yeah. Another caller wants to know if there's a clutch. There's not a clutch, but is there a brake on that side? You
can choose a rear brake by your feet or by your foot or by the hand on the left side.
Right.
We are talking about future evolution to have an enduro bike. We're looking at that possibilities, and if we have enduro, we know that an enduro bike will need a clutch.
Right.
So that's something that we are talking about and trying to have for the future. And also the fact that they want to have more than one bike, and coming with 85 also will be also in the plan. So the company is there to evolve and have more than one bike. That's for sure.
Sebastien Tortelli on the show, brought to you by the folks at Vertex Pistons, sales at pivotworks.com, 2-stroke, 4-stroke pistons, bringing you Sebastien Tortelli on the show. Also, by the way, Weigandt and I did a Re-Raceables pod with Glen Helen 99 with Seb maybe like 2 months ago. One of the top 5 rides I've ever seen in my life, without a doubt. I don't know if it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. It's just in the rides of the greatest rides I've ever seen. Sebastien Tortelli, Glen Helen 99. Yeah.
Unreal.
Unbelievable.
That was a bang, same thing as the Stark, that's for sure. That was, I think,
everybody
got caught off guard.
Yeah, that was just the speed. There was the downhill, and it went right back up. It was like a banana uphill. You must have been going 15 miles per hour faster than some dudes going down that hill.
Well, I think there was that ride, and then I think, he mentioned caught people off guard, the LA Coliseum.
Yeah.
What?
No. He was a lapper, right? Art thought he was a lapper, right? So, yeah.
Many people thought about that.
Yeah.
Art wasn't really always up on things that were happening.
No.
He
wasn't.
No.
But anyway, so check that out, people. It's a great pod. We called Sebastien up, and he goes through us 99 Glen Helen. JT, when I ask you about Seb, riding with him, training with him day in and day out for a couple of years at least, I went out there a few times with you guys. What do you think of? What was those days like for you and Sebastien?
Seb did a lot for me.
Yeah.
Genuinely one of the most hospitable people I've ever met. Bent over backwards to help me every way possible, on the bike, off the bike. Anytime I ever think about Seb, it's like literally one of the nicest people ever.
Yep.
And forget about the dirt bike stuff, that all the world championships and the things he did in America. Who cares? Like, him as a person, he's like in that category of Andrew Short, and he's like up there, right? That's immediately what I think of. So I would tell you that if he wasn't on the phone. Like, that's just who he is and who he was. So
I appreciate it.
No,
no, we had some good years and some good training, that's for sure. Some good memories. Florida was a very good time for me.
I went out with you guys one time, and Seb was having some problems with his Honda. It's 250. And Seb, I was a mechanic. It would have been KTM maybe, or maybe Nick Way. I don't know. And he was like, "Hey man, this is what you pulled your tank off, and it looked like a fucking F-16 fighter jet with all the electronics." I'm like, "I'm out. I'm out, Seb. We don't have this at Yamaha on my privateer bike, so I'm completely out." I remember that. That was funny. I couldn't help you that day. Seb, when you're a French guy, obviously, and you're coming into America, do you feel like, and you were beating Carmichael at times, right? Did you feel like you got? I mean, you're the nicest guy, like JT said. Your interviews were good. You were always humble. You spoke well, like all of that stuff. Did you ever feel like you got some American fans on your side, or was it a constant feeling of like, these guys hate me, they love Carmichael, I just got to get through this? How did you feel?
No, not at all. Actually,
Nope.
I thought people really liked me, and I never had any issues. Like Shane Drew was saying, he's the least French guy you can even imagine.
Yeah.
But for me, no. I think the what I liked about the crowd, and they were like, they're a fan of racing, and they saw that I gave everything that I got at racing. And I think that's where we got along really good. I mean, a lot of fans, and never had any issue. I mean, obviously, the first year I came in, I was at Paris and I beat Jeff, and then so that's close to his town. And that was like a pre-race before the Coliseum, so I got
Paris Raceway. I thought you meant Paris, France.
Yeah,
no, Paris Raceway. Oh, okay.
No, Paris Raceway.
Yeah.
And a few guys dropped their pants on me, but it was it was fun. I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's okay. And the first year at Glen Helen, I got a couple beers, so I was
okay.
That was something that was like the party before the end of the moto.
Yeah.
But that was actually the only 2 races.
Yeah.
And then after that, people start to know me, and they never had a problem, and they always came and we talk, and that was never an issue. Really, never an issue. That's for sure.
Also, too, Seb's no fear look Honda. That was a strong look.
Mm-hmm.
Good look,
Yeah.
good. Yeah, that was
the 44.
Yeah,
with the one hand guard.
Yeah.
That's because that was due to a crash before. I mean, I was at Stanton training, and then the same track I used to have for years, and then I was going over a curve, and the next thing I know, I was just flying up in the air, missed like a big oak tree, and then the bike just went and then wrapped around the oak tree. I mean, the bike was like maybe 4 hours old.
Jeez.
And that was like a big mess. And that's when I hurt my hand. I was lucky that was just the hand, but actually there was a wire fence who was sticking off of the jump.
Unreal.
And basically when I went around, it just caught my foot peg, and it just like stopped and then just went like straight, over the bars. And I'm like, do you know what happened?
Wow.
So
how about Suzuki days? You cased the leap. You broke a frame. Suzuki's like, we got to change the frame. Sebastian just breaks an aluminum frame.
Yep. Well, and I think, it wasn't it's been a long time ago, but I think that
Jason, your Husky would have just blew up.
It would have, it would have just combusted, spontaneously combusted, and poof, and it's just
turn to dust.
Yeah. But like, that crash at Unadilla with Doug, I think Seb wins the title that year in '99.
I think so too.
Without that incident,
'99. Yeah, that would have been a good year without the crash with Doug Henry.
Yeah, and obviously you ran in.
I was. Yeah.
I mean, Carmichael was really difficult to beat. Obviously, that history bore that out. But I think that '99.
Well,
it was his to lose.
Weech and I brought this up a few times. We brought this up on the Re-Raceables pod in 00 or 01. What year? You led the series at the halfway mark. Like you were beating Ricky.
With RC,
2000. Like everyone says, RC just crushed outdoors.
No, man, it was back and forth.
Right, like he didn't. In 2000, Seb was leading, and they were going back and forth. I'm not saying Seb would have won for sure, but it's not this Ricky dominance that everybody remembers. Seb, you were...
Well, and I mean, Redbud, he just straight up put it to him.
Yeah.
I mean, period. End of story.
Yeah.
That didn't happen
and
to
I
Ricky
ran out
very
of gas
often.
on that one too.
Yeah, finish line, yeah.
No, that didn't happen.
Redbud is like a love and hate. I love the track,
Yep.
but I had some amazing races and then some very devastating ones too.
There were only a couple of races in Carmichael's career outdoors where somebody just said, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Timmy beat him, did everything he could in his arsenal to hold him off, right? But for someone to just be like, okay, I'm gonna pass.
Timmy never beat him like Seb.
No, but I'm saying pass him
right.
and I'm out of here.
Yeah,
like that didn't happen.
Yeah, Renard,
very often.
Seb, James.
Very, very. I don't even know what James
Wyndham.
ever did. Did James ever do it?
Well, I thought he would have, but maybe not.
I don't think
Wyndham, a couple times.
Yeah.
But even in the Wyndham ones, it was seldom that like he held them off a few times. But there was
Washougal. Washougal, he beat him pretty good. But
it was just very rare air.
You can count it on one hand the number of guys that just smoked Ricky outdoors.
Out of 175 races.
Right.
Yeah.
So
no, for sure.
And
it was a tough one. That's for sure.
And again, like
it's always it's like when I raced with Stefan, it was Everts. It was different because we are opposite characters,
right.
And even riding style, everything is opposite. But I went to battle with RC. I mean, it's exactly the same as me. I'm racing against myself because I know the guy won't give up. You know, and I'm not going to give up, but he's not going to give up either. So everything is always pushing up to the limit. And I remember times where we tested with Suzuki at his place. And we were battling, like lap times all day, back and forth. I'm faster, you get faster, I'm back to faster than you. And then at the end of the day, RC said, I'm done, I'm going back. And I go out one more time and I beat his lap time. And he wasn't dressed. And Jenny told him, nope, you get back up, dressed, and then you go back and you got to beat Sebastien. You cannot have him faster on your track.
Oh, wow.
So that was like never ending.
Oh man!
And then Berluti came in and told us a story here about how you made everybody tiramisu one night.
Yeah,
unbelievable!
Yeah.
What a guy!
Unbelievable.
He made me a quiche.
He made you a quiche.
Made me a quiche one time.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Yeah. Timmy never made me shit. So I'm just saying, Red Dog never made me anything.
Fixed your back.
Yeah, he did. But he made He made you quiche.
He did make me a quiche.
Yeah, but that's easy to do. Actually,
it was great. No, I can't make a quiche.
Can anybody in this room make a quiche?
I can't make a quiche.
No, nobody in this room.
It's not easy to do.
I can barely spell quiche.
Right. And tiramisu, I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm out.
Cannot make tiramisu.
But listen, Everts is an all-timer, but his career looks a lot different if Seb stays in Europe. Let's face it, absolutely. I don't know who beats who or whatever, but
it's not 10 titles.
It's probably not.
No, for sure it would have been different for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what I mean? So I think when you look at Hurlings or Everett's or whatever, you got to be like, these guys came to America.
I think Sebastian's paychecks looked a little bit differently when he came to America as well.
Yeah, probably, right?
Compared to back then.
Yeah, probably. Sebastien Tortelli on the PulpMX Show, brought to you by VertexPistons.com. Check out the Stark motorcycle. It's absolutely phenomenal. R&D by Seb. That's really cool, man. So we talked about you maybe racing Sebastien down the road a little bit, but any way you look at it, this is a long-term thing for you. You're going to be involved with these guys for a while. That's what you look at?
Yeah. That's the goal. I mean, they put me in charge of all the development and the testing. So, we have one bike today, but more coming. So that's quite a bit some work on that side. And I mean, just to say that, I mean, the company is amazing. I mean, it's a lot of young guys, and everybody is very motivated, and that's what is good. I mean, we work, really hard, but we get results. So that's why. I mean, I'm very motivated, and I know the guys are there to stay and move things and change things, and that's the goal. I mean, I think the 4-stroke changed the racing compared to 2-stroke, and I think we are at the same page today. I mean, the electric will change the racing the same way.
Yeah, I believe so too. And are you still doing some coaching and some teaching on the side? Or you still want?
A little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit less because I take a lot of time, but some of it, yes, for sure.
Anything else?
Just few people.
Anything else for Seb before we let him go?
You have to know, I mean, we're all assuming that eventually the regular major manufacturers, whatever you want to call them, have electric bikes in development. Do you feel a bit of a rush here that it appears you have them covered for now, unless Yamaha or Honda's got something coming in a month that we don't know about? Was that a goal, to try to beat them to the punch? Is that something you're thinking about, or are you just on your own timeline doing your own thing?
No, I think we were focused on getting our own timeline, and technology-wise, that's our advantage. I mean, we developed quite a bit, and I think we'll be ahead for quite some years on technology-wise, and that's the goal of the company. I mean, we are looking at more things to make even things better, and so I think the people will catch up. I mean, obviously, when the bike will be out, obviously we'll fall into different hands. and that's the way it is. And but I think technology-wise, I think we have to get a bike to this level. For sure, you need at least 2 years. And I think Honda came up with some kind of a 250F motorcycle. I mean, electric. They show it in Japan. So I think people are getting there, and they understand is the need to have something like that, because maybe not in the US, but in Europe you cannot go anywhere. And what the electric will do is the same as for the mountain bike.
Yeah.
I think we will open the crowd to a new crowd of people who just want to, have a bike and they can ride it, and you don't have to worry about, changing pistons or anything.
Mm-hmm.
You just have to change, the chain and basically what you regularly use on a motorcycle. I mean, that bike is, the goal of it is to make it bulletproof for 1,000 hours. And that's the same with the Alta. I mean, it is the bike that normally you can wash it, put it on the side, and then the bike is ready to go, and you don't have time. You don't need to spend time working on it. And the guy who doesn't know how to ride, I mean, he can buy the bike and evaluate and go better and better and better, and just without switching motorcycles. And I think that's where the new crowd will come, because they will be able to see more things. And I think for the sport, we'll have also new sponsor, because a lot of sponsors are interested in being green. And the fact that you have a bike that is green help also to collaborate with some new companies.
Absolutely.
Good
Yeah,
point.
looking forward to it. I'm a fan of the Alta. I can't wait to get to ride a Stark. Hopefully down the road I can do that. Eric Pennard was on. I did my podcast last week, so him and I talked about it. He said we'll try to get me one, and I can't wait. I'm excited. Thanks, Seb. Thanks for the time, man. I know you got up early for this, and so I really appreciate it. Really cool for you to inform our listeners all about the Stark and your involvement in it and everything else, man. Yeah, thanks for the time.
No, it was a pleasure. No problem. Like I said, just make a phone call, and I'm not too far.
All right, perfect. Thanks, Seb.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good evening.
Thanks.
Okay,
See you.
bye-bye.
Sebastien Tortelli, everybody. I feel like I need a smoke after Seb and
Pure
James Stewart.
class.
Dude, I'm telling you, he was a bad dude on a bike, and we did that podcast, and I felt like at times I was like, okay, back it down, Mathis, a little bit, like, because I'm a Seb fan like, I'm just like, guy's so nice, he's so humble, he was such a good rider.
Yep.
Well,
so his wedding, I was best man at his wedding, and the only other guy there that came was RJ. So it's Sebastien Tortelli's wedding. I'm up there as best man, and then the only other person there is Rick Johnson. I'm just like,
yeah,
one of these don't belong.
Right.
One of these people, me, don't belong.
But there wasn't a ton of riders, is what you're saying.
No.
It wasn't an industry party.
No, but it's like, how did I find my way into this wedding with Sebastien Tortelli and Rick Johnson?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
The 9 o'clock hour brought to you by CTI. Are you a CTI guy?
I have CTIs, yes.
The custom ones, or did you?
They are custom, yes. WPS is a pod company, but I don't ride enough to have any.
Yeah. When you race, you're CTI.
I was CTI when I raced.
Since 1983, CTI knee braces have remained the trusted choice of professional athletes and leading physicians around the world. The rigid carbon fiber frame is streamlined and lightweight, helping to provide functional ligament support and stabilization of the knee. With its adaptable subshell, CTI provides a custom-like fit that conforms perfectly to your leg, providing excellent balance of comfort and support. Store.ossur.com, OSSUR.com. Contact your physician for CTI Custom. Something exciting coming down the road for CTI, so stay tuned for that. And speaking of Phil and my Race Tech rant, I have Phil's face on my CTI Customs.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's just great. Thanks to my buddy Trevor Greaves for that. So that's the 9 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at CTI. I also want to give a thanks. A shout out to motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Vortex Racing, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, also Vertex Pistons, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, ORW, Scoche, Acerbis, Pro Filter, FMF, Atlas Neck Brace. We got the Vision brace on the counter here, PulpMX one. That's out now. Works Connection on board. PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Works Connection. OGO Power Sports. Traveling sucks. We know that. Whether it's the OGO 9800, which I brought this weekend out to Club MX to carry all my podcast stuff in.
How'd that work out for you?
Well, yeah, real great. Real great.
The bag was great.
The bag was great.
The bag was great. Your podcast audio sucked.
Terrible. And I am still angry about that.
Can you imagine how much that frustrates him, like with how...
Yeah, the dangling of the poker chips. How mad he gets about that.
I cannot believe it's just a simple double check, Mathis, you moron. Just double check it. You'll be fine. But nope, didn't do it. Just hit record. And now I have a podcast up that sucks balls.
Yeah.
And it's not just with losers. It's with Weege, Brayton, and Phil.
It was really fun.
We
covered a lot of
hilarious.
ground.
Right.
We kind of previewed the season.
Yeah.
Talked to their stories.
Yeah.
You made the right call by posting it, though.
I hope if you can get through it, people, try it. See what you think.
JT was disgusted that you said the podcast audio was so bad. This is your latest pod you posted today. Steve at the show feed. That you said, I'm not even going to mention the sponsors because they should not be attached to this.
No.
JT would have liked to have the sponsors mentioned.
I can't. I can't do my reads for something like that. I can't.
So we pay for what? Nothing?
Well, not for that pod. No. that is.
Are we getting a discount?
No.
We're getting a refund? Not. I'm confused.
Prorate me on what you pay me for the number of pods. I'm sure I'll write you a check for $10
Bingo.
or something.
Okay. Bingo.
So thanks to the folks at OGO Power Sports. If you want a bag, the rig bag is what I use for my gear. I use a 9800. Yeah,
we have a Fly Racing branded one.
A rig one?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Well, the 9800.
The 9800.
Yeah.
That's not the rig.
Okay. Whatever.
Rig is different. But 9800. I mean, honestly, how many 9800s are floating around the pro pits right now?
All of them.
200?
Good luck at baggage claim. When you go to baggage claim at a race,
right.
it is 9800s and nothing else.
If you want a deal from the folks at OGO, simply email us using the contact form on PulpMX, and we'll get it out to you. Art of Sport, Get Data, Guts Racing, WUSA, great company, wheels for everything and anything that can make it to you. Ride Engineering, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Intense Cycles, all on board with us. Still got the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment coming up. But also, big news. PulpMX Fantasy 2022 signups.
It's open.
Are open.
I'm backing Industry Idiots.
You are?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you know this?
I think he mentioned it somewhere.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure he mentioned it.
You're back in.
I am back.
Oh, my
And the
God.
world is better for it.
So ready.
Why? What had changed? What
I
happened?
just needed a break. I needed an exhale.
So $100 Industry
I needed to
Idiot
go on a
League.
walkabout.
Right.
Go on a walkabout.
Yeah.
Find myself. It's like Stu. I'm just like Stu.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in a better place.
Right.
And I'm ready.
Makes sense.
I'm ready to expose myself. Give me your worst. I'm ready. I am ready for it.
A-Ray, Cade, bring it. JT can handle it.
Yep.
Oh, he's going to ride that train
Thrasher, whatever.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
anything.
Sean Cantrell, whoever.
Falk.
Do me your
Mitchell
worst.
Falk.
Mitchell Falk.
Thury.
Give me.
Oh, Thury.
Neek Thury. Yep. Orlando. Bring it on.
Right.
I can't wait to overlay the audio from this to the audio of the first fantasy pod
Yeah,
after
please,
A1 where
please
he's just
do that.
miserable.
Please do that.
Bring on the Wagemans.
Yeah.
Bring them all on.
Weege, are you in?
I'll do it.
You're in.
I'll do it.
Fantasy signups are up now. PulpMXFantasy.com. Go there. Sign up for the year. If you sign up for the year, you get an extra ticket for the a draw for a Yamaha YZ450. So do that early, and you get the extra ticket into the draw for that. Sign up for Supercross and Motocross. And Marks, the new feature.
Oh, it's so good.
Is up.
I just want to add before we go there, if you sign up before Supercross, before A1, you're also in the drawing for a TTR 110.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we
I didn't say that.
announced on the Monday after the first race.
Yeah, I didn't say that. So we're giving away TTR.
Yeah.
All right, so Mark's the mulligan.
The mulligan. So
listen to this. Listen to this because you had an issue at Millville one time.
Yeah. Cost me about $200.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen to this.
Okay, well, we don't want you to we don't want the game to cost you $200. Mm-hmm. So we had this idea. We're going to give you a mulligan. You do have to pay for it.
Wait a minute. I'm already out.
No, you're in.
I'm already out.
Listen,
Marks, I'm mad.
This is $5 or $10 for what, $200 in return. That's a good investment.
Okay.
Right?
All right, explain that.
So 1 for $5 or 3 for $10. And what happens?
1 mulligan for 5, 3 for 10.
Right.
Okay.
And what happens is if you do not have a full and valid team at the time of lockout, the system will create one for you. And it will take riders from the experts teams.
Oh, okay.
That being Steve, JT, Paul, and Dan.
Okay. So
are you in on this? I thought you were jumping in.
We discussed it. We can just to make the pool bigger, but it's not finalized.
Genius or lucky?
Well, he was genius in the beginning of the year, and then I got lucky.
It's both.
Yeah.
It's both.
Peaks and valleys.
Right.
So we'll try to make a team from the experts' picks, and if for whatever reason there are not enough riders from that pool, because
say we all have the same guys or something.
Yeah, and they're guys that you had picked the last weekend. We'll then take riders from the guys that road qualifying. So you're not going to get guys that weren't there at all. That road qualifying, we will do our best to filter them by top 40. I cannot guarantee that because AMA live data is rough.
Never change.
Is rough to go through.
Never change.
And then we will create your team.
Their
from
on
those.
TV scoring is just that's one of the things I rail in these texts that we were talking about. I just hammer Weege in the text about the on-screen scoring.
He does. I'm not sure that's all AMA's fault.
So
Your
far,
fault.
how's the mulligan looking so far? I don't know if you've been checking, but how are we doing?
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it, and it's looking like it's worth it.
Tallon, mulligan thoughts?
I probably won't do it, but I like it.
Because you can pick a team?
Yeah, I can pick a team.
Well, you're on it.
I mean,
I would do it.
But it's
I
not
wouldn't
even,
do it.
It's not even
I
just
would.
that you can pick
Absolutely.
a team.
I wouldn't. I'm playing every week.
I understand, but there are life gets in the way. There are so many times, whether it's Twitter or talking to people, and they're like, "This happened, that happened."
I get it. I'm just saying my personally, but I mean, yeah, people, yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm saying I would do it as a player.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
to
yeah.
have that
yeah,
peace of mind.
Yeah.
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 Well, I have a question.
$10
When do you have to put this mulligan request in?
You have to do it. Well, I mean, I suppose you can get it anytime, but you can't apply it retroactively. So you can't miss a race and then say, "Hey, I want to pay for the mulligans," and
right. But you don't
apply
need to
it
decide before the season.
No, if you're 3 races in and you're like, maybe I should do it just to.
I got a wedding. I'm sketched out. Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna go camping. I don't know how the service is gonna be. I should probably have some backup.
Yeah.
something
Like there were
that,
two races last year. I was at a GNCC, and you're 50-50 shot. You're going to get there, and you're going to realize you have no service,
right?
Or you're going to get there, and you're going to be fine.
So just buy it ahead of time, then, Weege.
Well, that's the thing. What if I end up paying $10 for 3, and I only end up using 2 mulligans? I didn't get my full $10 worth.
Or what if you have a week where you just don't know who to pick, and you just let
the experts.
You just let the system do it for you.
Ooh, so what I would do is I would use the 2, and at the end of the year, I'd be like, I'm just going to use that third one with the experts to get my $10 worth and probably get better picks.
Right.
It's very random.
Now, one other thing I'd like you to work on.
Oh, boy.
This idea that if you only have 7 out of 8 riders picked, you get 0 points, even though all 7 riders did score points.
We discussed this, and it's out. It's not.
You discussed this.
It's not a valid team.
Why is it not valid? 7 guys can score plenty of points.
They could, but it's not a valid
Many people get 7 of 8 guys in the main event. That's actually a pretty good week. I will take those odds all day long.
Good week.
You know what I was thinking about? You know what Mark's approach to fantasy is? The way he picks his teams. I know you've heard the song, but the listeners, have you heard the song Waterfalls by TLC? He is why that song was written. You don't go chasing waterfalls. You stick to the streams and the river, the streams and the lakes that you're used to.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Don't reach for the 18 that's never raced a pro race before.
Yeah.
You go for the triple.
Right.
You take those points.
Yep.
You chiz because you know he's going to chiz.
Waterfalls, 7-layer burrito in the night. We got it all.
What happened to never aim for mediocrity? Because if you do, mediocrity is what you'll get. What happened to that, JT?
But Marks is on like some other planet with where he's reaching to. He's picking Aaron Plessinger on a 250 as the whole shot when I don't think he had ever whole shot a race in his life up to that point. Like he is full send. He's A-Ray, 5 shots of whiskey deep out on the Supercross track.
And you know what? Sometimes it works out.
It does.
Sometimes it works.
It does. Yeah.
I have an A-Ray drop.
Sometimes is the operative word there.
Yeah.
I needed help. I had 2 chicks.
I had 2 chicks.
So PulpMX Fantasy signups, 3 Yamahas we are giving away. 1 250, 2 450s. We're giving away a TTR. We got weekly prizes. We got season-ending prizes. We got PulpMX Fantasy podcast random prizes to give away. A lot of things going on.
And we'll have the motorsport.com whole shot challenge.
Yes, I forgot about that. Right, we're doing that as well. That's a separate game where you can win Motorsport gift cards.
Do you guys have any tranquilizer? I'm going to need something to calm me down.
Right.
On the weekends.
Yeah, you take it. You
get a sedative.
You get way too upset.
I'm going to need a sedative.
Way too upset.
Look, he's already backpedaling a little bit.
No, I'm in.
He was so in, and now it's.
I am in.
I'm going to need a sedative.
But I know where this goes, and I'm trying to be proactive on the front end.
I like it.
I don't want to have a heart attack at the race.
There are probably some good drugs out there at the races. I'm sure. I'm sure you can find someone that can provide something.
How much
Like
fun?
a horse trank?
How much
Yeah.
fun is PulpMX Fantasy like when we're in the press box and we all watching somebody?
The Anaheim press box where nobody can come see you?
Well, not that one, but a regular press box. Like,
I don't know. I remember we got down to a suite at one of the races 2 years ago, and it was really cool. The suite was fun, free food,
Yeah.
free booze.
Oh, Houston.
Well, it wasn't there. It was the year before that, and your entire experience was ruined. We were watching an LCQ. It didn't work out, and you were so angry. You were so
I think that was Joey
angry.
Crown at Minneapolis.
Yeah, it sounds like Minneapolis. I know it was
Joey
a dome.
Crown.
And you were so mad. And anything we had experienced that day,
Right.
blow it up. Forget it even happened.
It's
Yes.
or Jerry.
I'm so
screaming for Jerry.
That's your fault.
Yeah.
Riding the Jerry train.
Riding the Jerry train. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we say it all the time. It makes the racing so much more fun.
Yeah.
The LCQ is really where it's won and lost. And there are riders that you probably never cared about a day in your life that
Yeah.
will become the most important thing. And that's really the beauty of what you've done.
Yeah. No, we really have.
Listen, is there a better feeling than watching Koga struggle
Oh my God.
in Oakland
That was
to
the
hold on to
greatest-
ninth place?
all the tweets that I made going in, no one thought I was going to do it. Everyone said I was bluffing. Steve was like, "You will never do it." I picked him, and he turned in one of the most spectacular, heroic,
like Godzilla.
He
You said
entertaining.
You said like
almost lost
Godzilla.
It was
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah,
it was
Koga.
incredible. He burned Oakland to the ground.
Yeah. In qualifying spot, out of qualifying spot, getting caught, guys crashing. It's just phenomenal.
It was like what Dominic Thury did, but everything not.
The opposite.
Like, he made it happen. Dominic Thury, I watched him melt down like Chernobyl, like in front of my eyes.
Yeah. Yeah.
We were at PulpMX. Thury was there. Steve could not approach him. He's still not at the point.
He seems like a nice guy.
He is a very nice guy.
Yeah, yeah.
I really like him.
Dog lover too.
What's that?
Dog
Oh,
lover.
is he dog lover?
Yeah.
Was that one of his dogs running
Yeah.
around?
He never goes anywhere without that dog. Phil's told the story.
I didn't pay any attention.
Yeah.
But you could not. You're not there yet. You are not there yet with him.
Definitely didn't go to the main event with that dog.
I told Weege, I'm like, I can't do it, man. He seems like a nice kid, but I just can't. I just cannot.
You're
do it.
still suffering from that
Yeah.
Orlando race.
Twice.
Wow.
Two different races, where he qualified like 11th or 12th.
Yep.
And then just blew it.
He started making mains at the
He
end of the
did.
year.
He did. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. That's the worst. That's even worse.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is. 'Cause
Okay,
when you
that's actually
like
worse.
when you start making the mains, and
Yes.
you're just like, oh, thanks, asshole.
Right. I
Now-
believed in you before everybody else did.
Yeah.
And you're going to reward them?
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. So he seems like a nice kid, but I can't do it.
Now, one other thing to discuss. We had a long discussion with some of the privateers of the sport, this money that you usually are able to raise, and how we can use this to create a lot of chaos.
Yeah.
Yamaha
So-
Privateer Challenge?
Yeah, we're doing the Yamaha Privateer Challenge again. Thank you to Yamaha guys. We're looking at switching things up. I want to run this by you. So PulpMX Fantasy sign-ups open. Anything else, Mark? We need to touch on?
Nope. Thanks everyone for playing.
Thank you
Appreciate
for
it.
playing. Yeah, it's doing a great job. So the Yamaha Raffle Challenge is going to be live soon. Marks is building that page. St. Louis, Minneapolis live shows have been announced. Tickets on sale soon. So if you're in St. Louis and you're in Minneapolis,
Are we doing more?
these two idiots will be there, and Kiefer as well, and Darkside and all that.
Doing more?
I'm trying, but I'm getting very frustrated with some of these venues. So
I think we put our man Moser on
What
Seattle.
about, what about Denver? Go back to the same spot?
it's booked, and then he thought.
Really?
Then he said it's not booked. I think I can get you in. I never got a reply since. I said I'll front you the money right now. Like I'll pay. Like
Yeah.
I don't.
Moser has not come through for Seattle.
No, he's not come at all. No.
He's not. He would not come through.
Anyways, so thank you to PulpMX Fantasy people. Enjoy it. We'll talk about it some more next show and remind you people again. But the raffle money, thanks to Yamaha, we're going to do Decal Works and Works Connection and Race Tech and all these other companies are going to step in just like we did before. We're going to give one away at the After Supercross. All the money raised goes to all the privateers. Love to do that. One of the ideas I had, so Cade, Nick Schmidt was taking dives, had a big lead, got it clinched, got the money. Cade had a huge lead, got it clinched, got the money. 7 deuce, no problem, got home with the money. It's not creating the chaos that I want. So, not going to do it for sure.
So you're trying to affect the races?
Yes.
Okay.
Not going to do it for sure, but one of the things we talked about was, can you beat Chiz? Can you out-Chiz Chiz?
Make it realistic.
So any
They're not gonna
privateer,
out-Chiz Chiz.
any privateer that beats Chiz in the main gets money. If nobody beats Chiz, it rolls over to the next week. Chiz has to make the main.
Yeah.
to make it count.
You can't win by default.
Because otherwise, guys will try to break Chiz's tib and fib in the heat race.
Any of the privateers get it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you can beat Chiz,
any privateer.
Yeah.
How much is it going to be?
Well, we got to figure that out. Like what did we raise last year, Marks? 90? 680?
Yeah.
Something.
Something
So
up there.
we got to sort of look
That's
at like.
insane, by the way.
We
It
got to
is.
look at like how much money do we have, and maybe if we have extra, we can figure that out down the road. But I want to guarantee, we'll be conservative. We have 70 grand divided by 70. That's how much the race is. And then if nobody beats Chiz.
Oh, so that's going to be. There's not going to be a season-ending prize. It's going to be all per race.
No. I have to pay Chiz some money, I think, just for being there.
And for people trying to take him out.
For being the rabbit, yeah.
And for people trying to take him out weekly.
And so, like, if you're a privateer, and I'll judge who's a privateer and who's not, whatever. We'll figure that out.
Yeah.
If you beat Chiz in the main event, you get some money. If two guys beat Chiz, remember that $7,000 they used to divide up with privateers?
Oh, yeah.
Just like that. We have this much money.
$6,666 per race.
Right.
It was awesome.
So we have this much money
Sinning.
every main event, and if you beat Chiz, you get it. And if nobody beats Chiz, it rolls over the next week, and we keep going. And Chiz will get some money as well. Can you out Chiz? Do either of you like that idea?
I love that idea.
You love it.
I do. I think you need to hook Chiz up, though.
No, I will.
Yes.
Yeah. I called him. We talked.
Okay.
We're good. Yeah.
Oh, you've already run this
Yeah,
by him.
yeah.
Okay.
He
He's
said-
not afraid of tib fib, just instant.
He said, "Listen, I don't think anybody would take me out in the main event. You're doing a lot of things. You're just trying to get ahead of the game."
Yeah.
But he said, "I think guys would try to take me out in the heats if they're coming
But
up behind me."
It only counts if you qualify, though. If he qualifies.
Yeah. No. But that's why you make it so he only counts if he qualifies.
Okay,
If you say it just
right.
If you
just
say
finish ahead of him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you'll be like trying to knock Chiz down and then get the main.
Yeah,
event.
that's not cool.
Yeah,
Right.
don't cross jump him in the heat just to keep him out of the main.
He has to make Chiz has to make the main.
Yep.
To qualify for the money.
I think you should make it some sort of where Chiz is eligible for something per round 2. Like if Chiz beats all the privateers.
Like stump the Schwab.
Yes.
Schwab got the money.
He gets a bonus. He doesn't get all of it.
Yeah.
Because I think you need to roll some. Right. So you roll the prize, but give him an incentive too. So he's like, I can make more money if I beat all these guys, right? So there's this storyline going into the main event of like, who's going to get the money? Is Chiz going to get the money?
Right.
Whatever.
Okay. Marks, do you like that idea?
Yeah, it's something different. I'm not against it.
Not all of
I'm
it.
not
You don't want to
totally-
make like
I'm not
end up
totally
paying
sold
Chiz
yet.
$50,000
No.
or something. But
Can you out Chiz? And we'll put his face on the website and stuff. And
I love it,
like it.
and I think the idea of it rolling over and the ante being upped.
Yeah.
Chiz 6-7 weeks in a row.
Yeah,
Beats
yeah.
all these guys.
Right.
Man, it's up to
Now,
10-20 grand now.
The only thing that interferes is if he gets hurt, I got to figure something else out.
Yeah.
If he
Always
sucks,
possibility.
I don't foresee Chiz sucking. But if he sucks and doesn't make mains, then I have another problem.
But you still roll it.
I know, but what if Chiz doesn't make many mains?
Yeah, you want to have a show,
Yeah.
and if it's 3 weeks in a row, nothing's even happening.
So that's
kind
one
of a
idea
shame.
I have. The second idea I have is all the money, $90K,
Pays for this house.
is up at the last round of the series.
You cannot do this.
Fifth gets.
Oh my god.
Fifth gets 60% of the money.
Oh my
Sixth gets a
God.
bunch of money. Seventh.
I know. I can hear Mark's laughing because he wants to do this one. It would
I'm
be
in. Carnage.
So
pandemonium.
the gate drops.
I will start training now.
And nobody goes. Except, say one factory guy's in it. Say Bogle's in
I
it.
got to get my license.
Right. So say Bogle's in it.
They can't not go. They don't want to start 20th. They got to start around that.
But
fifth
every
place
guy
position.
is gonna go like this.
Once they get around that spot.
And then so what?
Unreal.
Wait, hold on. Oh, just in the LCQ.
Yeah.
Oh.
Fifth in the LCQ gets all the money.
What?
Can you imagine Lee?
No one will want to qualify.
Lee Diffie going. And what is going on here? They are stopping on the track.
Put Emig in there. Tell him to talk about the bunching.
No one will want to make the main. They will fight each other to not make the main. The chaos.
Imagine the slow race trying to get
Nice.
fifth, but then not trying to get fourth.
Fourth is like 4.5 laps ahead of
Right,
fifth.
right.
Yes. Whatever idiots deciding to
Now,
get fourth.
Would Prater be upset?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You make a mockery
Yes.
of their race.
That's why I want to do it. It's
Okay,
fucking
all right,
chaos.
all right. It is chaos.
Chaos.
It is chaos. They'll be taking down. They will just stop. The last straightaway,
That's
the
what I
dudes
mean.
will just stop.
That's what I mean. So then what happens? Do they just cancel the race?
You're like cranking up an engine, holding it wide open, then dropping an 8mm socket right into it.
Some people just want to watch the world burn.
God.
Right?
I like this one a lot better.
Talon, where are you at?
I like the first one if we can figure out some details.
I like the last
Chisin.
one. But I don't think you should do the last one.
Why?
Too many things could go wrong.
Dude.
Everything could. Too many things will go wrong.
It's.
I honestly think if Feld knew you were going to do this, like, they threatened to never let you at a race ever again. Like, something bad happens.
It might be worth it.
They can't let it happen. They can't. They cannot let this happen.
Well, maybe we keep it on the down low.
Yeah.
Promoting this for Yamaha, you're going to keep it on the down low.
You're good at that.
Right. To get this money in, you're going to keep it on the down low. Promoting it.
Yeah.
Right. Got it.
Yes. I don't even know, because the fact is, if it was last place, they could all just try to outslow each other. But it is fifth. So when they get to that final straightaway,
I think I would pay most of the money for fifth, but I'd also pay sixth and seventh and eighth.
No. You do an $85,000 fifth place. Yes.
Unreal.
Yes.
Unreal.
Can you imagine the complete fucking chaos in the LCQ and the announcers not knowing what's going on?
Not wanting to acknowledge it. That riders are trying not to make the main.
Right.
Unbelievable.
I hope, because it's going to be Salt Lake, I hope that you do it, and I hope that what's his nuts? What's the announcer? The guy that said Monster Cross.
Todd Harris.
I hope Todd Harris is announcing. So he's just completely flabbergasted as to what's going on.
I want Daniel to do it, because Daniel will know exactly what is going on.
Yeah.
And then he will have a tough time.
But then he won't be able to say
explain it, but not.
Right. I don't know, man. So that's my two ideas. Maybe we'll run a Twitter poll.
You can't rely on that, man, because chaos theory, why would you not vote for that?
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be the most spectacular
thing ever. Can you do a hybrid of both? Like, do the Chiz thing, but then do the last one. Make it like $25,000. Like, you still have $50,000+ for this Chiz with a lot of money, and then you have like this $25,000 abortion that you were about to toss into
What
Salt
I
Lake.
do is I go into Prater's office with a white cat that I'm just stroking. And I say,
like Dr. Evil?
Yes. And I say, hello, Dave. You have two choices here, Dave.
Is this Meadow Biggums that you're bringing in?
What?
Mr. Biggums?
You have two choices, Mr. Prater. I either destroy your race by offering this LCQ one race bounty, or you give me my own 4-lap race for all the glory for PulpMX on national TV. and then I just go out of the right.
Yeah, he calls security immediately.
Sounds gay.
Okay, but if so Dave, your call, Dave. Your call.
You never get a credential again. You're never allowed to race again.
That's not true. That's fake news. I'll get Arthur Draper.
Oh, you're a lawyer guy.
Yeah.
No, they don't have to give you entry into a race. That's not a
If they
you don't have a right.
If they really did that.
Yeah.
And I come on every Monday and they won't let me in the race. Like I'm trying to cover it. Like the fans would be outraged. We have a big audience.
You intentionally sabotage your race.
No. I'm giving Dave a choice while I'm petting I'm petting my white cat.
Right.
Right? Because how cool would it be to have a 4-lap PulpMX dash for all the cast, and then like a real race, first, second, third, like they're going at it.
I think
which is, by the way, for the Triple Crowns, as I've said 8 million times, the LCQ should start that thing 100%. The fact that they don't do that is the dumbest thing in the sport. But they'll find time for these fucking stupid future kids. No problem. We'll find time for that. We can't find time. Wait, that's a future rant. I'm going to save that. Okay. Well, I'll wait to the first futures
I'll tell
race.
you this.
Because how many times have we heard we can't add anything to the program? We're like the track maintenance, the intermission. We cannot add one thing to the program. We've heard this over and over.
No, I got it even worse. I heard an AMA guy say, dude, we have opening ceremonies. We're bringing out the big superstars. You can't start the night with the LCQ. And I'm like, you actually start the night with the 250 regional supercross beat race.
Yeah.
So don't tell me that you have Anderson, Tomac, and Barsha lined up in the first gate of the night.
You got Nags coming out in the first one.
Yeah, you don't start the night with your best guys.
What if you... And I'm trying to think of a way where...
Wait, Marks, what do you think of the stroking the cat, giving Prater 2 options?
I don't know if that's your best idea.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a way for you to do this and Feld not ban you from the races for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And then instead them be on board and want to promote it.
Okay. Which is so JT.
It is not possible, JT. There's no leaving this ball in a triple coverage.
You take all the money and you divide it amongst the top 4 in the LCQ. So it's just the gnarliest LCQ in the history of racing. Then Feld can promote it because it's just extra money for the guys that qualify. You're not sabotaging anything. You're not fixing a race.
Okay, so do I go into Dave and say, you have to do this? Or
You don't need a cat.
Oh, okay.
You don't need a cat.
Okay.
You just say, hey, we have like $50,000, whatever number you decide on, that we want to.
What if there's 2 factory guys in there? I don't want to give them any money.
Why not?
No. Because don't you feel like they would take a dive?
When was the last time 2 factory guys were in the LCQ at Salt Lake?
It happens. I mean,
at Salt Lake at the last round.
Okay, yeah, I guess.
Just make it privateer only.
It still defeats your point. You don't want guys to try to win.
No, but you make it. These guys are going to be.
He's trying to like find a reasonable ground here.
Yeah,
I know, but you don't want guys to try to win.
I don't.
But Feld is never going. Like you will suffer consequences if you do something like 5th place gets $80,000 and people are stabbing each other on the last lap. Like,
he's got to try
something. Something bad is going to happen to you. I think in that scenario.
A-Ray's just stabbed a man.
The fact that it's not last place, that it's 5th place, none of these guys will be smart enough to come up with a strategy that would actually work because you have to go slow but not too slow.
Yeah.
If you just stop, you'll get 10th,
Yeah,
and then you won't
no,
get the
no,
money.
that's the
so
whole
you've got
idea.
to like go good but not too good.
Right, and then I imagine the last lap they'll be like, you go. No, you go. No, you go.
Right, and then while they're waiting for that, someone will pass them and then move into 5th.
Fantastic.
And then he has to stop.
Right.
And then 2 guys pass
Right.
him, and then they have to stop.
Think about that on live TV. Think about that as I stroke my cat in the press box.
Maybe you need to give Prater $25,000.
I can do that.
There you go.
Mr. Prater.
Yep. Take one of your rig bags that you like so much.
Yep.
Fill it up with stuff.
Yeah.
Podcast
This is straight
equipment.
out of wrestling.
Yes. Podcast equipment.
Yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's what needs to be done.
I like doing something at Salt Lake. I just think if you listen in the most entertaining, yes, I'm all for it. I just think it realism.
We need to get Brandon on
never
the
gonna
show. Sean
happen.
Brandon needs to come on.
I think realistically, it's never going to happen.
Sean Brandon needs to come on.
No. Don't let them know too much about it.
Oh.
How's they not going to know?
Get it. Don't start with at least get a little bit of forgiveness over permission.
That's what I'm saying.
They'll shut it down from the start.
Yeah. That's after Salt Lake, you just go, oh, I'm sorry, guys, I won't do that next year.
You don't think that word is going to get around that you're giving $80,000 to 5th in the LCQ at Salt Lake? You think you're going to
not unless you open your big mouth.
You think you're going to keep that under your hat, do you?
Yeah. Unless you open your big mouth.
Under your hat or under your cat.
Under my cat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, I don't know, man.
I mean, look, if I had one life to live, if I was given a diagnosis where I only had 6 months to live, I want it to end 6 months from now, May of 2022, with that 5th place, $85,000.
Can you go into Prater's office?
I'm worried about Yamaha, too, getting some backlash.
Hey, I got a lot of money here that we want to help some privateers.
Yeah.
I want chaos, though. What will you let me get away with? And then you just negotiate.
He's going to say nothing.
None. No
nothing.
chaos.
He's going to say
No
nothing.
chaos.
Nothing. He'll say nothing.
That's why you can't have Brennan on the show either. Their answer will be no, none of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no negotiating this.
Well, then you play hardball. Say, I'm doing it one way or another with your cat.
Well, okay, now we're talking.
No. But I don't think the.
I need a cat.
$80,000 for 5th is a good
cat.
way to go.
No. I would break it down 5, 6, 7, 8, but 5th would get the most money. Obviously, I would break it down. I'm not going to give all the money to one guy.
That's the most chaos, though.
I know.
That's like people take grenades onto the racetrack.
Now, Steve did his due diligence. He actually went and asked a couple privateer riders, how far would you go with this kind of money on the line? And I don't want to name one of the guys, but one of the guys
all the way
who is racing 250 East. I don't want to name him.
Right.
But he said, I'll drive my bike out there and I'll land on a dude for $10,000. I will land on someone for $10,000.
He said,
I don't want to name
I think
names.
he said, I'll fucking land. I'll kill somebody
Yes.
for right.
$10,000. I don't want to name names.
Right.
But he said he will drive his own 450 out there.
Right.
And land on a guy for $10,000.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
no names though.
I don't want to name anybody.
He was trying to kill you with hypothermia over
I know
20
he was. He was.
So JT, you've been in these privateer LCQ wars before.
Yeah.
Would any of them say, you know what, I'm going to be the bigger man. I just want to make the main tonight? Any of them?
No.
Okay, not a single guy.
When I ran the idea,
$80,000.
I ran the idea by Chiz, and he said, "Fuck no!" I'm diving. I'm taking
Anything.
a dive. Yeah.
Anything.
$10,000.
$10,000's a little different.
Because the main is worth a couple grand. So,
yeah.
All right.
I mean,
but even if it was 30,
right?
No one tries to make the main.
No. $30,000?
Yeah, no one tries to make
No.
weight.
I think you get someone like Barsha. Is like, sorry guys, it's going to be a short night.
No, you can't take Barsha level guys. There's ways for them to make $30,000 legitimately, like getting a podium.
And they can.
I need a cat, and I need a Prater's home address.
And some anthrax?
No, I'm not gonna do
okay,
that.
sorry.
But yeah, so all right.
I vote for the Chiz. Chiz winning the LCQ in Houston
And
round
look,
one last year was my favorite moment in the entire year. Not
What?
just racing. Yes.
What?
Your favorite moment
It
of
was.
the entire... What are you talking
We're living in a
about?
world of chaos. We've been, 18 months into this, living in a world of chaos.
The only thing that was chaotic was you at the freaking press day losing your mind about Jet Lawrence.
Jet Lawrence looks so good. Man, I'm so glad press days are back this year all season long. Whatever coast he's on.
Right.
I'll be at all those Fridays. So we were living in a world of chaos. Apparently we still are. We didn't know where we're at, what we could believe in, how the world was going to turn out.
Mhm.
But Chiz won that LCQ, and I was like, damn it all. We will be fine.
We will be fine.
The world will be fine.
Your favorite moment of
Yeah,
the year.
It was.
right.
It was.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see. I want to help Chiz too out. We're all friends with him. He's a good dude, privateer, right? Like,
Yep.
so it's cool to give him some money.
Can you imagine Chiz is down 3 privateers are ahead of him 15 minutes into the main, and then he's just coming on strong, and they are gassed because that's the way it always is. Chiz has 20 plus 1 in him, no
The
problem.
speed. Guys have Chiz covered at speed.
Yes. And then he starts mowing them down.
Yeah.
Oh, the drama that would be.
On his stock Yamaha,
Yes.
stock ignition with pump gas and a stock sprocket
Yep.
and a muffler.
And Jer Bear.
And muffler and gear bear.
He just keeps
Yeah.
delivering body blows, and
Yeah.
eventually
Yeah.
they go down.
Yeah. They just, So
Because we're picturing it as like, can they get past him? But no, he might be passing them
yeah,
and
yeah,
taking
yeah,
the money from
yeah,
them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Cade looks great, but hey, Cade, sorry,
Here
bud.
comes Chiz.
Here comes the 11.
so good.
Darkside's got a suggestion. What's up, Darkside?
Oh shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
No mulligans for Darkside.
No mulligans, okay.
Ridiculous. All right, you may not like this idea, but what about LCQ, Salt Lake City? We have said purse, 80,000, whatever it is. First in LCQ is going to get paid, third's going to get paid, and fifth's going to get paid. We're not going to tell you how much. We'll tell you afterwards, but those positions pay. Fifth may pay more than first. We don't know. Go race.
Oh my God, it's like a grab bag.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that.
Steve's 4, whatever is the most bizarre idea you can come up with.
That is watching the world burn.
No, it's not, because now you're racing for first.
Potentially.
No, but what if you open door number 5 and it's like a rotten chicken, and then
No, they all get money.
Third
They all
place
get
was
money.
$73,000.
Right, they all get money. So you all know you're getting money.
Yeah.
But what about if you just did 20 first, 20 for third, 20 for fifth, or whatever, divide it up equally? You're getting racing. You're gonna get racing.
So
but
if
you're
get
gonna
second
get
or fourth, you just
but you're gonna get chaos in those positions. But if Prater comes to me all mad, I'll be like, "What? They're racing."
But if you're second, what do you do? Do you
Wait, I gotta have
slow
my
down?
cat. I
You
gotta have
slow
my
down
cat.
for third. But
yeah.
what if fourth is coming?
I know that's what I
Oh
mean.
my
No,
God.
but
it's like a Rubik's
But
cube.
my comeback is like I'm just paying odd number places. I don't know. I'm sorry. I just paid the odd man places, and then I'm stroking my cat. What about that? I don't mind that.
Is that a
Dark
different
side.
term for something? I'm confused.
Dark side may have come.
I think
I don't
when
hate it.
these
You
guys
hate
are
it?
I don't hate it.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't hate it.
when these guys are stopping for 50 in LCQ, you'll be stroking your cat.
For
you will
sure.
be
Oh,
loving.
I will.
You will be loving this.
Just pounding me 7 days a week, just on my ass.
I don't mind it. Dark side.
All right. Well, I'm surprised, but hey, I like all the ideas, especially making sure Chiz gets paid. Supporting Chiz is always number one.
Right.
If you can find a way to not get a lifetime ban, I say fifth. 80,000 for fifth.
I think I may get a lifetime ban though. I don't know.
I love that you're like, just don't tell Brennan. We know Sean listens, so it's a little late for that.
It's going to be the only thing people are talking about in the pits. Like, there's not going to be a way to keep this on the down low.
Maybe I just deny everything.
Okay. Just happens in a handshake, $80,000 handshake.
Right.
Yep.
Weeds, you got a wrestling background. You got to come up with some ideas.
Oh, yeah, this is straight out of it.
Briefcase and...
I am for it. Like I said, if I had a terminal disease, this would be my dying wish to see this happen.
It's going to be Steve's
dying wish as well.
Dying wish.
Yes, exactly. But I'm just trying to be realistic of what you can actually do.
Okay. Would they ever give me a 4-lap race at the final round?
No.
They wouldn't?
Yeah. You could buy it from them for a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
I know.
So they'd never do it for a PulpMX?
I do not believe they are going to change the rulebook or format for anybody.
No,
Okay.
if Toyota said, hey, we want it to be the Toyota LCQ, of course they are.
No, but I want an extra race.
You want another race? No.
Yeah, I want a
That's not
4-lap privateer thing.
No,
Yeah.
They're not
How much
changing-
money do you have?
Yeah.
They're not changing the rule book,
2 million?
the record book. They're not doing that. They're not saying,
They-
hey, tonight
okay.
we have another
5 million?
we have a dash for cash.
So we had a wiener dog race. They added that in.
That's what I'm saying. If you have enough money, they will.
Yeah, but I don't. I'm giving it to the riders.
No.
So, right.
I was in control of all those wieners.
So yeah. All right, Darkside. Thanks, buddy. Good idea.
All right.
All right. We're working through this still. Ride-engineering.com. Ride Engineering has 4 options to fit your budget each. For riders on KTM, Gas, Husqvarna with solid mounted bars from right to left, you can replace the stock bar mount. If it's bent with a much stronger one-piece bar mount, you can upgrade to a rubber-mounted top clamp. You can go with a top clamp and a one-piece bar mount that holds a Scott or GPR steering stabilizer. You can upgrade to the rubber-mounted billet spit clamps with mounting hardware. Pulp Fan 20 at ride-engineering.com. Again, thanks to ride-engineering.com. Pulp Fan 20 is the code to save with those guys. And Weege, have you ever been in a motorcycle or car accident?
A motorcycle car accident?
Or a car accident?
Good Lord, I hope not.
Did some idiot or somebody or some idiot take you out?
Are you familiar with Arthur Draper?
I think I'm going to learn a lot about him
right.
come Salt Lake 2022.
Arthur Draper takes the time to know your clients. To his clients, he takes the time to know you personally. He'll take the time to know me personally when I'm in this lawsuit with Feld.
Yes.
Consultations are free. You just need to call arthurdraper.com. Help is only a phone call away. It's a personal injury lawyer. A-Ray should get Arthur on the case in case something happens this year.
Yes, it's almost inevitable.
arthurdraper.com. All right, everybody. Motorsport.com. Tweet at Tallon segment. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
All right, motorsport.com. OEM and after. Have you ever ordered from motorsport.com?
I have.
Great service.
Yeah, very happy with it.
JT, they do well for Fly?
Of course, yeah. They're one of our better partners. Absolutely.
Phil Nicoletti, personal sponsorship from motorsport.com. Also on board with the PulpMX team, motorsport.com.
This is what you do.
Yeah, great guys. I brought Phil that deal. I brought him the ORW deal. I brought him the FXR deal. That's what I do for people.
The amount of people that have helped Phil out and done things for Phil, and then his complaints that the world is rigged against him and it's just stacked the odds.
Yep.
Nothing's on his side.
Right.
I don't know anyone who's actually had more help actually come his way than Phil.
What if I had the 80 grand and Feld gave me a race and I put A-Ray, Troll, Phil, Chiz,
Your guys.
my guys,
Your guys.
in a race for all the money?
Your guys.
What if I did that?
You could just pick your own.
Yeah, pick my own guys.
No, I'd rather see him duke it out with everybody else.
You just want to see.
I don't want to name names, but someone said, I'll bring my own bike and I'll land on someone for the money. I don't want to name names, but I'd rather see that happen.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yes. You just pick your own guys.
So thanks to the folks at motorsport.com. Free shipping on anything over $79. OEM and aftermarket parts as well. These questions are submitted to Twitter. And Tallon, Taylor, what are you laughing at?
The fact that Phil is willing to land on someone for 10
Oh, yeah,
grand.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry, I said the name.
Right, you said the name.
Yeah.
All right, Tallon, let's do this.
All right, first one from CJ Crandall, 385. What are your thoughts on Team Solitaire SX this year coming back? They wrote this really weird. What are your thoughts on Team Solitaire coming back in the pits this year with some heavy hitters? Best B team in the pits.
Well, they got Wageman. They got who they got? They got
Wageman?
No. They got the guy was on the team last year.
Wageman.
No.
They need some heavy hitters.
They got
heavy hitters.
They got.
I want to go to RacerXOnline.com here. No, they did sign somebody new.
Yeah. Why not Brees? That name's Brees is privateer. It's skipping my.
They're very active on Twitter.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Chris Elliott does a great job with their Twitter account. It's fantastic. All right. It's Surratt. Thanks, Darkside. Ryan
okay.
Surratt. Yeah, Ryan
Okay.
Surratt.
Yep.
So he had a good year
He
outdoors,
did.
man.
He really did.
And so Supercross, looking forward to that. Robbie Wageman, good rider as well. So
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the best B team in the pits. I think the SGB guys, A-Ray, Kessler, Cade, pretty good team.
Well, it's hard to compare. You're talking really a 250 team,
Okay.
somewhat.
Right.
The SGB races both, somewhat 250, somewhat
Yeah,
450. Compared to Solitaire. Yeah, I'd have to really look through the ranks. There's some other good ones out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But we like what they're doing from a marketing perspective.
Yeah.
Definitely out front in that.
Right.
Jesse 318 has one for JT. Describe the budgeting process for Fly with Zacho being out, then in again, and then out again. How did you guys plan for that large of an expense?
We basically just planned to have it in, and then when he was unable and decided to retire, there was just extra budget.
Is he still on the payroll in a limited way?
No.
Not at all. Wow. So he can show up in any kind of gear.
Well, I mean, if he was going to race, I'm sure we would work something out with him.
Right.
But, yeah.
I think, he should buy one of those Rockstar Huskies. They already got his number on it.
Unbelievable.
Like, so just buy that. Buy one of those.
Most bizarre story of 2021 right there.
Right.
Would he be eligible if he brings his own Rockstar Edition Husky with the number 16 already on it?
Yeah.
And just shows up for Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Could he go for the 5th place and take the money?
That's a great
point. Absolutely.
Oh.
He would be eligible.
Oh, imagine that. He shows up for one race.
Yeah.
Takes the money right from the privateer's hands.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
While we're on that Husky topic, is Rockstar still a part of the MXGP team with Husky? Or is it just the U.S.
Ask
MX
our
team?
You're the expert,
ask
JT.
our in-front expert here.
Say it again. Rockstar Husky what?
With the MXGP team? Or is it just the Supercross now?
I don't know.
Can you call Giuseppe?
No.
Who's on the team? Who's the...
Well, it's
left it left Kimi's team.
Right.
So it
it's
went
not Ice
to,
One. Ice One's Cowie now.
It went to
The team that ran 250.
Husky is
The
what
K
used to
to
be
Wolf
Gas
team.
Gas.
What?
It's Standing Construct.
It's Construct.
But I don't know if Rockstar's involved or not.
No, I thought it was the team that ran the MX2, like the K to Wolf team, became the 450 team also. I might be wrong about that, but I thought I was right.
Okay.
Maybe.
I might be wrong about that, but I thought I was right.
I was
Right.
very confident
Right.
with my
Okay.
answer.
Could be.
Yeah. I believe they're consolidating.
Okay.
From the Wesley.
There has not been a press release yet, so who the hell knows?
Lewis Phillips is disgusted with us right now that we don't know this.
Well, he doesn't know who the Beatles are, so I'm disgusted.
Okay.
They haven't announced anything.
Still, but we know things.
I believe it's the MX2 team takes over. But do they have branding of Rockstar? I don't know.
He doesn't know who Van Halen is. Lewis.
Really?
Yeah.
Disgusted.
Yeah.
All right. From the Wesley. Who could be the most successful privateer to abandon the U.S. Nationals to pursue a World Supercross title?
Does it have to be privateer? And what do we classify Justin Brayton as?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Brayton, I told him this. I said, why are you quitting? Like, if you end up with a couple podiums and you're 7th in the points, like, why are you stopping? And he's like, well, he was like, it's got to end sometime. And I don't want to go out, like, getting hurt or whatever. And I'm like, okay, I get it. But if you're still really competitive and Moto Concepts will pay you. And then I'm thinking of this Adam Bailey Supercross series. Like, what? Keep racing. Keep doing it.
Well, I think first of all, he said it's my last year. For sure, he only meant full-time AMA Supercross. If the Paris and the Aussex Open paychecks are still there, he's still taking them.
Yeah.
And then this option just popped up. But I don't think any of these guys, I don't think Marv's contract runs out in May with KTM. I don't think Marv said, for sure, I'm done racing. If a nice offer for some money comes somehow, some way, somewhere, Marv will keep racing.
Yeah.
I believe the same thing with Brayton. If he has
Chad
a solid
Reed.
season.
I think Chad's going to just keep scooping up money when he can.
Yeah, I don't think any of those guys are like, I'm so burnt, I'm done.
Right.
If the right offer comes along.
Right.
And that Marv thing is going to be really interesting because there is obviously a chance that Marv rides really well, still has some value. Then he's essentially on the open market. I mean,
but
there's no reason to think Marv's going to suck here.
No, but he must have decided it's personally he doesn't want to race anymore.
Marv?
Yeah.
I've asked him about it. He said, no, I don't really know. My contract runs out.
Oh, well, then why would you announce this final year? Just you
No,
signed
he
a
did
1 year.
not say, he did not say it was his final year.
Who said that?
It just said he signed a Supercross only deal with KTM.
I'm pretty sure
it
the
did
press
not
release
say
said
he's retiring.
He said Marv's final year.
He
in
did not
Supercross.
say he's retiring.
This didn't happen? I
No.
imagine this?
I didn't read it, so I don't know.
It just says he is riding for the team,
Yeah.
Supercross only.
It doesn't, nobody.
He did not say the retirement
okay.
word.
All right. My bad.
Yeah. I think it's like, hey, hopefully this will be the proper send-off.
Yeah.
But if he's out there
Yeah,
killing it and he's
yeah,
a free agent and
yeah.
someone wants to pay him a couple $100,000 a race next year,
Right.
I don't think he's ruling it out.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
From the voice of the drunken people for Weege. Now that we're moving away from the tired old cable TV format, will they finally start to change the program format? Stuff such as interviewing more than top 3, roundtables, more track grooming between motos, etc.
We're not fully moving away from the. I think it's going to be a long time before it's not on cable TV. So we're not really moving away from it. I know what you're saying, right? Then you could have a 5-hour show, and maybe we'll get there someday. But moving away from cable.
What did you hear?
Huh?
Wasn't there some rumblings?
Of what?
Forget it.
There aren't any. There are not rumblings. Supercross has already announced that every race is on television, for starters.
National pre-show rumblings?
Oh, yeah, that's got nothing to do with this, by the way.
But what?
Has nothing to do with this.
With
like,
what?
the races are all going to be on TV, so it doesn't change their format. As far as the pre-show, which has nothing to do with
That's
this
what he was
question.
talking about pre-show.
No, it's talking about, like, could you interview 5 guys after the end of a race because
He
you
said
don't have
pre-shows,
time?
roundtables.
Great burgers.
Okay,
5 guys.
one thing, yes. But
Yeah.
for the most part, it's saying, yeah, you have
Okay.
more time now.
All right.
The racing format is still going to have to be 3 hours, just like it is. That's not going to change
Okay.
in Supercross. Pre-show, I don't know. You guys like what you're seeing right now?
No, every time you go see freaking Connor Olsen and talk about FOX.
That is probably the best pre-show they ever had, the Weed Show.
Yeah.
That is great content. Only thing that maybe could battle it was the Bottom Line Show. You guys ever familiar with that one?
I'll bring that thing back.
Yeah.
I will bring that thing back.
Anyway.
Give me Robo Rob.
I was talking to a TV channel that has a lot of racing on it.
Yep.
ESPN.
A lot of racing, more than ESPN. And they even have some motos of Lucas Oil Pro Motocross.
Oh, okay.
CBS Sports.
Yeah.
And what about a pre-show that looks just like this one?
Oh, you don't say.
What about that?
What about that?
What about that?
Oh,
what
Mav
about
TV.
that?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm not naming
I
names.
found it.
Not naming
Found
names.
it.
What about that?
What about a show like this, maybe?
What about a show
like this edited?
About a show?
About a show.
Not even a show about a show. What about this show?
A show about nothing?
As a preview.
People have said that about this show.
It is right now.
Right. That'll be my ticket to fucking stardom.
Answer to the question, nothing is changing so far that much where you would see a change in format. They're on television just like they always have been, just different networks.
Do you think GL will get the vaccine and join you in the booth next year?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't think GL's
All right.
Look, I don't think GL wanted to come back, so I don't think he's coming back regardless.
Right. Okay.
Yes. I'll miss him dearly.
All right, Joe has a future headline for JT.
Oh boy.
Mookie quits baking at the baker's factory.
Oh.
Or Eli quits Star halfway through the season, citing troubles with the Yamaha a la Stu.
No. It would be A versus 2.
Mookie
Two
quits
won't
baking at the
happen.
baker's factory?
Yeah, I don't think that happens either in
Right.
the middle of the year, but
Yeah.
it would be more likely than 2.
Okay. He loves that future headlines.
So stupid. I hate doing in absolutes.
From the producer 451, we only hear about who is flying at the test track. Who is the top guy struggling right now?
You just never hear that. Nobody says that. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody feels awesome. It's true.
Everybody's
Everybody
great.
feels awesome.
Yep. We do have a Racer X article coming up here shortly about I went undercover and got some anonymous texts about who's flying at the test track. Stay tuned this week.
Bradley Taft type?
Bradley Taft type.
Okay.
This one's from Only MX Fans. Do you blame Jason Weigandt for the club podcast fail today? He was awfully cranky on there.
He was cranky, and I do blame him, yeah. Because I was trying to rush so he wouldn't get divorced.
Because you know Steve, man, he's really all about that. He's not all about his show, his
Not at
time,
all.
his quality. No, not at all.
Yeah.
He's nothing if not flexible.
Right. Very accommodating.
Accommodating,
Yes.
flexible.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank
yes.
You're welcome.
I didn't owe you that pot. I didn't have to do that for you.
We're with Justin Brayton, your favorite rider, at his dealership.
At Yamasushi.
Yeah, at his dealership.
I had already blown 45 minutes the previous night.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
All right, from Beef 90 for JT. Can we please know who the big get Fly was trying to get not too long ago was and were unsuccessful?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say. I want to. Let me ask if I'm going to get in trouble, and I'll promise you that the next show we can talk about it. How about that?
All right.
Deal. Mouthful of Chisholm.
Oh, boy.
Any chance the recently announced FIM SX series runs opposite of the US series, and a decade from now, we see the top guys bypassing outdoors to race Supercross?
Nope. No chance.
From T Hall 767. What's more likely to happen? We have bad tracks at rounds with futures, or we see kids really struggle at those rounds?
I am not a fan of this future program.
You don't think it's going to be good?
Not at Night Show.
Why not?
There's going to be like 3 guys that are like way legit, and the other guys are going to struggle.
It's all right.
Okay. Can't wait to see the carnage, the ADCC US Open carnage that we're going to have in front of us.
It's not 80s.
I know, but it'll be like that kind of carnage.
I think Hymus is pretty good.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. Hymus is fine, and the fucking Jet Reynolds is fine, and
Jet's full pro.
Oh yeah, Ryder D is fine. Those guys are fine, but yeah, I just think
I think they're better. Like I think kids like Evan and these kids have some skills.
They do, but what about the other 20?
Well, I'm naming more and more. Like Gavin Towers and some of these kids they may not win, but they're not incompetent.
I just don't want to see these little kids hurt. That's what I care about.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very comforting.
Yep.
The nets were there for safety purposes.
Thank you.
Kevin Windham nets.
From Jut 127.
Stroke my cat. Go see Prater.
Who do you think has the most success in the first 3 rounds of the major brand changes of Anderson, Tomac, Plessinger, and Stewart?
Tomac.
Plessinger. Waffle.
I think based off of Tomac's typical January struggles, I'll go Plessinger as well.
All right.
From Smorsky 281 for JT. Would you rather be able to eat ketchup and quesadillas without them affecting your keto diet, or prove Steve unequivocally wrong every time you guys argue?
I already do option 2. I'm going off keto though.
Oh.
Yep. So my diet will be even more strict, which is wild. But it won't be keto.
Math is very upset.
Breaking news.
It's
very upset.
I'm gonna eat normal food. It's just gonna be very strict calories and whatever.
All right.
From Motohead
for
651.
For no reason. Nothing.
He's got 80 grand on the line.
My own personal happiness is not good enough for you?
That's not personal happiness.
What do you
mean?
mean?
It's not personal happiness.
Why else would I be doing it?
You're perfectly in shape. Okay, you don't do triathlons, you don't do road bike, none of that stuff goes on. So you're not.
I do triathlons once a year.
Okay, yeah, all right.
Okay,
sure. So you're gonna.
You don't do triathlons? Yes, I do. Oh, sure.
Okay, yeah, okay. You do one a year. All right, hero. But so you're doing all this for nothing.
I like
nothing.
It. I like it.
You like it. You just said my diet's gonna be even strict, which I don't know why I'm doing that. But yeah, you like it. Like you don't like it. You don't. It's just some sort of weirdo discipline thing for you.
No, I like to see what I can do with my body, how fit I can get. Like I like it.
For why? You're already fit.
Why do you like to mountain bike 3 hours a day?
I don't mountain bike 3 hours a day.
Or whatever you do, 2 hours a day.
What?
Because you like it.
That's ridiculous. We don't have enough time to get into this, but it's ridiculous.
So why do bodybuilders?
There's no goal for you.
Why do people go to the gym?
But you're not a bodybuilder.
Maybe I want to work. Like,
oh, you're going to be a bodybuilder?
No.
Okay, I get it.
Jesus Christ.
If you want to get yoked, okay.
Why do you care?
I don't care.
How fit I want to get.
You're already fit. You're good. Enjoy life a little bit. Get some quesadilla. Get some ketchup.
Just because you have your diet that you
My diet's not good. I'm not saying
then
it is.
Why are you projecting on me? Let me do whatever I want.
I've known you for 22 years.
Yeah.
You love quesadilla and ketchup. Have some fucking ketchup and quesadillas.
You have it for me and tell me how it is.
See? So why the rigid discipline? Like what's going on?
Okay, this is the whole thing.
Like
No.
you're already in shape. You do one triathlon a year.
Do you want me to walk you through why I'm doing it? I was
He's
always
a fat fucker.
I did like weightlifting in high school.
Yeah.
State weightlifting, all that stuff. I was super into it. I still really like it. But with racing, you can't get really strict on your calories because you have to always think about racing. You have to always think about cardio. How is this going to affect your career? I could never do it.
Right.
So now I don't have to thinking about any of that. If I want to get super strict on calories and do a hardcore cut, I can.
A hardcore cut. Yeah, that sounds like fucking awesome.
But I want to do it.
Yeah.
Like, why do you care if I want to
I
do
don't
that?
care.
Good. Then don't talk about it anymore.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. God damn.
He's gonna wiggle his. He's gonna need. What's the lawyer's guy?
Arthur Draper.
You're gonna need Arthur Draper to get out of that because he will be bringing it up again.
PulpMX Fantasy sign-ups open, everybody.
All right, last one for you, Weege.
Stu had to be impressed with that. How you threw that in there.
Yeah.
Stu's taking notes
Well, I thought
on how you just threw that
I
in.
literally was like, we're done with Chase Sexton. Let me do the read, and we'll move on to a new topic. But not Weege. I had to fucking just hammer the Sexton
Straight
thing
to
again.
Sexton.
Yeah.
7 questions on Chase.
Yeah.
There was one point that had to be asked. Everybody figures that Stu
7
probably
times.
ghosted him.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know, did you ghost him or not?
Right.
I asked a hard question.
I'm just glad you
I'm
talked.
not cream puff.
I'm glad you talked to him. That's all.
Great.
I'm glad
He's
you
a
talked
great
to him.
guest.
Right.
All right, last one for MotoEd 651 for Weege. If your TV remote control batteries are failing, do you charge both batteries or do you try to get away with just changing one?
Highly underrated are the fact that most TVs still have hard buttons built in. And there are times where I just go with that until I finally decide to break down and buy some batteries for the remote. You can usually turn the TV on and off. This TV right here probably still has hard buttons on it to turn it on and off.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't really need remote batteries.
What about for
Wait.
like cable? You have cable?
Oh, so yes, okay. Half of my remotes I have to put batteries in, but there's one where I don't need to rush out and buy a bunch of AAA.
Has that happened to you, where you just have no batteries for a long time?
And I've just pressed buttons to
Yeah.
turn the TV on? Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Hardcore cut, I call it.
That's your edition.
I call it a
of
hardcore cut.
Hardcore cut.
Hardcore cut.
Yes. All right.
That's horrible.
Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. All right, everybody. Good show tonight. Fun times. Again, we didn't talk too much Supercross 2022. I got another show coming up for that in a couple of weeks. And then we're doing the Racer X preview show. So you want to hear myself make all the right calls and all the right predictions. JT will do some hard cuts on his end of things, and Weege will be in the middle of us. So we're going to do that on RacerXOnline.com, video and audio coming up as well for that. So, yeah, we'll figure that out. Should be a good time. And thank you to James Stewart for coming on. Levi Kitchen, Sebastien Tortelli. I would normally ask you guys what the best interview is, but we already know that.
I mean, Stu wins.
Right.
Glad
Stu
you had
wins.
him on the show.
Yeah. Thank you to Swisscore for those questions. No thanks to Moser. Thanks to Pookie as well. Marks?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Guy in the corner?
Big boobs.
Thanks. Thanks, guy in the corner.
Thank you.
Such a good drop.
All right, and again, Weege and JT. JT, thanks. Thanks for coming in.
You're welcome.
Flyracing.com. Please check that out. Jason Weigandt.
RacerXOnline.com. Check it out.
RacerXOnline.com. Make sure, remember, everybody, next time your batteries are out, it's the hard cut.
The hard cut. Yes.
Make the hard cut.
I made a hard cut of battery.
Make
battery
Weigandt
costs.
proud, everybody.
Yeah, hard cut of battery costs.
All right, everybody. That's it for us. We're off next week. We'll be back in on January 3rd with some new guys on board with us and everything else. PulpMXShow.com for the sponsor codes, everything else. Thanks for listening. We out of here.
Snack pack. Whoa.
Oh, man. Who did that? Who said that?
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
I am the sword inside your flame. I will burn